Yeah, I
You know,
remember
the
seeing that
Adam West.
episode. Introduced
Yeah,
him and talked about
yeah,
how he built the mansion and earned the fortune, blah blah blah, and the Mason thing. Yeah, I remember catching that old episode.
yeah. The idea of Batman is that there's an organization, a secret organization, right? That's keeping Gotham safe, or a man. You want to call it a man, an idea, right? Isn't that what he called it? A symbol of hope and justice. A black dark knight, right? Not Harvey Dent, but no, that's what it is. That's what Batman is. A symbol. Same way they put symbols in front of you, right? Symbol of freedom, liberty. These are symbols.
He's an
Represent
anti-hero.
ideas.
He's an anti-hero, though.
Yes.
That's
And
why
the
he's
Joker is
chasing the
probably the
Joker,
most
the Jester.
right, because the Joker is probably the most sane character in that comic show, because the Joker knows it's all fake.
The
It's all a
Jester.
lie.
And they're both playing the game for the king.
Yeah. It's very esoteric.
Masking truth with comedy, that's legendary, right? Like, man, some great ones out there.
We die in the dark so you can live in the light. Be grateful.
Like, how
Unsung
old do you have to be
heroes.
to get realized George Carlin is like dropping truth bombs? Like, at what age do you have to get? What do you have to know?
Well, even Jim Carrey dropped some truth bombs and made truth bomb movies.
There you go.
Truman Show.
Watch some of that guys. Recently especially, he's putting it out there. One of the award ceremony speeches he was talking at, I was like, holy shit.
The Jay Leno show. Talking
Yeah,
about
they're
the
buying
moon
it.
mission. They're buying it, man. They're buying it. And then doing, what was it, the tongue, the cult of the tongue, or whatever it was that he was showing with the triangle and sticking his tongue through it. I can't remember what he called it.
Controlled
Yeah, the Jester or
opposition
the Joker gets away with it, right?
with the Riddler. Jim Carrey.
Ah, the Riddler. That makes sense, too.
There's Batman.
Yeah, the mask, all that.
Yeah, false dichotomy. These are the good guys and these are the bad guys. ISIS, bad guys, and these are the good guys. America.
Hell, even Dumb and Dumber, right?
I can't believe they went to the moon after he saw a newspaper.
Remember that one speech, like not even a decade ago, and it was the guy from Dumb and Dumber, not Jim Carrey, but the other one, and he was like, "When you say that America's the greatest country in the world, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." Remember that?
Yeah, I think she had a hard time hearing you because I sure did. I'm like, no, he's not picking on you, I promise.
That one was difficult. I can barely make it out.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry for my hard of hearing.
Nah, it's just Hank's got issues with whatever he's talking through tonight. Usually it sounds great, man.
Yeah, he usually does.
It's probably more frustrating.
Is it
for him
better
than
now?
is us.
Well, I got a new headset.
There you
Is
go.
it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, with just one end?
So not really. It's still really
It got a
kind of
little worse.
Kara says, how about now? Can you hear me now?
still very low.
We can. Yeah.
I'm speaking right into the microphone.
Sound like you're really far away in a tin can.
Yeah.
Probably where I belong.
Wah 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 wah. That's what I'm hearing, kind of.
Check your sensitivity settings. whatever they call it. I think Jim Carrey is like controlled opposition. First he gets on to mock it, and now he's on a spiritual journey. New age journey. Ask him about flat Earth, see what he says. So you played in the Truman Show, right? What do you think about flat Earth? It's just a movie, bro. Come on, man. Still bad? Keep talking. Liar, liar. That was funny. What happened to your old mic, Hank? That one was better.
Dude, everybody complains about my old mic too. The only one that people don't complain about is the one where it's a gamer's headset, and I'll plug it up to my phone with an adapter.
Yeah, that one is good.
Yeah, everybody likes that one.
Yeah, this one is terrible. Probably the worst
Oh,
I've ever sounded.
really?
Yeah, bro, you sound like you're talking through a walkie-talkie with a lot of static. Like, oh, something like
Breaker 19, breaker 19. Copy.
yeah, it could be the Bluetooth or the bit rate being reduced because Bluetooth. It could be any of those reasons. I don't know. You're on Discord.
Yeah, you do sound a lot different.
Wah 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 wah. That's what I heard.
What?
I'll just go watch the YouTube, guys. Peace out.
Hook up your old mic, man. We can still
Wah,
hear
wah.
you, dude.
YouTube.
Yes.
I
Wah
can
wah
hear
wah.
you. It just sounds
Yeah.
like you're far away or something, or like you're
That's what
trapped down
I'm
in a
saying.
well.
He's a long way away in a tin can. One of those tin can
Throw
phones,
you
you
down
know?
the road.
That's really bad compared to what you had.
I
Ah,
like the poltergeist stuck on the other side of the closet.
Continue on with the earlier train of thought about energy and whatnot. There's a great line in The Matrix when she goes to Neo. Everything that has a beginning has an end. Is that a direct contradiction to energy cannot be created or destroyed?
Nice propaganda there.
Well, according to you, God created the earth, so that creation had a beginning. And, right?
Yes. I mean, everything doesn't. Doesn't everything have a beginning and an end? The beginning and the end only exists because man has a beginning and an end. So it's a concept. You think about beginning and the end, right? Because we are born and then we die.
It's inevitable. Yeah, I guess, at some point, some of these things become a philosophy rather than a reality, right? Like when you talk about beginnings and ends and energy cannot be created or destroyed, yet we don't know, like the supernatural or explanations for the supernatural.
Oh, right. But what do you think? Einstein figured something out. He just changed the words to confuse us.
Well, maybe he didn't. Well, I think that's part of what we're talking about. But even some of these laws, like Newton's laws, right? We dismiss them now because they were so broad that we couldn't prove them. And the idea that energy cannot be created or destroyed, we can't disprove it, but that doesn't mean we can prove it in every capacity either, right? We can't prove what the sun is, and that's the greatest source of energy on Earth as far as we know, right? So the idea of eliminating the greatest source of energy on Earth from your broad statement of energy, then I think that's philosophy now, right?
Yep.
Was that Matrix where Neo's passport, his birthday was 9/11 or something?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've seen a bunch more of them the last like couple months. People are finding that a bunch of symbolism like in a lot more places. There's always the ones that people already knew about, but there's been a shitload of them coming out.
it's everywhere.
Yeah,
The
wasn't it like
symbols, the
33 years?
signs.
Wasn't it like 33 years after they built the Twin Towers, they took it down too? Trying to remember.
Sounds about right. They built them in what, the 60s or the 70s? 67?
Yeah,
Sounds
I'm
about
pretty
right.
sure it's 33 years.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the Back to the Future one. I think it's Apropos Productions. Friggin' fantastic. About 9/11. Back to the Future Conspiracy Connection. I think Celebrate Truth posts it. I share that with people all the time. It's
Oh,
just amazing.
is it just on YouTube or does they take it off of there?
It's on YouTube. I'll drop it on the live stream voice text.
All right. Yeah, I like a lot of people do some really good analysis of different films. I've liked a lot of them. Were pretty cool.
Yeah, that's
Like
why
I
I think
seen
some of
stuff.
these. I think that's why some of these things become iconic, right? Like the Matrix has so much in it that you can go digging and you'll find all kinds of different references to whether it be religion or flat Earth. There's lots of flat Earth symbolism in that, right? The jump program. Can you defy gravity? Or is gravity too real in your mind?
I try to be careful not to read too much into things because as a flat earther, um, you might see flat Earth everywhere now. You know what I mean? Everything looks. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I don't know if writers and directors know the Earth is flat or trying to reference that the Earth is flat, but you know what I mean? Sometimes. Uh, Sometimes I think they use models or ideas that do uh, imply the Earth is flat, yet they don't necessarily. That's not the idea that we're trying to put out, but we picked that up. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I mean, Lord of the Rings. Are they trying to say it's a flat Earth, right? But I try to be careful not to pick up things that weren't put there intentionally for. You know what I mean? But then,
Are you saying the Eye of Sauron has some symbolic reference to our reality? That
yeah,
they
yeah,
can watch you
yeah,
no matter where you are,
yes, the
and
all-seeing
we
eye.
should all hide from the Eye of Sauron.
Everybody has a phone. How can they, right? They want, they want the eye of Sauron. They want the power of sight beyond sight.
I wonder what the ring is in real life.
Oh, could be the
Be
phone.
the central banks. Actually, I seen somebody made something that was pretty neat before. I forgot that about the central banks. A lot of people have done like it's trying to interpret what Tolkien was trying to get at. The most basic ones being like he's trying to tell us about World War II or some shit. Who knows?
Yeah, I really enjoyed Bill Still and the Secrets of Oz or To Oz. I thought that was really good. Talking about the Wizard of Oz and the writer of the book and all about the central banks.
Oh, can you summarize real quick?
So yeah, I guess the original writer of the book wrote the book, I think, during the Depression, just before the gold standard was demolished, and that's why you have the gold or yellow brick road. And before they were ruby slippers, they were silver slippers, and so it was the gold and silver standard being removed, and the idea of Oz and uh, is the central banking system. It was pretty neat to see how the book was interpreted into a movie, which is really about the takeover of the Federal Reserve.
Well, and we're Dorothy.
I think so. I think that's the idea. We're the naive people looking for courage and all that kind of stuff. And I guess in the other book, the people were actually represented by like politicians. Like the Cowardly Lion was an actual person that was going along with this takeover of the banks. I really enjoyed it.
And the straw man is the Glober, right? If I only had a brain.
One bank to rule them all, and the darkness find.
I'll get you, my pretty. So the banks
Yeah.
are the good guys, right?
I thought it was pretty interesting that there was like a struggle. There was like we fought the central bank like back and forth from numerous amount of times. I didn't realize that there was an actual struggle to kick them out, and then they found their way back in, and we kicked them out, and they found their way back in. Uh, but history, who knew?
Didn't some of the people fighting the central banks back then died in the Titanic? That's part of the story.
I think so. But yeah, the Titanic story is another question mark. Yeah.
Especially when you see icebreakers these days, right? They make these steel boats that can go through the ice, and they say the Titanic uh, was damaged by an
Right.
icebreaker.
Yeah, yeah. They had like three or four of all the main people that were in opposition to the Federal Reserve at the time. It's pretty convenient for them to all go down like that.
I also like
I'd say a lot.
the reference to
Well,
Kubrick's film The Shining and how that was about the whole Federal Reserve too. Sorry, Zedek.
oh no, that's all right. I was just saying that they say a lot of the plane crashes are actually assassinations. But I'll have to look into that angle on The Shining. I've seen a lot of people do a lot of the ties to the moon stuff with Kubrick on that, but I haven't seen. I'll have to look at the other angles on that. I don't know why those are always interesting to me. I even liked on Snowpiercer. I don't know if you guys seen that, but it's supposed to be like Willy Wonka Part 2. But it actually has a lot of interesting stuff in it. I like movies you watch. They seem really simple at first, and then if you go back through, you have somebody really take a deep look at it. You see there's a lot more going on, a lot more care put into it than you originally thought. 'Cause there's just a shitload of movies that's like just there's not a lot of attention to detail, or it's not very. Uh, there's not a lot of continuity. There's a lot of just it seems like slopped together. So it's always nice to see something where somebody puts a tremendous amount of effort into it.
I'm sort of enjoying Loki. I don't know if you guys have checked that one out yet. But they got some interesting storylines, right? They got the three lizard people at the top of the, in charge of everything, the whole, order of the galaxies. And, once again, you've got the jester, or the Joker, and the idea of the comedian, right? Being able to get away with things, and the storyline plays out in such a way that it's very reminiscent of reality, or the twisted nature of it. Nothing's what it seems.
Yeah, most things are almost unwatchable these days, especially with all the propaganda they pump into stuff. Even without that, a lot of things are just very poorly made. It's not a lot of depth. Maybe that's intentional, just to keep trending with the dumbing down of things.
Yeah, I hadn't seen Idiocracy until people started referencing it in here, and I was like, "Oh, this is too good, man." Uh, yeah, Flat Earth is in Back to the Future too. I was like, "What?" Right in the opening scene, and they always put it right there in the beginning. What's up, Bong? You watch any good TV shows lately, Bong? Must be breakfast for him. I enjoyed Westworld. People told me about that here too.
Yeah, I watched the first season. I haven't watched the second season yet.
Yeah, the second and third don't really get that much better. But did you catch that line with Bernard and Ford at the beach? I'll see you at that impossible line. Where the sky meets the earth.
But it is crazy though. You see a lot of flat Earth stuff like every day, just randomly out, like way more than what you would think. Like even random YouTube comments and just a bunch of random stuff. I think the Trump rally the other day they had, I popped in for a sec just to see what everyone was saying, and there's people in the chat. They're like, "Space is fake, guys. You got to look up NASA bloopers. Like, check this out." And then other times on like Wall Street bets or other trading areas, you'll have a random person bust in. They're like, "No, I'm not joking, guys. Earth is flat." That was before I was even a flat earther. And what's the other? There's been a lot of people where you have CGI, like people will be accusing things of being CGI, which to me a lot of them there obviously are. But there's people that are independent of flat Earth. They're just calling bullshit on a lot of stuff they put forward as real. Like I can't remember the robotics company, Boston Dynamics. I don't even know if that's its name, but it's something Boston.
Yeah.
But stuff like that, people are like, that's CGI, like, and they try and investigate it and come up with their evidence and all that. But then even people in there would be like, yeah, if you think that's weird, they're faking this, check out this other shit they're faking, and then they'll start linking stuff for flat Earth and relaying it back to that. So it's I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's all the different places, just randomly seeing it pop up at.
Yeah, I remember when I first got into conspiracies, it felt like there was nobody else out there, and then you'd find a couple people talking about it, and all right, well, George Norrie, right, coast to coast, talking conspiracies. All right, Alex Jones, he's pretty popular, and then all of a sudden Alex Jones got huge, and you're like, whoa, that was weird. Or,
Yeah.
9/11, started inside job. All of a sudden, you're seeing protests everywhere. You're like, whoa, that kind of got weird. Close down Wall Street. Where'd that come from? And the anonymous movement, the largest protest in human history. Anonymous, who knew? The Guy Fawkes mask. So you wonder just how many people are actually aware of what's going on. You hear a lot of the vaccine talk these days, obviously, right? Or the food or the water or corporations or the government, all these kinds of things. Like, don't trust them. Just don't trust them. So a lot of people are suspicious in a lot of ways. You just wonder, how many people are flat Earth, and you see some of these TikTok channels and they've got 300,000 members. You're like, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's a big number. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like people are way more open to it than you would think. Like, I don't know. I think just how much people have seen that is just like flat out bullshit, or they can see how dishonest everything is. Their mind's kind of opened up at a point now here. Like, if I go out to eat somewhere randomly, like at the drive-through, I just like, hey, the Earth's flat. And sometimes people are like, really? Like, why do you say that? Like, they're interested because it's like a lot of people know, like, everything here just seems like like a big fucking lie. So they're like waiting to figure out what the truth is because they know it's a lot of crap is especially after Epstein, and then all the latest genetic modification and stuff they're trying to get us to do too. A lot of people are even if they believe in it and all that, they see how dicey and like dishonest they're being, like trying to coerce and pressure people. So it's like starting to feel really weird and creepy, like, oh shit, after Epstein and this stuff, like things
Right.
starting to look weird.
People are getting a little confused. I remember when Dubé's videos first came out on YouTube, and you could start to see the growth, right? And I think there's a couple videos out there that tracked the searching of the term flat Earth, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and just how it was exponentially growing. And that's how YouTube channels sort of work, right? They get to a point where, it's no longer sort of a hidden channel. It goes to people's front pages. They get, it goes onto the trending aspect of things. And his videos were doing that, man. They were pumping out exponential view count growth. Like, you're like, okay, 300,000, okay, 1 million. You're like, it was booming, and then it disappeared, right? That might be one of the reasons why some of that stuff disappears. It's like it's getting a little too popular. But yeah, 200 proofs and some of that early content that was being pushed out there for sure.
Yeah, they definitely cut the legs off a bunch of crap. I know there's a huge amount of political willpower, like especially after the housing collapse, like because just with all the technology, we're at a modern point in history where people are like, "Hey, humanity, we've been through the ringer the last 10,000 years here. We've been like a dog fight for survival and beating the hell out of each other. We're finally at a point. We got everything's somewhat calm enough, and we've got technology. We can communicate with each other. We can actually make things happen now. We're at a unique point. We can kind of decide where we want to go and what we want to be as a people. And then, so especially after that, people are like, yeah, let's take down the banks. Like, these guys have been ripping us off for thousands of years. They didn't like that. That's immediately when he started they diverted all that energy because people wanted to rewrite society, make things different, change it. And you can see in the algorithms, you can see in the search results, the data, immediately they transfer its energy from that into the intersectionality, all the race stuff. They start pushing that, and all the gender dysmorphia and all these things that start pumping out. So people's political willpower to push for change, they push all that. So now they still feel like they're winning and combating the system and changing everything. We're finally going to fix everything, but they diverted all that energy to no, let's not shut down a Wall Street. You gotta fix something else. You guys are looking at the wrong place. Go this way.
For sure, well said, man. And it's a constant, right? It's an everyday thing where they're trying to create new emotional responses, and whether it be a minor thing or a major thing, there's just a hoax event seemingly every day. Every day you're seeing nonsense of some sort. And when you're in tune with the flat Earth, it's funny, you start getting NASA alerts, right? Like, oh yeah, NASA's doing this. Oh yeah, NASA's doing that every day, right? You're getting some sort of alert. Oh, they found another black hole in this part of non-space. Oh, look, they got a helicopter on Mars, right? Like, who knew? A fucking helicopter on Mars. How'd they get that there so fast? When did they decide to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even click on all that shit anymore. Like, I don't even like I don't know, pumping a bunch of bullshit. But you're right, like there's not even any build up or anything. It used to be like an event for things. They'd be like, hey, this is what we're doing. Like they'd lay out their plans and you wait for a while and you're like, there's a build up to it, and it's like, all right, on this day here's a countdown, we're coming out, we're gonna be doing this. But they just shoot because they don't even have to. It doesn't take that much effort. Why do more work than what you have to? You can just slap a bunch of headlines everywhere. You get the same result.
I was pretty fired up about them shooting that car up there. I was like, let's go. This is going to be cool. Yeah, not so much. Tesla, big splash, cars in space.
Yeah, the indoctrination, the way they train us and everything is very good because I was already very cynical and like critical of things, but even like 9/11 and everything, I would laugh. Like people would be like, "Oh, like it was just a joke." Like, yeah, 9/11 was an inside job. Like literally never even considered that it would just be lied about. I never considered, hey, maybe check if ever understand. Like the thought never even crossed my mind. I just didn't understand why I was like, oh, some people are nuts and they just say some crazy ass shit like they need some medication. But it's like the first thing you actually legitimately take a look at. It's like those North Korea when they used to show those grocery stores. That's like a facade. It's like the first thing you actually go to grab an item off the shelf. You're like, oh shit, wait a minute, this is fake. And then you
Yeah, it's
start
like
going to the next one. The next one's fake too, and it's like all of it's fucking fake.
yeah, it's like flat earthers know it's flat because they were abducted by aliens, right? Might as well stay away from that one.
Yeah, and that one's a really big one. Like that's really, really ingrained. Because even after I was looking into a bunch of shit, I'm like, all right, like dang, I can't believe this all this stuff is faked and we got all these people in charge and it's fucking everything up for everyone. But then somebody like, yeah, you wouldn't believe they're doing this too. It's like, check this out. This Earth is flat. I'm like, all right, like, come on, yo, what are you talking about? Like, you fucking retard. But it's just another layer of something that is just so fundamentally assumed that you never even take a look at it. You never consider it. There's no evidence presented. There's
Oh, it's scary in
that's
that way, right? Just how shallow it is and how easily you were fooled by some photographs or some pictures, by a narrative rather than, proof of anything. And, what you experience is obvious. It's like, yeah, I'm not moving. Like now you assume that moving in four directions at ungodly speeds you wouldn't feel that. Nobody, it's like being able to dismiss these things is absurd when you look back on it. But yeah, man, just makes you feel so small in so many ways. You have to build yourself back up and say, all right, I got through it. At least I know something now. I know one thing: the Earth is not a spinning ball. Like that's just not it.
Yeah, and like even if it was a ball, that's like an incredibly dishonest way to teach about it. Just if for most of human history everybody thought it was flat, you would teach the reasons why everybody thought it was flat. For like according to their theories of evolution and all that were around for millions of years. So we've got a pretty good amount of brain power for the last couple 100,000. So, okay, for 99.99% of times, this is why we thought it was flat before. This is what people looked at, and this is why they assumed that. You go over those things, like, all right, this is the new information that we got, and this is how we were able to figure out that it isn't flat. And this is how we figure this out. But it's just they don't even I don't even remember them once saying the radius of the Earth. Like all you get is you don't even talk about it. It's just in the background. It's like tertiary or secondary to other subjects. It's never really gone over. It's just that's a very effective technique. Is just foundationally assuming it from day one and never they put it so solidly there that it's not even something to be taught about because it's just known.
Yeah, with subtle and not so subtle, rather obvious, you know, reinforcement from media and books and everywhere you look, right?
Yeah, it's like if anyone even asked once, like, "What are you? Wait, are you sure it's a globe, or how did you figure that out?" Like, they wouldn't answer your question. They just look at you like you're retarded. And be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, it's a ball." And like, there
I
wouldn't
love
be.
that look though. That looks so good. It's priceless. Looking at me like that when, when I
Like
know.
imagine in school in science class they're going over something. You ask them to explain like how do you know it's a globe or how do they measure that? Like they would just look at you like you're retarded and be like, we got to move along, like to answer this next question in the textbook.
Yeah, satellites, astronauts. I can name a bunch of stuff, right?
Bro, we got pictures, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Yep, yep. So what's the next big conspiracy? This stuff goes in cycles, right? I thought it was very apropos. We had a building fall on 9/11, the year of the 20-year anniversary. At free fall speed.
Just like 9/11.
Just like 9/11.
Which building?
Florida.
Oh yeah, you're talking about, yeah, that one is pretty spoopy. That was actually pretty big happening with McAfee and all that. That was a pretty like psyop or not. That was a pretty big thing.
Oh, it's got the hype, right? You've got all kinds of drama happening there.
But there's always so much crap going on. It's like it's hard to tell anything that's legitimate or things that are just like set pieces or staged. That's
Oh yeah, it takes quite a bit of discernment, uh, experience, recognizing when people are lying and when they're telling you the truth, what you can prove versus what you can't prove, and understanding, like, what am I seeing here? Can this be reality? Like, I look at NASA and the ISS and I just laugh every time because it's obvious, right? It's obvious they're using green screen. It's obvious they've got wires. There was a time where it wasn't so obvious. I look at the moon landing and it's a joke. So yeah, experience understanding how these things work and the language and what you're seeing and discerning it takes time.
yeah, I don't know how, like a lot of those things. I don't know if you're honest about like most people you meet, like people. There's a ton of people that are just in general like just very dishonest. Like even if they're not ill intentioned or not, like people are LARPing all the time or just talking nonsense, and so you see a lot of you see so much BS. It's kind of easy to see, like if you're being honest sometimes when you see stuff you're like, come on guys, that's not real, they're just lying. They're like, well, they wouldn't lie, that's a official source. Well, obviously the official source seems to be lying, 'cause that's some bullshit right there.
About the Florida building, they evacuating other buildings, so I guess they're gonna be declaring some buildings unsafe and reallocating people. Possibly,
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen with that if a building is a building with thousands of people or hundreds of people is labeled, not safe. All those people are gonna have to move somewhere, right?
Yeah, the whole thing was weird. Some people are saying they had a IDF. They had some people from Israel posted up there helping out. It's all looking pretty weird. There, when you see some of the ties to McAfee.
They demolished the rest of the building, so no more, I guess, no more investigation about it. And
Yeah.
and I guess they what are they gonna do? Sell the property or make another building or something?
I'm sure it was a pancake collapse due to a fire on the top floor.
Was it on 9/11 that happened?
It
That's
did
what,
happen something.
according to the 9/11 Commission report.
I mean, in Florida, did it happen on September 11th?
What are you talking about? It's not September 11th yet.
It happened what, like a week ago, or a few weeks ago? A week ago.
Also, like a 20-year anniversary. So yeah, he's saying it's 20 years.
This year is 20 years since 9/11.
But they had, like I said, that building collapsed, and they said the building was, I guess, compromised, the structure, because of, I guess, I don't know, they build the building with rotten materials that will go bad eventually. And people, imagine hundreds of people living in these buildings and just adding weight into it, right? People living here in these apartments. And now they're getting people out of other buildings that are being inspected at the moment. I will think they're gonna be moving a lot of people around. Because if that happened to that building, what says that it's not gonna happen to other buildings? They're gonna have to inspect every single structure.
Don't they do that already?
I guess they didn't do it to that one, or
We got to fire some building inspectors.
I
yeah,
thought
some
I
people
heard
were
the
showing
mayor
like. Go ahead.
didn't. I thought I heard something about bombs. I think it was the mayor that said something, or maybe it was one of the people that were interviewed. They heard a bomb go off. Is this? Did I hear wrong? I saw it on TV, like on the YouTube.
Of course.
Oh, they said they heard explosions, something like a deep rumble from the ground.
I wonder if anybody saw airplanes.
I mean, is that how a structurally unsound building goes down? Free fall.
Yeah, man. I quit following all of it, but I know that people had made some links to McAfee had a condo in that building, and then supposedly had made some claims to having 31 some odd terabytes of evidence against world leaders and government officials and all that. And I know one tweet was faked about him having the hard drives in the condo, but I don't know. There for some reason there it was uh I don't remember how soon it was after McAfee had got Epstein, but there was a lot of spoopy details with all of that, and then there's links to that building as well. So it was it all glows enough that I wouldn't, whatever the official story is, I would take the big grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And if my email isn't just like overflowing with McAfee emails about truth and flat Earth and all kinds of other shit, then McAfee can kiss my ass. because I'm not buying it.
I don't even know what's going on with that guy. I don't even know the news anymore. It's like,
Yeah.
McAfee.
There's a lot of interesting things going on, and how they shut down it, they deleted his like Instagram, then deleted archives of it. There's a lot of stuff they didn't want people going through, and a lot of tweets that they were getting rid of, but some people had gone through and got some of them before they could shut all of it down. But I know he posted a queue before the Instagram got shut down, but it's a cryptographic image that linked to a crypto wallet of his whacked coin. And then there's a bunch of a lot of spoopy details and interchanges with that. So there's it was going on for weeks. People were digging really hardcore into figuring all out what is going on. So I know one of the main theories is that he had NFTs, which is basically like an image. So he's hiding stuff and the block and the cryptos. So I don't know. I couldn't remember all the stuff, but it was ongoing constantly. People were piling on details and stuff that they were finding with it. I'll post the most basic entry to it was that he had mentioned that the government was basically saying they were gonna make him kill himself. So he's like, just to make sure that you guys know that I'm not gonna kill myself, I'll get a tattoo. If I get killed, I didn't kill myself. I was whacked. So then he got his tattoo to let everyone know, hey, they're threatening me. And if I die, I was suicided. I didn't kill myself. And then also, the whacked was a crypto that he had made. So it's kind of a
What kind of
double.
information? What kind of information is he hiding that, this whole
He
scam, it's worth putting all this on the news?
I seen a couple things. He said he already exposed a couple people just to show the people on his back that he was serious, that he had legitimate information. So somebody in the CIA, and then some diplomat from another place. But he had claimed as 31 terabytes of various files and videos and stuff on people. And I checked his background. People were posting like most heads of companies. I just kind of assume are like just random shitheads that got a degree, and then they're kind of just through nepotism get pulled into it. But his background is very legitimate. Like he's been coding and in computer science since like the 70s. Like he was a pioneer in a lot of stuff. So he was if a good angle, he very well could have had some stuff hooked some of people's
No, but
computer.
he's the CEO of the company, right? McAfee
Yeah, yeah, the
antivirus.
virus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. So his software has been on probably a lot of computers, right? Maybe even some of these government things.
yeah.
Like, is that how he acquired the information that he's trying to expose?
That's what gave it a lot of legitimacy, is because people are like, "Wait a minute, check this guy's background out. He might have been able to hook them up with some stuff to get some dirt on them. He very well, it is a possibility." So that's what gave a lot of legitimacy to it, because he had the opportunity, the means, and the motive. So he and but yeah, I don't know. There's not been anything released yet. So all the stuff that people have found that show legitimacy, they also will meme like all the work they've done, and like files released 0. So they're like, yeah, we got a lot of information, but there's still not a single file released. So it's kind of at the same point as Cappy, Epstein, Maxwell, all this threads that people find and pull with those, there's still nothing released.
Sounds suspect, man. It sounds government, like McAfee.
Yeah.
You know, everything sounds like they're just creating another red herring. Or
Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, honestly, I mean that'd be cool if somebody flies in out of left field and saves humanity, like Q, McAfee, John F. Kennedy Jr. fly out of the sky in helicopters and save us all. But I think almost anything we see, like if you can find it through any avenues or channels, I think there's a reason why you're being let to see that. I don't think anything that we're seeing is like it's either like it's either benign, it's harmless, or there's a advantage or reason why. So it's like I don't know. I don't really see a lot of legitimate. It does, I don't know. Nothing really appears legitimate, especially if it starts. I don't know. That stuff just glows.
where are these NFTs though? Where are these images? Has anyone
Yeah,
ever
maybe
seen them?
he
or
has Anthony Weiner's laptop.
In the blockchain.
Right. Like, what can we access the images, the NFTs, or like?
Yeah, some people have the originals. I know on a poll on 4chan, some people
Were
still
they able
have
to
the.
decode?
Yeah, they were. They were able
And
to.
can we verify it? Can we verify that it's the real
No,
deal?
no, no. If you know what McAfee
Right.
knows, you might get whacked.
Oh, that's what I mean. Yeah. You know, I remember Julian Assange and the footage that they claimed that if it was not for WikiLeaks, the world would not have known about this bullshit. I think you told the world about it because you knew people already knew about it and would expose you, and you decided to control the narrative. You know, that's to me. You know, that's just me being skeptical. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's so easy for me to think that and do it.
Yeah, don't worry, man. We got an insider going. We got QAnon to the rescue. It's happening.
Yeah. Well, that was weird. He was killed in Barcelona. And then in Barcelona, one of the Q posts was on a rock that says QAnon, but then you're also zoom in, you can see it says Black Triangle. Then on one of his last pictures, he's wearing, and his wife also is wearing these weird rings that has Black Triangle on it. And then the Q was one of the last it was the last thing on his Instagram that was posted that had a cryptographic embedded in the image before that was nuked. And then a lot of the things were with gematria and numerology. They had a lot of really spoopy things going on with the stuff that he put out. But yeah, I think like the other guy was saying, I think it's I don't know. It all seems contrived. I don't know. It just seems like just another red herring, another bullshit thing for people to follow around.
Yep. Trump will drain the swamp. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, the mega corrupt system is gonna fix itself.
Just another Hillary Clinton emails, drama. Nobody's going to jail for it, right? Nobody's going to get punished for it. Nobody's going to pay for it. It's just drama, right? It's just entertainment, right? What are we going to do about it? What can we do about it if we could do something about it? Nothing. Just watch the news. It's like, can I check out this NFT? No, it's actually on the news. You gotta go to the. Oh, okay. Ethereum, right? The blockchain.
But
It is
it definitely it's a big marker, like real or fake, having somebody publicly suicided by nefarious sources. It's a big event.
Well, there's the whole idea if, let's read between the lines in some sort. If I suicided myself, well, it's not against the law to suicide yourself. You can tell everybody, the whole wide world, that you killed yourself, and that's just fine. Nothing wrong with that. I didn't. Okay, so you're faking it. I was whacked. Yeah, you're pretty whacked in the head, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I don't think he's dead. I don't think Epstein's dead either. All their shit stinks to high heaven. It's a lot of horse shit. But they're definitely saying he's dead, and that's the official story, is he's killed himself. Oh, then he also posted from jail. They let him tweet from jail or something. He's like, "Hey, I'm doing well. Definitely not thinking about suicide. I'm not gonna kill myself." So
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of like Richard Branson talking about going to the moon, or developing flying spacecraft. To, the idea that these super wealthies are doing things and involved in things that us ordinary people, How did this guy get a platform? What did he ever tell anybody that was anywhere near the truth? Like, what did he say? Like, ever? The government's corrupt? All right, man. How did you become a symbol of truth? Because the government's spying on us? That's how I... Yeah,
Exactly, Batman. The people need something they can believe in. A symbol. Hope.
There it is.
We choose to go to the moon because it is hard, because hope is there, because peace is there. JFK, right? Hope, a symbol.
and meanwhile, like each passing month, our like rights are eroded more, and we got the wealth gap and is eroded, is extended, and so it's like you're slipping the noose on tighter and tighter. But instead of people just like pimping out on the system, like knocking it down or forming resistance, or like, well, I still have food, I still have my house, and who knows? I mean, you never know. Maybe things will relax, or maybe something will come, and everything will get fixed. You never know. Just wait 2 more weeks. Maybe
Something will turn up, right? Just have hope.
Yeah, and like looking back now, you can tell the time for fighting or forming resistance was like a long, long time ago.
I'm sure McAfee has proof that the vaccine was created in a lab in China, right? Isn't that how these stories go?
Yeah, it'll end up he'll release like more bullshit. Like we didn't actually they faked the Mars mission. They set up a base on Mars and been doing Black Ops research there. It'd be it'd be a release, but it'd be another bullshit story.
Yeah, they didn't go to the moon, but they got moon bases on the dark side of the moon. Yeah.
They faked the footage because the real mission was about military expansion, not this hoaxy, folksy, sciency, guitar playing fools. They've actually got soldiers constructing a Death Star.
It's one hell of a game being played, that's for sure. It's hard to, comprehend the magnitude of it sometimes and recognize how it influences everybody. Like, there is not a person that isn't affected by the level of manipulation they're pulling off on a daily basis. Unless you're like way off the grid. Which a lot of people are choosing to do, right? Like, I haven't watched TV in a while.
I turn on the news, it's like, hi, welcome to the news, and here's the lies for today. Like, oh yeah, turn back.
Yeah. Yeah, like sometimes if I absolutely must see like an event, like I can like maybe read the comments, but the second the video starts, I can't do this. Pause this shit. I can't listen to a second.
Because they're trying to cause you, they're trying to make you think something, and if you pay attention, you will think something, I'm not saying you
Yeah,
should be ignorant, right, but go ahead.
that shit's powerful though. Like I can feel like, what do you? I think they. I don't know. I think for like thousands of years they've studied on. They've tried to figure out how people work. How like it's like pulling a bunch of different levers. You pull this lever on a human, it goes that way, or does this. So playing around with it, you figure out how people work and how they function, and that's how they've domesticated. People have domesticated animals, and it's like the same thing. Like they've worked and perfected on trying how to domesticate and tame people. So it's they've definitely gotten really, really good at their craft. Like just watching that bullshit, like you can feel the pull of it. It's like sucks in your attention. It's like you want to believe, like, hey, maybe I am wrong about all this. Maybe the world is safe and everything is fine.
And it sort of redefines what MK Ultra is and what mind control means.
Yeah, they're definitely mind controlling the shit out of people.
The great hypnotist at that black screen, plasma screen.
Yeah, it's like every little bit, the way that it's like the way they say stuff, their inflection, the way the words they choose, like every little last bit of it, like the tone, all of it. They use it specifically. Like that's why they like to train all their people all to try and talk in a non-regional diction.
Yeah. I still can't imitate it. You know how news anchors do it? It's like some kind of urgency. Oh my God. Well, to know in today's news, and then there's that professional, like authoritative way of speaking, right? It's almost like, is this guy trying to hypnotize me?
Yeah, and they are. It's like they make it real. Like it's whatever they're saying. They're showing you a video and the way they're presenting it. Now it becomes part of our reality, and enough people believe it that it becomes real. Because then now the other people here, they're over at the water cooler at work talking about it, and it's become real now. And then the few people that are like, yeah, kind of questioning it, you got a big enough portion of the group will be able to give you shitty looks or be like, what the hell? Like, this guy's kind of losing it, man. What the hell's up this guy? So it just, the people that have minor doubts, they stop kind of having those doubts because they're like, it's more, it's uncomfortable to try and like overthrow the consensus to be like, guys, you got to listen to me. This is not, that's not right. They're just like, well, whatever. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. And they join the group.
Mob mentality, the bewildered herd, that's fear, a lot of fear.
Yeah, that shit is scary. Like I just think about it now. Like if I turn on the news, like today, like it's like they fucking grab onto you.
Oh
They're
my
ready to
God, something happened.
You're gonna be attacked. You're being attacked now. Look, that's you on the screen getting your head beat in. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah. And there were protesters here in Australia at these protesters, and then the prime minister gets on TV and says it's shameful how these people are behaving, right? Calling all these Aussies shameful, because they don't believe what the news is telling them.
Yeah.
I was like,
Oh,
wow, really? Snacks, right?
yeah. Yeah, I forgot we had a bit of a dust up, and where was it? I think LA. They had a transgender was well, it was basically a Korean spa where they had male spaces and female spaces, and then so it's kind of like a family setting, and they can go from like a hot tub to the sauna and all these other things, and a lot of the people are nude. So the guy is walking around with his junk all hanging out. So a lady went to complain, and then that video went viral the other day. She's like, "Do you mean to tell me you support this? I'm back here with my daughters, and this guy is wandering around with this thing out. Like, what the hell is going on?" And then a guy confronts her. Is like a typical like meme of himself, soy boy, explaining to her why that's a woman and that he has a right to be there. And she's
Oh
like,
my god.
Are you insane?" So it went viral enough to where Antifa, the local, they called out. They're like, "Hey, our trans allies need our support today. If everybody come out to it was called the We Spa, to like come support our brothers and sisters, because other people are protesting. They're like, hey, women need us. They're safe spaces. They need their own women only spaces. Like this ain't right. So they sent all their goons to go beat those people up and take all their signs. And so there's a lot of people at a video of all the clashes. But all the clashes would basically be like a single person or a couple being swarmed. They start picking at them like hyenas, like jackals, grab their sign, rip it up. The next person comes behind them, rips their hat off. Somebody take their glasses and smash their glasses. So they do things that aren't like outwardly enough to say, hey, I've been physically assaulted. I need to defend myself. But they're breaking all your shit and like destroying all your stuff. So if you do nothing, eventually you're gonna end up having all your stuff broken and possibly assaulted. But they did rough a few people up. I know somebody got stabbed in their leg a few times, and
What did
the one
what did
go
the
ahead.
spa say about it? Like, what did the business say about it?
Oh, they're
So
defending it. They were well. He was trying to be like non-committal, just like non-responsive. But basically, I think their stance was
they
is
were defending the trans, you mean, or the
yeah, they're
woman and
like
her daughter?
I have I didn't look at their official response, but they're like, yeah, this is our policy. I mean, they say if you question that, you're saying trans people don't exist. So in order from their line of thinking, you can't say that person shouldn't be there because that's a woman and they have a right to exist. So they have a right to go where women's spaces should be. So it's
That's what the business says. Agrees.
yeah,
That's their view, right? Oh, okay.
yeah.
I would go after the
So you
business. I would go after the business, child abuse, all kinds of against your child. Don't make it about gender. Make it about your child. Make it about this is a
yeah,
family setting, right? This- I would do it like that, or try to sue the company,
yeah,
the business. Yeah,
yeah. There's a lot of
Laundry
people
money,
that are
guys.
they were like, you guys realize you're fighting for the right for people to expose their genitals to little girls, right? But they kind of try and just ignore that and like float right by it. But there,
Yeah.
I was actually surprised to see there was a lot of people that were. There's a pretty big majority of people were supporting. They're like, "Whoa!" They're like, "I was on board accepting of like if people want to transition, but I'm not on board with this." So there's even people that were Democratic voters and liberals that were like, "No, we gotta have spaces for women too and children." Like you, because they weren't doing it for the reason like children shouldn't be exposed. This isn't a man. They're arriving at the same conclusion, but some of the more woke people were like, well, you don't know if a woman is traumatized. So even though it is a woman and the penis is it's a lady penis, you don't
Yeah.
know if a woman of has been attacked before and is going to be triggered. So it could be a trauma trigger for a sexual assault survivor. So they weren't really concerned about the children being exposed to just some dude walking around, but there was definitely a majority of people were pushing back heavily against that, and it's just the ultra radical people were summoned to attack everyone. But that's who the system supports, though, because they weren't arresting any of the people swarming everyone, but the second a couple people like defended themselves, they immediately got arrested. There's like no police presence whatsoever while they're chasing people down, stealing all their shit and breaking their shit and pushing them and hitting them. Then the second was like, I think there's one Hispanic guy is a gang member. He came out and he was like, he's saying, he's like, hey, I don't know. He just explained a little bit of his background. He's like, you guys are messed up. And he defended himself and he got arrested immediately. And then can't remember that. But there's a couple other ones. The second they defend themselves immediately, now the police are there. Like, wait, where were they a second ago? So it's very obvious who the system is backing.
So basically, if I'm worried about my child's safety, or I don't want her exposed to men's, sexually the penis, right? I don't want her exposed to it, right? If I think this way, right, then I'm wrong, right? If I think this way, then I'm
Yeah,
wrong. But, but, but if I don't think that way, so this is not really about my child. This is not about the protection and the safety of my child, right? This is about you guys, right? See, the woman is concerned for her child, right? And they made it about them. I mean, it's so crazy, isn't it? Like, what about this
yeah,
child and this woman's child and her family? This is what she's worried. This is about gender. This is about racism. This is like, nah, nah. I mean,
yeah.
think about it.
It becomes even a huge mess in like the intersectionality like hierarchy because it was a black woman making the complaint. So it becomes very weird for a lot of the people that are like, wait, who are we supposed to side with here? Then there's a lot of the white liberals attacked a Hispanic couple that were protesting for women's spaces. So you got women's rights, it's pretty woke. You got minorities are pretty woke to support them. You got and then but apparently the transgender like that trumped all of it. They came out and they're like pedophilia and transgenderism is not linked. Like you guys are bigots and your hateful bullshit won't last here. We're gonna get you out of the city. And then people were like, "This is insane." Like we got little kids. We don't want them to be exposed to a guy just walking around. So even people that were supporting trans, they were like, I just assumed with this you would have to be like post-op. You'd have to not have the genitalia to be able to be walking around. And then even with that, like with children out in the mix, that should change things as well. So there's a lot of people had a lot of questions, but then there's like the intersectionality hierarchy at the top of it, the trans rights that trumped all of it. and everyone was just getting shut down by the system. But as it's good to see most people, the overwhelming majority was just like, whoa, what the hell are you guys signing me up for? I didn't know all this is coming. I thought I was just voting for Biden, getting Orange Man bad out. I didn't know it was go this far with everything.
I wonder if I was there, if somebody hit me, right? Like if I got into a fight with a guy and he hits me, I'd be like, oh, call the police. Yeah, I identify as a woman and this guy just assaulted me. You're going to jail, buddy.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Yeah,
Because if it
probably
does,
would.
I'm going to start fights with everybody and claim I'm a woman and this guy just assaulted a woman, woman's rights. I'm going to go around doing it. And if a woman tries to say something to me, I'm going to call her ignorant, stupid. Right?
Yeah, you
Is that,
call
is
her
that, is that how?
Yeah, you trump any woman. If you identify as a female, then she becomes a TERF if she disagrees with you in any way.
Yeah. Listen
That's
here,
why
woman.
there's a
I am the real woman here. All right. Back off.
yeah, you actually,
Let me
you're
handle this. I got this. Right. Yes, officer. I identify as a woman, and this man hit me. I was just trying to ask him. Yeah.
you bigot.
Yeah.
Rest that. That's
Yeah.
why
I'm gonna go.
there's actually a big debate in the communities about self-identifying, they call it. So there's the wokest parts love the self-identifying because it's like having people try and have people explain their dignity. People shouldn't have to uh, defend their dignity. Like they shouldn't have to explain themselves, like prove these things. So self-identifying means you can just say you identify. You don't have to be on any like hormone treatments. You don't have to have any surgeries. You can just say, I think I'm a woman, then you are, and you get access to any of the spaces and all these
Right.
other things.
Yep.
And
When I,
the left, go ahead.
I'm wondering if it also applies if I identify with God, right? If I say to the cop, look, I identify myself as God, which is above all men and women. All right? Go away. Go do your work. You must accept. By right? This is what they're saying, right? If you need to identify as something, right, then go ahead and do it. But does that mean the authority comes with it? Well, yes, if you identify as a woman, you get all the women's rights. So if I identify as God, then I get all God's rights too, right? Now listen to me, world. Listen to God very carefully, right? I mean, this is the logic, right?
Yeah, their only logic, it seems, is to follow whatever the mainstream push is because they've got tripped up a couple times. Like the super straight stuff tripped them up and they had to shut that down even though it followed their own logic. And then the transracialism, it follows their own logic, but they will immediately go against it because the mainstream won't back it because it's counterintuitive to their narratives and agendas they want to push. So it's and then also the fact that they say all these things are social, like gender norms and all those gender roles are a social construct, but then they literally have surgeries and dress up and all the makeup and stuff to appear as those gender roles. So like if it's just a social construct, why do you need to dress up or change into these things if it's just made up? Like you shouldn't have to adhere to it if it's not real. So they don't really have a lot of logical consistency. The only consistency is to follow basically what the news and Google and everyone else, what the mainstream keeps pushing for, the narrative, the woke narrative. And it can turn on a dime too. Like one day this would be this would be the Trump card or this would be the what we're following. But the second it comes out on CNN and Reddit and a couple other sources there, the New York Times or Washington Post, they'll turn on a dime because, oh, wait, now the experts say this or we found out this. So everyone will immediately change their opinion. A couple stragglers like, wait, I thought this. They'll link them like source. They'll link their source and like, oh, okay, they got the software update, got the latest update.
Yeah, all this stuff is nothing short than mental illness, to be honest.
Yeah, it's getting pretty nuts. Like that, I bet they got me. Like, because at first they started with, okay, you shouldn't worry about what people do in their own bedrooms. Not that many people. People are getting killed and beaten up, and just leave people alone if they're gonna be like way off the reservation and shit. And as long as they're not bothering anyone, I guess we'll like the don't ask, don't tell. We'll just turn a blind eye, but if we find out, we won't beat you up or kill you. We got to quit being hostile towards these people. But it's always just a tactic to get your foot in the door,
Yeah.
and they keep shoving wedges in there, and it ends up just continually going, and then
Yeah.
I don't know because
they'll take 100 miles, you know, and they'll do it still.
yeah. And then it's like everyone wants, like, I feel most people want to be a good person. You want to be reasonable and you don't want to be like hateful and all that shit. But then after a while, I realized, like, wait a minute, I'm not okay with any of this shit, really. It's like I was trying to, like, I was trying to go with the flow because, okay, maybe I don't know everything. Maybe I got something wrong here. Maybe everyone knows something I don't. But then, like, at a certain point, I'm like, wait a minute. If you look at it, if somebody is just trying to employ some tactics, like, oh shit, I see what they're doing the whole freaking time. If I would have known it was going this way the whole time, would have never went along with that
You know,
shit.
there's always going to be shitty people in the world that just are intolerant to things that are different. And that's just the way things are right now, at least. You can't start making policy just changing everything over what is complete subjectivity, you know? So
Yeah, they're way, way out of bounds. Like the videos a couple weeks ago, it was like a toddler twerking in New York, and there's like trannies and lesbians all around cheering them on, like throwing dollar bills. There's always the one I forget how long ago, a few months ago, it was like a maybe 9 or 10 year old boys like dressed up in a bunch of tranny crap, and it was uh dancing or giving lap dance out in public to a bunch of trannies, and everyone is cheering it on. Like,
What the
oh, it's not.
fuck, man? Why aren't those people dead? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
think
and they're
about it.
like,
I can't tell how much
Fuck.
of this shit is like, is this just naturally occurring in people? Yeah, people do have, you know, feelings of, you know, transgender feelings and all that, but how much is it to do with all the toxicity in our environment and the dumbing down of people and just how that all kind of comes together, and what does it produce? Is this like the mentality it produces, you know? So it's hard to know what's really going on here. I'm fairly sure this is, you know, it's all just gonna be a long plan by the elites to just,
yeah,
you
Am I
know,
the only one
but
that
they,
can't hear
make
him? Like, I
society
can't hear
tear
him at
itself
all.
apart.
Yeah, you're a bit low, bro.
Yeah, sorry, man. It's just my mic, and you turn me up.
You know what pisses me off, man? You know what really pisses me off? A boy and a girl, right? They might be dating since they were 15, 16, 17, 18. The boy is now graduated and the girl is still 17. They will fucking arrest him for statutory rape. And yet this is what they do to 9, 10-year-olds? And it's okay? Oh
yeah,
my god.
It's fucked.
Oh my
yeah.
god.
People have been memeing to try and bring it to people's attention of how far we've slid, because you don't notice it over time, but people will recall back. So they take pictures of these incidents, and they're like, the privacy of their own bedroom, huh? Like, guys, remember, this is what we were sold on: is don't you we can't judge people based on what happens to the privacy of their own bedroom. So even though we don't agree with it, it's in the privacy of their home, blah blah blah. Like, this is not the privacy of anyone's bedroom. So
Yeah,
it's
man. I don't. Yeah, right. We don't care what you do, but man, you're doing this to children, right? That's the
yeah,
what
and
triggers. is that they would do
It's
And
this to
global.
children and expect try to
Global.
normalize it. You know, it's like, oh,
yeah,
the
and
hate.
there's Satanist Luciferian backwards logic. They're like, this is not sexual. Like, what do you like? What are you guys, some kind of perverts? You guys are sexualizing children. You think that somebody dancing with a kid is sexual, or that all people are like, why are you thinking about kids and sexuality so much? What's wrong with you? So it's like gaslighting and just literally turning everything on its head, reversing everything. And these people believe it too. They're like, this is innocent, it's harmless. We got to quit stigmatizing sex and quit stigmatizing our bodies. Everyone should be naked and everyone should be doing whatever they want. And it's if you see anything sexual or weird going on, that's because you're a bigot and you are a sexual deviant. You're seeing sexual inferences and stuff where they shouldn't be.
I just chop his head off. Don't give a shit what
Yeah,
he's saying to me. Like, yeah,
but
well, bleed on the floor while you say that, dog.
yeah, and it's when you look at it from another light of, okay, how would people get close to your kids and pervert a society? You would just say a bunch of bullshit that sounds nice to get people to get their guard down so you have unlimited access to everyone without anyone raising an eyebrow. So it's like literally wolves in sheep's clothing. They can get in among the herd. Like if they were just looked like a wolf, they wouldn't get close. They'd be like, "Hey, look, it's a wolf. We should move over here. He's coming this way." So it's when you see when you see through their bullshit, um, doesn't matter how much they're speaking paragraphs and word salad. You're like, yeah, but you're not getting near my kid. No, I don't care. I don't care if you beat me in a debate. If you win an argument, no, you're not. I don't care. You can talk around me or would defeat me in logic, whatever you say. It's
So,
not happening. Sorry.
dressing up a 10-year-old boy and making him dance and you throw money at them, that's not sexualizing children? That's not sexualizing children? I mean, there's a strip bar, right? We're not sexualizing women at strip bars, right? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, they'll say even strippers and sex workers and all that they're even though they're objectifying themselves and they're getting naked and shaking their ass on TikTok and all these things and OnlyFans, they say, well, no, we're not objectifying ourselves. You shouldn't. So even if they to like take their clothes off, you shouldn't stare at them because they have a right and freedom of expression to be naked, and that doesn't mean that you should see them as an object. So even if they dress like horrendously like that, it's they have an explanation for everything of why they should be able to do anything they want, and you can't resist or you're a bigot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bigot
just
is like an
put your
English
both
word,
foot
right?
down and just say fuck this. Yeah, I mean, take Globers for example. Over 6 years, just how twisted all their justification for their arguments has become. Instead of just conceding all the obvious points and becoming flat earthers, because that's the most obvious conclusion. They have to constantly just twist until it becomes this, I don't know, not even has
Strange
no
thing.
relation to their original kind of counter arguments.
Yeah,
And that's what's
they all
happening
just
with
argue the
transgender stuff. Is
narrative.
like the longer it goes on, the more just ridiculous it becomes,
Exactly.
because it's all based in ridiculousness originally, the roots of it. So
Yeah, and they have a whole system to back it up. So they got because they've taken control of education systems and academia and the media and all that. So it's like the second you're trying to argue with them, they're only having that argument because it's already backed up by the system. So you have policy and laws in place. You have articles they'll reference. You'll have studies, all these things that they can go back to and link to and be like, see, look, I'm right. So it dupes a lot of people because they're like, well, I'm not smarter than a professor. I'm not smarter than a college group or this scientist, or it's an official news story, so I guess I might be behind the times. I gotta do some thinking.
Yeah, behind the times.
Yeah,
Suddenly
but
we
they're
all got
also not
smarter than nature itself.
right. But they're not smarter than a flat earther too, so they should probably listen to flat earthers.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's I hope people will be able to start realizing that even if people are smarter, people aren't just like they've got this thing built up where the smarter somebody is, the better they are, the more right they are. So like the smartest people would never lie. The smartest people are obviously the good guys. So it's like that's not how it works at all. And a lot of times the smarter people, they're
Smart people lie better because they know how. They know
yeah,
how to
you start
manipulate human
realizing
psychology. So
yeah, they start realizing
the
nobody's gonna
dumb
call me
people
out
tell
because
stupid lies you figure out in 5 seconds, you know?
well, you
Right.
think that the smartest people, the thing, if you're the smartest guy, if you, everyone loses debates against you, you know a lot more facts and you know a lot more data and you understand things better, people start to accept, all right, this guy knows what he's talking about. So then, if anyone tries to question you, the guy can make you look like an idiot. So people don't question you as much. Then after a while, the people realize this. There's a lot of people that are like, oh, I can kind of just say what I want, and if anyone calls me on my bullshit, you can make them look like an idiot. So a lot of those people start lying more than anyone.
Yeah, it's this whole idea if you're not offending at least somebody, you're not speaking any kind of truth, you know? And everybody's so just afraid to hurt a few feelings, to speak their truth, you know?
Yep.
And it's tenfold when it comes to the transgender.
What about what about when they offend us, right? What about when the law or policies that they pass offends people, right? Fair enough when people won't say things to offend other people, but what if those people are offended, right, by what is being said, on the news or what will you do, right? You're gonna let people offend you, but you can't say what is true because you might offend those people who are lying to you. Wow.
Yeah, well,
Oh, you don't want to go there.
Yeah, it's like Inception. Inception, like a Russian doll, right? Doll in a doll in a doll in a doll.
You can't handle the truth.
But yeah, ever since I noticed they're using our empathy like against us, and that so they're like guilt and shaming tactics, like the biggest things they use, like anytime anyone tries to appeal to my empathy or like
that's
tries to
the
guilt me,
only thing they
shame me,
use,
I
man.
like
The
immediately
only
go
thing.
against it. So if somebody starts like, just imagine if you were like, and they're like, even if they're right, I'm immediately going to resist and go against that because it's just constantly used to keep pushing people into areas they don't want to go. And I noticed I got pushed way off to where anywhere I would want to be, and it's because of that, because appealing to empathy and like imagine if you were this person, imagine what it was like. But it's just it should be a strength. I mean, it is a strength to have empathy and care for people, but it's like it's a vulnerability too. It's an entry point, so it's a way they've got access into us and get us to do things that we shouldn't do. They're
Yep,
gonna shut
emotion.
that.
It's a big
Every
inversion. The claim is that all of us are intolerant people and the transgenders are the most tolerant people, you know. Where it's the other way around, you know, we're the tolerant people and they're the intolerant ones. If they were more
Yep.
tolerant of just how things are, things would be fine. There'd be no. I mean, I hate giving this topic even any light because it really is just it's an illusion
It's
how
twisted.
big this thing apparently is. It's just the media that constantly pushing this shit and just vocal minority on Twitter and whatnot. But it's not as pervasive as it's made out to be, you know.
Yeah, it's like a trick, like the
And
shadow on the
we're
wall.
playing into it. We are growing it every second, you know. the more attention we give it.
Yeah, I have a friend that has a 14-year-old, and the 14-year-old was saying gay rights. And that was the, word of the day, so to speak. Teenagers, they want to say something, they get hooked on it. And I had to tell them that there's no such thing as gay rights. That doesn't exist. And the idea of it is complete propaganda. It's equal rights. Everybody has the same rights. There's no rights specifically designed for what sexual preference you have. Like, what are you asking for when you're asking for gay rights? Like, everybody's the same thing for everyone, right?
Yeah, you're creating the division right there. As soon as you say it,
Exactly. The term itself implies something that's not a reality, and it's confusing to people, and they go with it. And they go with it because they think they need to fight for something. Like, yeah, fight for them. It's like LGBTQA rights. It's like, what do you want rights? You're talking about privileges now, right? Like, it's no longer about rights.
Always been about
equal
privileges.
rights.
I think it's rebellion against the creator, because the hate, it's the hate that they have for the society that the creator actually, would want us to have, right? With these, this is a man, this is a woman, right? We get together and we have a family, right? And then we raise them up to be better. And they hate that. They hate
Yeah.
the family.
That's like anti-human, anti-family, anti-natural, anything natural. I think somebody here has actually had a good analogy or metaphor or whatever. They're like, it's like training a fish to think like the water is poison and that he's being oppressed by the water. If only he could get out and fly, and he would sit there all day and be stressed out and angry, depressed that he can't fly like the birds. Like, this is what
Yeah.
the water is holding him back, and also the water's poison. It's just teaching us that everything natural and everything where you're supposed to be and what's good for you is bad.
Yeah, the climate change, right? The global warming. We're like a virus.
The idea that the creator is
Poison.
flawed, the idea that the creator is flawed, that he is unfair, that he is judgmental, that he wants everything his way, and I want things my way. It's the idea that the creator made a mistake. I don't agree with him, and therefore he must be flawed. Maybe he's not the ultimate. Maybe, you know what I mean? It's that idea that you can be a god, I think. Rebellion.
Yeah, I've
So
seen a lot of
obvious. Go ahead, bro.
I've seen a lot of anti-God memes lately. They're been cranking them out. But then I've noticed a lot of the anti-religion stuff. It's like you had a small window, like when it was convenient to kind of shit on Islam, but for like the majority, for the vast like amounts of time, it's like when it goes to shitting on religions, it's like Christianity is like the only one really that's on the books for like tearing down religion, and religions are bad and God's bad. But you can't say like God's bad like Judaism, the Jews are bad. You can't say like Hinduism and or like those people over
Well,
there are bad.
right. Well, I or you can just say the two biggest religions in this world that are against homosexuality or these kinds of things, right? Those are the religions that need to go, because it's ignorant, that way of thinking. It's not progressing the human race forward, right? These are the two main
Yeah.
religions, Islam and Christianity. If we can get rid of these two religions, make them fight, call them bigots, right? And then we can have our one world religion.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. I seen they had a
Albert
flag
Pike.
there.
they had a flag. It's like the rainbow flag and the U.S. flag. And it's like one of these flags stands for global homo, like the NWO agenda and pushing homosexuality down your throat and all these other types of degeneracy. And they're like, the other one is just a stupid rainbow flag. They're like saying that they're using America, the military industrial complex, to like bring freedom to your country, which basically just meant allow opening the door for homosexuality and then democracy and capitalism, which all happen to be things that democracy and capitalism is things that are manipulatable. So people feel like they have freedom, but they're trained like playing chess. A chess master is very good at it and is going to beat you. They're trained at manipulating democracies and economies. So if they bring uh, their their markets there and they bring their democracies, they know how to manipulate those so they can assume control. While
Yeah, most
saying,
people don't even realize they're in a chess game to begin with.
yeah, it's like, oh, we got freedom, we can vote our own guys and all this, and oh, we can finally say what we want on Twitter and social media and the internet. But they don't. All these things, they're mastered on how to manipulate those things. So when they bring you freedom, and it's a good system for them to use too, because it's not just a base level thing where you come in as a tyrant and say, hey, I'm in charge now and you're going to do everything my way. It's they add a bunch of layers to it and muddy the waters a bunch. So for the most people, it looks like you do have freedom. And then some people are like, well, I mean, it's yeah. There's a lot of shady stuff going on, but it's better than before. I got a couple more things I can do, and so for the most part, people feel like they've got more freedoms. Things are going better. They don't know is that the people are very, very good at manipulating these systems, and they can have things go exactly how they want for the most part. They set up the framework and then people operate within that framework. So a lot of people would do the work for them without even realizing it. Yeah, so installing democracy and freedom means you're going to get a central bank and then a bunch of other stuff, the economic markets and the marketplace of ideas. Your internet and everything else will be controlled and it'll be steered and gently and lightly, so most people won't really recognize what's going on.
Freedom ain't free. But like if you think about it, freedom actually isn't free, you know? And I don't mean like the military sense. Like you gotta fight. The individual has to fight for their freedom. None of us are free until the world government admits to everyone that the earth is flat.
No, it's the other way around. We're all perfectly free. We just too scared to properly utilize the freedom.
Well, I don't think we are free though, because our government monitors us.
I mean, if you associate freedom with or correlate freedom to free will, then yeah, we are free.
Well, everyone has free will, right? But I just think they limit us in many ways, you know?
Yeah, of course they do. But that's why I mean we don't utilize our free will in the correct way collectively to abolish this kind of tyranny against it. So we have it, you know, and it's getting harder and harder to utilize it. But it's there, you know. It's never not there. It's intrinsic. It's God given.
Yeah, a liar. When a liar admits the truth, right? That doesn't really give us freedom, right? That's not what freedom is.
Right, but I think it's a start. You know, the fact that they try to conquer our minds, you know, without us even knowing, is kind of insane.
Well, I think the truth sets you free. As long as you believe a lie, you can't be free. You're not free to think, and your choices are based on the lie. So free will is not doesn't exist. Your free will only exists within the lie. You know, it's just not truly freedom. But when you know the truth, then you're free to choose.
Yeah, but
Does that work?
we're all just we only know what we know in the moment. Like, who here believes that flat Earth is the final conspiracy?
Oh,
We,
definitely
we
not.
don't
There's definitely some
definitely
more.
not,
Right.
you know. And do we know it?
Right.
Think about
Right.
ourselves back in I don't know 2010, before
Right.
you know.
But even not knowing is true freedom versus thinking you know, right? Or I thought I knew. But when you reset and you say, I don't know, all right, that even though you don't know, you are experiencing true freedom. Like there's a smile on your face. You know you're about to discover the truth. You know, you can, well, I did, I was like, this is great. Even though people are being lied to, as long as you know the truth, you're free to operate. You know what I mean? The way the spirit directs you. However, you're a free agent. Hey, look at that. An
Ignorance is,
anomaly.
yeah, right. Ignorance is bliss, but knowledge is power. I like that saying.
True knowledge, I guess. Yeah.
The greater the wisdom, the greater the sorrow.
Yeah.
Right, right. You know, yeah, right. I mean, that even applies to flat Earth, you know? You try to talk to someone about flat Earth and, you know, they think you're crazy.
Yeah. But it's fine. I would take that sorrow over anything else in the world any day.
Yeah. Once you're red pilled, you can't go back, kind of like the Matrix.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly like the Matrix.
It's like you could even say if you're not suffering in some sense on your path through life, then you're on the wrong path, you know?
Mhm.
Because if you're not suffering, you're not trying to work through something, that means you're not challenging yourself physically, mentally, spiritually, you know.
Right.
If you're content and comfortable, you're either, docile or on the wrong path, moving on the wrong path, you know.
You're not growing. And
Yeah.
if you're not growing, then are you really living? Right?
No, you just
Yeah.
existing.
I tried to blue pill myself a couple times, like trying to
Shit,
go
man.
back and fit in. Like, sup, guys? How's
Did
what's all
you
going
have a fat red juicy steak while you were doing that though? You should have did that. Like, I want
Oh
to be
yeah, what's
someone
that?
important, like an
Sweetest thing
actor.
ever, man. I tried to blue pill myself.
Is it the
Should
one
I
guy?
call Agent Smith?
The one guy, he's like, I love it here, man. Yeah, I tried to go back a couple times. I'm like, hey guys, maybe everything's maybe
You,
Epstein did kill himself. He just got sad in jail. You never know, man. Like, I'm sure everything's fine, but
I forget that meme with Steve Buscemi. He's got the skateboard. What's up, fellow kids, or something, you know?
yeah. What's up, fellow blue pills?
Why
We
I
got
think
why did Cypher say I don't want to remember nothing, right? Nothing, right? Why did he say that, right? Is he trying to say that we are our memories? And if we could erase and replace or manipulate our memories, then that's what we are, right? Our memories. I don't want to remember nothing. Why not? Because I want to be ignorant and blissful as an actor or something cool, right? Like memories.
Yeah.
He's blue
No.
pilled. If Cypher was a person in our world, he would be a globe earther.
Yeah, platypus.
Yeah, exactly.
He'd be like a guy that like he kind of seen out building 7 wasn't exactly up to snuff, but he didn't look any further, and he's like, I don't want to go down all the way there. Yeah, it sucks. I remember a time when it used to be like you knew a lot of people were like there's some weird shit going on in the government and all that, and some actors were fucked up, but you always had a couple few that you're like, well, that's why I like this guy because he's not corrupt by the system and he would never join the Illuminati. So like you had a couple people you could like hang on to and still you could still kind of be a part of the system. You just ignore the bad parts of the system.
What system?
But then just being a part of society. So
The
then
Global Earth Society.
yeah, but then after a while you see it's pretty clear like, oh shit, like any celebrity or anyone that's got any sort of prominence, like they've got to be compromised in some way.
Like
So it's
Snoop.
like, yeah, it's hard to let go of. A lot of people are like, man, I liked that guy. Then you see his name pop up on Cappy's list or Epstein Island. You're like, fuck, really, that guy too? You slowly start to realize that probably anybody that's really big or at a certain point of prominence or notoriety, that there's a reason why they're allowed to be up that high. You're like, fuck.
Exactly.
Weren't the
It's not even
Clintons the
close to
biggest fans of Epstein Island?
Yeah. I think they're all satanic pedophiles, and they have videos of them being pedophiles. That way, if they betray the system, you know, if they expose something that they shouldn't have, they release those videos into the public, and then they're canceled. Like, kind of like what happened to Kevin Spacey.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big part of it. I mean, think about it. That'd be the way to do it. You find one of the most offensive things to humanity, and everyone's got to get their hands dirty to play ball that way. Because you got to let people in at a certain point. People got to be privy to some of the come-ins and goings, to be a part of the club. Like, you can compartmentalize shit, but at a certain point, like, some people got to start, like, it's they got to be in on some of the shit there. You got everyone gets their hands dirty. That way, if anyone breaks rank or gets any fees involved and feeling like doing the right thing, no one's going to take their side. So even if you come out and try and expose some people, they'll probably muzzle that to where it won't get out or alter your story, and then they'll come out with all the shit that you did, and then everyone will see you as the monster. They're not going to listen to anything you say. You're like, they're like, oh, he's this sicko, and he's trying to get a blame everyone else, like, but and I think
Black.
pretty much every part of the system is sickened at this point. I don't think there's not a point.
Well,
Part
if
that's
blackmail is not for that, then what is it for? Who blackmail? I mean, yeah, your girlfriend, she might be spiteful, but damn, this kind of blackmail, like, who does that, right? Who is it for? Of course, they're gonna do that. Yeah.
I think a lot of it would be consensual too, though. Like, like you're getting blackmailed, but it's just a cost entry, like, and you understand why. You're like, yeah, these these people need insurance if they want to put trust in me. So it's like even in prison, people that want to get protection by having backup, by having numbers with you, they're like, nobody gets a free ride. Like you're gonna have to put in work just like everybody else. Everyone's got to get their hands dirty. That way you can't just snitch on everyone because you were doing the shit too. And they'd be like, so you'll just be telling on yourself as well. And they do that with is that like training day? If you want to be a part of a little dirty cop club, he's like, I didn't know you like to get wet. You put so it's if everyone's compromised, it makes it a lot more difficult to turn on the system. What was that? This guy's always saying silver or lead. You can get the so they pay you. You have like a night. You have a great life, lots of wealth, and social. You're you're accepted into all the social circles, and so you get a great, awesome time, or you get like a torturous death, or completely thrown out of society and have your life ruined. So it looks like not a lot of people pass that test, but it's hard to go. It's hard to go against shit to begin with. But when you get all everything good going for you for doing the shit, I don't know. Not
I saw
looking good.
Britney Spears. I saw Britney Spears crying on TV, right, the other day, like a while back. And
John,
I thought to myself, look at this girl, the most famous girl in the world, one of the biggest celebrities ever.
I do.
And she is crying, bawling her eyes out because she knows that there is nobody that she can talk to about what's going on that's going to believe her or listen to her.
Why?
And I imagine a lot of celebrities are like that. Who are you going to talk to?
What are you talking about?
Oh, this Britney Spears girl a long time ago. You know, a lot of celebrities
Is Britney
break
Spears the white
down.
chick?
Yeah, the white chick, you know. A lot of them break down, but you can see in their eyes, right? The horror of of their situation. It's like they're all alone. No mom and dad, not even God is there. So the fear, I mean, you're living a nightmare. Yeah, everybody's praising you and loving you, but you are a freaking prisoner. You're a slave. They fly you from here to there. You do tours and shows until you're full exhausted, like, and there's no one you can complain to and say, "Someone treat me like a human being, please." Right? No one's gonna listen because they own them. You've been owned.
Who's
Yeah,
that?
I know that.
Who's that Hannah Montana girl again?
Miley Cyrus.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
she's all
one.
fucked,
Her
man.
dad. Look at. Yeah, her dad is. And we, if you want to do the
Yeah,
right
you're right.
thing,
Came in like a wrecking ball, right?
yeah.
But yeah, that would make sense why they go all nuts because they know if they say anything, they're going to be found dead of a drug overdose or suicide.
Yeah, they're
It's
used
like
and
they
abused.
crap.
They're used. Yeah, feel sorry for them, but a deal is a deal, eh?
Yeah, and they probably drive them nuts like that. They like it when they go nuts like that. That way, they gives them even more control because it's more believable that, well, you seen how nuts she was. If she wasn't right, like, of course she OD'd or of course she killed herself. Like, she was not happy. She was a very messed up person.
And the work they do, they conjure up, spirits that they call their altars, right? that performs on the stage. You know, and I think that's their escape from the nightmare is when they're in their alter egos on spirit takes over. That's when they feel alive. And when the camera's cut off, they go back to being dead. Dissociate to survive, you know. The brain. Where is that person? You know, which one is the real one? Yes. Oh man. Split personalities.
Yeah, that's
Imagine
probably
all
why they're
those.
going. You know,
Yeah.
some of I was saying some of the time it's probably why they are going nuts. Like their programming is like wearing off. They're like, oh shit, it's like bugging out, tripping. Their code gets all triggered. They got to take them away to quote rehab to retrain to reprogram them.
So you want to be famous. Sign right here. Tick, tick, dotted line, right?
Yeah. What was that one famous movie with George Burns? The Oh God, You Devil. It's like that's basically how the shit is. It's like real. They gotta sign their soul over to the devil.
Yeah.
And they get used up. That was actually a good movie.
What's it called?
It's called Oh God, You Devil. I actually rewatched it a few weeks ago because it was a movie I used to watch with my dad when we were kids. It's really good.
I'll check it out. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty picky with movies, but that was definitely a really good one. It's a classic.
And I think Katy Perry slipped. You guys remember that? I think there it could be flat. That's another big one, right? And who shows up to patch things up? Neil deGrasse Tyson sits her down right in front of the TV. She's just looking like she's being reprogrammed. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen a couple things like that where people like spurg out or they like fuck up, and then you see someone like shuffle them off, and then sometimes after that they need to go to rehab for a couple weeks. I know one of them. I think what's his name? I think it was John Legend, but his wife. They're asking about what's the weirdest place you've had sex or something in public, and then or no, I don't think they said public, but it's a sex type question. And she's like, She's like, probably that. She's looking at John to see what they agree on. Like, well, probably that thing with Obama, right? And then his face, the look on his face. People in the comments are like, that's the look of like, it's like this bitch has got us killed. And then she kind of goes off camera, and then they're noting the people in the background, like everyone in the background, they're looking like, oh shit, like we just had a fucking code 4 slip up. We need some specialists flown in to reprogram this bitch. What did you just say? So she comes back after her wrangler getting her under control. She pops back up and she's like, "Yeah, well, it was before he was in office, though." And then John's like, "Yeah. This is, but even before office, like the guy's like the interviewer puts his arm around him. He's like, John. He's like, John. What are we saying here?" And he's like, "We're not going there. We're not going there." And he's like, "You got to tell me the story." It's like, craziest text you had was the thing with Obama. What the hell
Oh,
is going on? And then that's how they ended. They're like, yeah, it was something before office. But even then, it's like, what the hell? What freaky scene are you guys up to? I only imagine.
Dang. Joan Rivers. Remember Joan Rivers? Everybody
Oh,
knows
yeah.
she's a tranny. It's like everybody knows. And then she did. Yeah. And then she did.
Yeah, that's how they did it's that Breitbart when he started. I forget, but I've seen the images a lot when he's naming a lot of stuff and he's like, I'm probably gonna have a heart attack or something soon, but just know I didn't really. They're just killing me for all the shit I'm saying. And boop. I actually got a picture of Obama.
Shit. Should ask Bill Clinton that question. Have we ever seen Obama go into those, blank stares? Like the way I mean, we saw Clinton, you know how Clinton
Oh yeah,
staring.
somebody linked that here. That was
Obama did that?
messed up. No,
Has
I don't
Obama
know.
ever done that? Yeah.
I actually didn't watch like anything political from I don't know, for a long time. I just skipped over. I was like, this shit's all fake. But I just figured everyone was like scamming for money. Then every once in a while, you got to kill people like the mob. You got to off people like. So I figured there's dirty shit like that, and you kill people here and there and all that. And I was like, yeah, it's evil, messed up, and they're scamming everyone for money. But what can I do? Like it's all scamming for money. So I'll just ignore it, and there's nothing I can do. But it wasn't until I seen like the depths of like the evil and like I was like, oh, like this isn't just about money. Like I can't just ignore this shit. This is way, way, way too far.
Mm. Obama also helped Jay-Z's career. You know that? And he was like, what's your favorite music to listen? Well, I like Jay-Z's new album that just came out. Like Jay-Z? I was like,
Yeah,
I was like,
Hova with the
yeah. I was like, homie, hey dog, like Jay-Z. I was like,
yeah.
man,
He likes all the Illuminati pyramids that Jay-Z likes to show with his
yeah,
Hova.
yeah.
I never even thought about that until somebody had posted it recently. I was like, shit, the whole fucking time.
Yeah. He's the guy that said Flat Earth Society, right? And then, so he promotes, yeah, he's the guy that promotes, puts these people, presidents do that, yeah. And then here comes
We
Lil
don't
Pump,
have
Lil Pimp, right, Lil Pimp? And here comes Cardi B and Joe Biden. Like,
This is
really?
huge. Little pimp.
It's like, oh, he's been promoted to Little Pimp. Good job. Oh, man. President. These are the presidents of the United States of America.
We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society.
Well, please welcome Lil Pimp. Go ahead, Lil Pimp. Say something. Yo, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Yeah, Gucci gang. America. So proud of America. Lil Pump. Cardi B. WAP. #1 song on the Billboard. What WAP stands for.
Yeah, shit's stupid. I got somebody posted this the other day. Find it. Here it is. You got Song of the Year, Wet Ass Pussy, and then it's around the time inappropriate content is when they're canceling Dr. Seuss. There's another one. There's another one when Mr. Potato Head came under fire. Sorry, we got this stupid shit here, but Mr. Potato Head, Dr. Seuss.
Gotta go. That's some weird ass, yeah. We don't need weird cartoons. We need more WAP. Song of the Year, WAP.
Yeah, the women are being liberated by having the option and freedom to work, aka now they're basically forced to work. Almost all families require a dual income household to survive. So we've been liberated. So it's from an elite perspective, it's a really good way to talk people into accepting. You accept the shit. Now you have twice the amount of workers the for production. So you just doubled your workers by giving people freedom, but they erode your the financials to where now you're required basically to do it. So I've noticed now every time they're saying freedom or they're giving you something good, it probably means it's not going to be good for you. But it will sound good, make you feel good.
But it's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to ask people that come here and say that it looks flat, but it is curved, right? I would ask them like this question to test their logic, right? It's like, this person has a penis. Is it a man or a woman? Well, is it? Answer the question. Well, like, you see, now I'm going to show you a straight line. Is this a straight line or is this a curved line? I don't know. Like, no, there you go. It's black and white. Which one is black? Which one is white? Well, if you, this is how people are thinking now, right? Like, black could be white and white could be black. It all depends on perspective. It all depends. It's all subjective. If you want white to be black, then white can be black. It is, to you, it is, right? It's like, no, that's not how it works, bro. Like, what the hell is science?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that new shit. They got that 2 + 2 = 5, and why this is a good thing. I start to explain why math shouldn't be about getting the right answer. That's patriarchal and oppressive. It's one of the tenets of white supremacy is focusing on these things.
Yeah. Common sense is not common sense. Yeah.
But yeah, you do got to do a lot of talking and a lot of programming to get people to reject what they see right in front of their face. It's like when you see stuff that's obviously not real or something, there's obviously a big problem, and they've got to be like, no, there's a reason why it only looks that way, and this is the real answer. Oh, okay. Dang, yeah, for a second I really thought that that wasn't real. All right. Dang,
Yeah.
thanks for explaining that to me. Now I understand.
Right. It's like, oh, okay, so it only looks flat, but because the Earth identifies itself as a ball, right? we should just accept that it's a ball and not hurt its feelings. Globe rights, right? Right.
Yeah, that hurt my brain when I went to the Jim Panda server. I wanted to hear their explanation for at 1,000,000 miles away why the Earth was so big, and at like 238 or 237,000 miles, whatever it is, the Earth is really small.
Tiny.
And the hilarity and insanity ensued. Man, it's like
What was the
holy shit.
funniest? What was the funniest answer you remember them saying?
They were like they had to start. I could tell they wanted to drag it all the way back to like they were like, well, what do you think the letter A means? Basically, they're like,
What
so
the-
they're like,
Holy
what do
shit.
you think?
What the
They're
fuck
like,
is the alphabet got to do with this?
it was some basic ass thing. They wanted to like slow the conversation down and start it. I'm like, no, I want you to explain why in your model does the Earth get bigger the farther away you go. They're like, you got any proof of that?
Fucking
Then
hell.
I just reposted the picture, and I'm like, yeah, there's proof right here. Look, Earth bigger at 1,000,000 miles. Earth small at 37,000 miles. And they're like, okay, so what size do you think the moon is? I'm like, look at the picture. It's right in front of you. The Earth is literally 100 times bigger at 1,000,000 miles away. It's 100 times smaller at 237,000 miles. That is like 4 times the distance almost, or more than 4 times. It's like that's not. No matter what you say, it's like you got to turn your brain on. Your brain is off. Just look at it.
I think if Globers slow down their brain any further, they're gonna keel over and die.
they're gonna forget how to chew food and swallow.
Yeah, something like that, man. This is fucking
Okay,
so.
breathe in and out. All right, keep doing that. All right. Let me cook you some breakfast. Don't stop doing that. All right, I'll be back. Slow it right down, right? What is this letter? Okay.
Yeah. Silly me, I thought they were gonna concede because I think one of the pictures was I thought they were gonna claim like China took it or something and that China's been caught like faking space shit. So I got a lot of people that admit like they easily admit like China fakes shit. So if you show them the Chinese shit where like air bubbles are coming up, they're like, yeah, man, China fakes everything. That's out in the mainstream narrative. It's acceptable to think that. So a lot of people will be like, yeah, China faked that shit.
Yep.
And they're like, yeah, check this shit out. And I feel
So NASA makes the genuine space content and China just does the fucking knockoffs. Okay.
Well, that's what China does, right?
My fake Rolex and my fake fucking is it Jackson footage, man.
Generic ass.
Okay.
Wait. So when I'm looking for a street, right? I'm driving. I can't really read the sign, right? Because it's so small. You know what I mean? But as I get closer, now I can read the sign. Like, did you try that on them? Like, look, this is how things work in the real world, right? Small and far away, bigger when closer. You guys get that? When you go take your driving test, close your eye. Can you see this letter? You know what I mean? But if you get closer to the letter, you can see. I mean, they didn't even go there and try to explain that. Like what were?
yeah. They were like, well, we have a moon landing expert here. And I was like, oh, awesome. You got a professional debunker that will be able to go over all the things that they faked with it. And they were like, huh? They're like, then I was like, oh shit, now I know what I'm in for. They're like, no, we got an expert that knows everything about how it's real, about everything that you are going to
Yeah,
say.
that's easy, man. That's
They're
the
going to give you the
easiest career choice in the
main.
world. It's just fucking hand wave dismiss. There you go. Here's your diploma.
But yeah, that's what fucked me up is I thought they were just gonna be like, yeah, China faked the newer picture, or they must have fucked something up, but obviously we went to the moon. Or I thought they're gonna be like, well, yeah, we were under a lot of pressure at the Cold War, and there's a lot of stress.
we had to have produce something. You know, we couldn't just let that shit happen. So unfortunately, we had to fake that one. But we got the technology nowadays where we can actually go up there and all the shit's real now. So it was nuts when they weren't going to concede a single point. And they were like, no, 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 it's all real. Went to the
Wow.
moon. The new picture's real. Mark, all that shit's real. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, I can't wait to hear you guys think about I don't remember about 9/11, but it was literally every single mainstream narrative. They were like wouldn't uh they wouldn't go off of it at all. Like not a single one. Even
Yeah.
JFK is a lone wolf. Just
Bendy
crazy.
fucking bullets, man. Everyone's bendy with them, you know?
I'm like, guys, really? You're not at least gonna say like the mob did it, like, because they helped him like win Illinois, and like you're
I
not
mean,
gonna
it
say,
was even in the latest Irishman, the movie Irishman.
yeah,
You know, so it's practically becoming a mainstream narrative that the mob had
yeah.
involvement. You know,
That's why I was
and
like,
then
you
we
guys
even
gotta
go
give me
there.
at least say like the mob did it or the CIA or
No, no.
like no, just a lone gunman, a nut, whatever. Like,
Yeah,
oh shit.
and then he dies like the next day. Okay.
It's like this, and they're part of the mainstream thing is how oppressive the patriarchy and white supremacy and the CIA in America is so corrupt, and it's been nothing but conspiring to oppress the third world and minorities for hundreds of years, and they're evil and corrupt. But because this corrupt system said this is what happened, and they didn't do anything of these things, they believe it. It's like so.
It's
None
probably
of it. Yeah, there's no consistency except for believing what the narrative. It's just like the path of least resistance. They know what they're
it's,
gonna catch
it's
shit
like
for disagreeing with, so they just agree with it.
in for a penny, in for a pound with them. You know, they take the whole thing and don't
Yeah,
question a single aspect of anything. It's like
because it
that
is.
right there, kind of like if you're just gonna, go by probability or likelihood that you're wrong. If everything you believe is a mainstream narrative, then you're pretty likely to be wrong on something. You know,
Yeah, I tried to
it's
explain that.
impossible that the mainstream narrative, even if we didn't have the world of conspiracy theories and all that opposing it, if it just was the mainstream narrative and nothing more, it's impossible that everything that comes out of them is correct, like absolutely correct. There's no way.
Yeah, they're immune to everything. Because I explained to them like, well, sometimes guys, like the CIA will come out later and say, okay, we lied about this, but because at the time it was national security, this is what actually went down, and they'll release stuff, the Freedom of Information Act. Stuff like they will admittedly tell you things like the Tuskegee or whatever experiments. They'll come out later and tell you they lied, why they lied, what all they did, and I was like, so now you can assume that some of the things they're lying about, and then in the future they'll come back and tell you what they lied about and why they did it. And like that, this is the mainstream. This isn't mainstream. Like they will officially admit, yeah, we lied about this, and this is what really happened, and this is when we stopped doing it. But that still, it won't even go in their brain. Like it doesn't work.
Yeah,
And
that really irks me, man. Just the way that big conspiracies just slide into the mainstream. They just get acknowledged and then kind of forgotten about, like chemtrailing. It's now geoengineering. It's totally acknowledged. It's out there. You can find it
yeah,
on mainstream outlets talking about it. And
and that's
speak to a Globo or something, you'd be like, "What about this?" So we were all crazy tinfoil hat wearing nutters talking about this stuff 20 years ago, and now it's normal. And they're like, yeah,
Mm.
so it's always been like that. It's never been a conspiracy theory. It's like, oh, okay, fuck off.
Yeah, and that's even mainstream accepted that at all points in in human history, the science has been proven wrong. That theories that we hold and positions that we hold end up getting disproven, and some things we end up being wildly wrong about. So then I'll tell them to extrapolate that and be like, all right, so now you understand some of the things you believe are completely wrong, and we'll find out later that you're wildly inaccurate and your models are totally will be disregarded. And they're like, no, 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 no. Like, no, we've got it all figured out now. We've finally mastered everything and understood it fully. They're like, do you realize they thought that as well at every point in time? They thought they're at the pinnacle of humanity, the bleeding edge of technology. Like we're at the forefront of time. I was like, that's how it was at each point. Like, so you can extrapolate that and realize now some of these positions that you're holding on to are going to be proven wrong. But
Yeah.
it
You
does.
should ask a Glober if they believe so fervently in gravity. Why is the only thing gravity doesn't affect is their goalposts? Because their goalposts seem to just be floating along behind them. You know, they're never fixed anywhere. So they just constantly moving them along.
Yeah, it does really seem like the path of least resistance because instead of like reading and like, instead of like thinking and understanding and learning and really like analyzing and critically looking at things, you can just repeat the answer from the book, or you can say what you know is going to be on Google, and it's like you get a free pass to be smart. And then if anyone, now you know the right answer, and if someone says the wrong answer, hey, I'm smarter than you, like you big dummy, here's the right answer. And nobody can argue with you because you'll be able to use the system to back you up. And you like, whoa, you think you're smarter? You think you're smarter than scientists? You think you're smarter than this university study here? So it's like it's just it's an easy way, and it's a
Smarter than them because they think the alphabet has something to do with angular resolution. If you were in their shoes, though, would you think you could give it up? Like if you were one of the prominent names, you know, the globe proponents, think you could just suddenly turn around one day and be like, yeah, I was wrong about pretty much everything, and become a fly earther.
I think the way they do it, like they set up the key positions that are important. They make it it's like it becomes a prestigious thing, and you have like you have a good life. Like you have a prominent position, you're socially accepted. Like if you're a scientist or a doctor, like these positions in our society, like even without, you don't even need all the money, like the millions you would get from other things. You get, you get more respect and prestige in society. So it's like you can either, and they basically the way they filter it out, you already got to kind of hold the positions that they're gonna want you to carry, and you learn or you get filtered out if your personality isn't going to match up. Like you got to be willing to go with what's in the textbook and what the professor is going to want you to answer. So these people that make it up, they're already trained in the system, and you can update a little bit and the models here and there, like within acceptable means. There's a framework there, and people can detect the boundaries of it. So you can go off, but there is a calculable range to how much you can veer off of mainstream. So it's like you spend all this work and time and effort to get up into these positions, and the people that get up there, they're really going to believe a lot of it anyways. They're going to really be into it. And even if you aren't, it's like why would you give up your life? Like, you make a good living, you're being funded, you're highly respected, you actually get to do some shit that you actually like to do. So but I honestly believe for the most part, most people up there really are like hardcore believe it, like 100%.
Yeah, I understand for like academia and the scientific fields, but I meant more like um the Globers on YouTube or in Gen Panda server, like whatever you would call them, the main names.
No, I
It's
don't think
I
so.
think it's the most telltale sign that they're completely like they're put in their positions. You would call them shills or whatever, but they're taking orders. To
Yeah,
just deny endlessly like the most obvious things is just gives
yeah,
the game away with them.
yeah, and I think like for um for a lot of them too, it's like a quick shortcut. They get to be on the same par with like top scientists. They get to
Yeah,
be like
yeah,
in.
it's what you were saying just before. They get to have their respect of the peers around them and yada 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 and feel
So they,
smart. They're on the
yeah,
they're in the mainstream paradigm and everything goes and it's easy.
yeah, they memorize a couple formulas and a couple of the talking points and debunks, and then now in the community in their mind, they're like basically a scientist too. So they get the shortcut. They don't need a ton of degrees and years of education that some people would take. So a lot of
That's
people,
funny because they would ask you, "Oh, what's your credentials to, say the globe Earth doesn't exist?" And you would say, "Oh, well, I've been studying the topic for 5+ years or whatever." And they would say, "Oh, well, YouTube research, yada yada yada." That
yeah,
doesn't count. And then you say, "Okay, well, so what's your credentials then? I don't see any PhD behind your name." And they're like, "Well, I've been studying the topic for 5+ years." So, and then we have to, okay, always with their double standards. And by studying, it's just regurgitation.
Well, they've got all the scientific community behind them. I think that's what they're appealing to, right? That they're just relaying the
Yeah, but I mean,
information.
asking them specifically
Yeah.
what proves their ability to be able to understand the information and reason it out properly. It's like because that's the whole idea that scientists it's not only just the PhD title. It's that when you are a scientist, you somehow unlock this method of mind that allows you to analyze the natural world that the rest of us, don't have. You know, that's how they view scientists. That they get this special ability of mind when it can be further from the truth.
Right. Right.
yeah, it takes years and years and years of brainwashing to get somebody to ignore shit that's like right in front of your face.
Yeah, if you ever go back in and you get on that topic of the size of the Earth again, you should record some responses.
Yeah, they, they didn't like they're they were I don't know, they were liking that. They ended up taking my image roles. They didn't want me to post the Earth being too big. It's just like such a blatant fraud. Like a lot of the things are like some things are a little dicey here and there, like maybe it'd be evidence, but it's not really a proof. Maybe it's just a little iffy, or you can kind of bullshit someone into believing in a crap story. But some things are so off, and like it's just right in your face. It's like, let's hear you learning bullshit on this one. It's like, oh fuck. this is gonna take the long end. So, like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I don't go there and talk to those guys there. I feel like those people are there, right? To get us to talk to them about the wrong globe model. You know what I mean? Right?
Wrong globe model.
Yeah, and instead of even addressing their own globe model, they come and present the wrong globe model. Right? And then they jump through hoops and we're talking about these things and they don't have explanations or answers because they come from NASA. Say, you just keep you running around in these circles, you know what I mean, of ridiculousness and nonsense. Now, I'm not saying you're wasting your time there, but I think that's what they're there to do, to waste our time and energy. But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
clear I don't
normal
have a
people,
baseline with these guys.
normal people aren't like that. You know what I mean? If you talk to people
Yeah,
who
it
don't
was
have
a
an
really cool.
agenda,
Yeah, that was a huge waste of time. They, I can't even type now either. They took away. They gave me a role that says just shit. They didn't ban me, but they took away. I can't. First, I couldn't post pictures, and then they muted me, and then they took away my. I couldn't even. I can't even see the text channels. I can only see the trash, the new arrivals, and they pinged me in there. They're like, you can only post it here from now on. 'Cause this is where you belong. Like, post me to the trash channel.
Global approved content.
They changed my role. I'm not there at the role. It's just shit.
yeah. And what's the most annoying is they'll say things like, "Oh, you guys ban Globers when they come here and they try to present their argument. You ban them for that, right?"
No, we
So when you
don't.
go there,
Like
they
10
try to turn that on you and say, right? They ban you and say, "Well, you guys do the same thing to us." You know what I mean? But it's not even about that. That's not why they were banned. They were banned because they were presenting the wrong Globers model, like on
Yeah,
purpose.
yeah. They were threatening to dox one guy, and then they were alluding to it to me. One of the mods or actually it's like a lead mod. He's like, you want to bet me $20? He's like, I can find out your real name, social medias, and all that. 20 minutes. And I was like, well, I was like, I make my own money, I own my house, and I don't use social media, so there's nothing to fucking cancel me from. So I don't really give a shit. But yeah, somebody had warned me about that, but I wouldn't win. How people like that are if you like
That would be
stick.
that would be discrimination, though. That's all kinds of lawsuits.
Yeah, they're like, but I could see how people would fold under that pressure. Like if you had like a normie job, like in a cubicle, or you were in like a white collar profession, or say like I was a dentist, or and
Yep.
your church, if you're on like say you got your church and your family and all that on Facebook and all this stuff. So then they go in there and like take some shit and they're like, oh, this dude a flat earth, or like they'll sitting there calling me a faggot and a bunch of other stuff. So they'll like cuss you out constantly, and then you say something. That was the thing. They gave me my first warning for caps, because I caps one word out of a sentence. So they cussed me out like 10 times, and they're like, first warning, no caps. And I'm like, are you joking? It's like, I can see how this is going to go. I'm going to get a fair shake around these parts. It's like, it is like some
Yeah, they
small
are easily triggered.
Alabama justice here. Not going to get a fair trial.
Yeah, I
But
mean, them tactics, you're right, they do work on, people are just scared of that type of stuff. Or
I went there. I went there once. I don't know, 4 years ago or something like that. And I didn't go there as a flat earther. I went there just as a, whatever they called it, intellectual, whatever they had. And we weren't talking about flat earth. We're talking about all kinds of stuff. But my points that I was bringing up, right, kind of goes against the narrative. You know what they did? They stopped and say, "Wait, are you a flat earther?" That's
Yeah.
what they said. So see,
too
flat
much
earth
sense
wasn't
in your
discussed.
argument.
Exactly. It's critical thinking. That's the enemy,
Yeah, they
right?
hate
That they
that shit.
yeah.
That's what they accused me of because I went as a globe earther. I was like, I'm globe earth too, guys. And I was like, I wanted to figure out why they faked some of this shit. Like, tell me about. So at first, I was like, what kind of server is this? Do you guys just believe whatever is on like CNN or Google, or do you guys have any like critical thinking where you like question some stuff? And their answer was ridiculous, but it's like kind of they tried to do some thinking, but they're like, well, what exactly would you disagree with on CNN? Like, all right. But I was like, yeah, I I'm for I'm for COVID, I'm pro COVID, um, globe Earth. But I had a couple questions on something here. But it's like everything you try and critically analyze, they're like, you're probably a flat earther.
I can't remember who said it in here a while back, but they said the Globers are just the most forgettable people. They're just so boring in every way they think and talk and just what they believe. And I agree, they
Yep.
are. They're so boring.
Yep.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Let me. They don't even have to open their mouth, and you can sum up their entire personality. It's like mainstream. Yeah, okay. See you later.
Yeah, it was pretty fun for a minute, like busting their balls, but they start to play rough pretty quickly though. Like there's I think D-Mock, somebody named D-Mock, they're like 40 versus 1. Like they weren't debating. They're just straight cussing each other out, like muting them so they're like 5 of them cussing out. Gets a little rough. Then the doxing thing to me, that was like, what are you guys doing? Like that's ridiculous. It's like you're basically just aggressively trying to shut down people from holding an opinion or questioning things. Like that's a whole new ballgame outside of like online. Yeah, that's beyond like an online argument. Because that's the point I was going to make. Is they'll insult you and attack you a bunch, and then when you respond back, they'll screenshot it, and that's so then they try and bait you. Yeah. And then the one time I said hello, and they recorded it. So they were like trying to keep track of my voice or something. But it's getting really creepy. I'm like, holy shit! I thought we were just having a friendly chat, guys.
All right. And what happens after he doxes me? He's gonna come here and kill me. He's gonna call my employer. Like, are they like, bro? You're taking this a little bit too seriously, man. Right? Like, you're going to spend your resources to chase that guy down, right? And then you're gonna spend what the next 2 days annoying his family for what? To prove that the Earth is a ball. That's why you're doing that. You know what I mean? Like, this is a little bit too personal, eh? Like
They have
something
a
religious and hateful about it.
Man, they can't let go.
But yeah, I think they purposely they try and bait you on certain topics too that they could get you canceled for. Because I know they kept trying to give me like an official statement. Some of the normie hot button issues like trans or COVID, and like a couple other things uh, I think even BLM or something they're asking about. And I'd seen them screenshot other people that would be like cancelable stuff. So, and They seem like the type of people that do that. 'Cause there's a ton of people that do that on Discord and Reddit, where they'll like brigade you, then like they'll email your employer and track you down, your spam your Facebook, and all your family and friends. They'll spam everyone and just harass the shit out of you till everyone will want to like unfriend you or throw you out of your friend group.
That's a lot of work. I'm just saying. That's a lot of social engineering work.
Well,
Yeah,
they're not
they're
putting any
definitely
effort into actually thinking, so they've got the time.
they definitely have a lot more energy to fight those battles than I do. I was okay to like dick around online for a little while, but not like make a career out of it, like a life mission. But it's weird. I was like, so you guys got a whole server to prove the Earth is globe? I thought it's just known. According to your own theories, it's just so evident and widely established. And got a giant cope server here that someone didn't believe news. Somebody dared question Google, so now we gotta have a server to fight everyone why the news is correct.
To dox people that don't conform for Google.
Give them zero tolerance.
Well, dox away, mate. Dox away. Have fun. Yeah. That's what I say to them. Well, have fun. Good luck finding me. I hope you find me, and I'll buy you lunch.
Yeah. Like, oh, you can find
A
me
beer.
and you can drive with me to Taco Bell. Well, you can pull up next and we'll eat in the parking lot. You're great.
Yeah. So you found me. Good job. Now what? What do we do? Want to go out and have a beer or something? What do we do? Right? Want to fight?
Yeah, I don't
Hands up.
even.
What's up? What are we gonna do now? Mission accomplished.
There's
What an
another
achievement.
report. I don't even leave that much. I work from home. I what do they call that? A siege. I can last a while in a siege. I still got a lot of supplies from when I didn't know how long they're gonna keep all the lockdowns, and like the beginning part of it, like everyone was panicking at the grocery store, and then like the shelves were being emptied and shit. I'm like, oh shit, if they stop stocking this place, could be in a little bit of trouble. So I stocked up on some stuff here.
If somebody threatens to dox you, that means they've probably made sure they don't get doxed back, right? And isn't it against terms of service? YouTube and Discord?
Probably. I've noticed there's a lot of like as policy wise, like places they like algorithmically will moderate people unproportionately, like according to their beliefs. But also the people that are like globe believers and like the ultra like radical left, they have a lot more energy to report people and chase people down. So a lot more people will take the time to report violations on the left side of things. Like they're very active, like militant, and they will report every tweet. They'll report every video and every comment, and then they'll report back to their little Discord group or Reddit subreddit. I found another bigot, and then everyone will go brigade them, and then they hunt people down and do raids. They have a lot. So it's like twice as bad because they not only moderate unfavorably to push their beliefs, but their goons are also just reporting more. Because there's still some people They will get banned or censored for violating rules, even though they have the right ideology, but it's not as often. And then the other people, more often, they'll just like ignore it and move on with their day. They're not as like social media obsessed. There's not a really comfortable place for most people that are like critically thinking, because you see most of it is bullshit, and you see a lot of people spreading a bunch of bullshit, and you can see it's actually getting worse. It's not getting better, so it's not really a place you would be.
They might as well say the government never lies, and right. I mean, they may as well say they're the government.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like they literally believe government would not lie. There'd be too many people in on it. And yeah, there's a couple bad apples here and there, but most people are good and they would know. Right. So exactly how is this system conspiring to oppress everybody? It's, it's hard to follow the logic. Monolithic, oppressive system that's like got racism ingrained and patriarchy ingrained in every fabric of it, toxic masculinity everywhere. That is just corrupt to the core, but it's honest and wouldn't lie.
Yep.
I guess maybe in their views, like they're the resistance, and they're just now, because they fought so hard, their guys are starting to get some footing. We're finally starting to get some change here.
Well, if they're not flat Earth society, then who is? Ha ha ha. Because president, flat Earth society, Gem Panda server, right? That's what it looks like to me. Who else do we have? No one else. Who is out there debating the flat Earth society, right? And who is the flat Earth society that's defending it, right? Exactly. It's Gem Panda server. All these goons. It's YouTube.
Yeah, those guys really hate Jin, though. They're somebody like casually brought up something about Jin. They're like, "Don't even say that name here. You might accidentally summon him." Traumatize the hell out of them. That and that crit. I didn't like somebody here named Crit.
Oh, yeah. Crit, yeah.
And also
He kills it.
Lemon. They hate Lemon.
They hate talking to Lemon Verde.
Yeah. They're hating pretty hard on Witsit too, but you can tell it's like top tier was Jin. Like they don't want to talk to him at all. Lemon they want to talk to, but they want to talk to yell at him and tell them how much they don't like talking to him.
it's really telling with its live streams how few trolls would meet him face to face. You know, I know he gets some people that come up and they're just taking the piss, but they don't want to learn. But you would think if you thinking about like Gem Panda server and stuff that there would be just hordes of people ready to just waste his time.
Yeah. I think they're
But
scared of what's it.
most of the public are just deathly afraid of engaging on any of these questions, these basic
Oh
questions
yeah,
he gives
it
them.
should be. Yeah. I don't give them time of day. That's why I've only been there once, and I was like, nah, I am never coming back here. This place is bullshit.
Made the right decision.
Yeah. He comes
Yeah,
here, and I hear him yelling and screaming. I'm like, what is he doing here? Don't you have a server? F off, Jim Panda. Screaming, yelling, and screaming like a freaking. This is their leader, guys. This guy, out of control.
yeah. It's like every once in a while when you're like have the energy, if you wanna like just start some shit, kick some dust up, and get in there and duke it out, it'd be fun. But then take it too far, it's like it's not even worth it to do that. Like, who needs somebody like trying to what do they call that, DOS or something, and they fuck up your internet? Like, who knows? They'll
Yeah.
try and DDoS me, but
Yeah. Not even League of Legends is that toxic. League of Legends is probably the most toxic game.
I've been playing some League today.
Oh, really? That yeah.
I haven't played like. Well, I didn't. I took. I was on. I played like season 2 through 4. Then I
Yeah.
didn't play for like a year ago. I played for a couple months, and then it's been like another year. And I just started yesterday and today. I played a couple matches.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always a shit show from the jump.
The most toxic game in the world is not as toxic as Gem Panda's server. It's like it's ridiculous. This is a game, and it's normal for people to get toxic, right? This is a debate server, and and yeah, you're doxing people and threatening them. Like what? Yeah.
Yeah, they had a picture of Witz, his mugshot. You know them.
Yeah.
The app where you can make like a still photo, you can make them sing and do all this shit. So they got his mugshot singing like "Oops, I did it again," like making fun that he got arrested. It's like a lot of pretty like down in the dirt tactics. Got a lot of low blows.
That's cool. I mean, I smoke weed. I can get arrested, but it's not going to change anything, right? It's like,
There's like one guy they doxed and they found out that like he lost his teeth or he had to get like the dentist had to remove his teeth. So it's like that was the only thing they're on about is like talking shit and meaning about his teeth. It's like you're not even debating the topic. You're trying to find like any personal thing to like strike at the person. It's like, oh, I see the game, just shit posting. It's not. Nobody's really looking for any like debate or any information.
yeah, they want to depress you so much that you kill yourself, right? Is that their goal? Is that what they
Yeah,
want? That's a lot of
might be.
hate, and I think that can shut their server down. Hate speech. I mean, you don't have to exaggerate it. It's right there, right in your face. Look at this hate.
Yeah, they definitely seem very hateful because it started off like fun, like just kind of trolling and all that. But then like when they're actually start to unfairly moderate and stuff, gets a little annoying. Then they're like, once the like all the personal attacks and like, it's like talking shit and stuff is all right. Both people and all that, but when you
Yeah. Well, I
silent
would like
people.
let me just make this announcement then, just so everybody's clear, right? Yeah, we don't do that here at this server. Yeah. We don't dox people, right? Here, when you come here in the welcome, we tell people, do not give out any information that could dox yourself, right? We protect people here, right? I just wanted to make that announcement, right? We're very different. I mean, you can always shut them down for that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it is weird. Like, why are they saving like my voice clips? Like they're trying to save some soundbite to send to my fictional employer or something.
Oh, so they can send it to the NSA so they can find your voice print wherever you left it and dox you that way. Unless they know how to do that.
Because they're
Anybody,
trying to, for like that incident right there, trying to like compare it to somebody else because they thought that I was somebody else, like that was trying to sneak back in or something. They're like, so they brought up they had a file on him. They like brought up his file. We're comparing his voice and no, it's not him.
They had a
It's like,
fucking file on some other guy. What?
like, holy shit. Like, I'm just fucking around, guys. Good.
God, that's so sad, man. You gotta keep files on people.
yeah.
Yeah, they were like,
Do they
I
have
don't
any
know.
files?
As a kid, because they're trying to look through my post history and stuff here. There must be some of them, yeah, because I know some people here are still on their server there. Like, some of the people are more like tedious and autistic about deep dive. Like, oh, it's a little too creepy.
And they start doing this after you were making good points for Flat Earth or against the globe.
It was like, if you try and stick to your point, like if you don't concede ground, like if you just yeah, maybe I don't really know all this. I just I'd seen this. But if you're really like, no, that's not making any sense. You can see it's right in front of your face. That's obviously not true. If you won't back down with your position, then like it starts to escalate. So all fun and games at first is just like, ah, yeah, ha, ha, ha. That's perspective. This one's gravity. Those are their two cure-alls for everything: perspective, and gravity. It's explain away anything.
Yeah, it really is.
So when they say perspective, they're saying that nobody knows the radius of the Earth, right? That's why it looks flat. Right? Like if they say perspective, then I say, what's the radius of the Earth? What's the perspective from a ball that big? I would say that. Well, it's going to look flat. Okay, then what is the perspective if you were on an actual flat plane? Well, it's going to look flat. And what's the difference? You know what I mean? It's saying you don't know the radius of the Earth. If you say perspective, then you're ignoring the radius of the Earth, right? Talking about magic.
Perspective is when they don't want you to trust your eyes. Gravity, like don't trust what you feel.
Right. I don't trust my eyes, but can I trust that the radius of the Earth is accurate that we've been given?
Yeah, of course, man. Figured out
Okay,
shadows 2,000 years ago.
right. Yeah. So if radius, right, then ball, right, then curvature, right. I mean, it's so easy to work it out, but perspective. I was like, nah. That's what flat earthers told them, like what, 2016, I think, and then they finally got it right, 2018, I think, and now they're using it. It's like, oh, took you long enough.
Like they get real wishy-washy on the apparent horizon. Like they fumble quite a bit around with the horizon questions. Didn't really nail it down.
This is what happens when you got to defend an absurdity.
Mm. Some of them come here and they'll say, if I took you to space, if I was able to put you on a rocket, they ask, if you went to space, would you then believe that the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah, and if I went to Narnia, I would believe in Narnia, but it's not gonna happen.
Right.
So.
But there's a problem, right? There's a problem. When we get to 128,000 feet, it still looks flat, right? But you say it's still a ball, so let's go higher. But remember, perspective is why this ball still looks flat. So when does perspective stop working, right? And then all of a sudden the horizon snaps down into a ball. When does that happen? See, that's the problem with what they're saying. You have to believe in magic.
Just the fact alone that the ground rises up to eye level debunks our whole model.
Exactly.
The sky should take up a bigger ratio of your frame.
Yes.
If it was a
Yep.
ball.
They're big on that one. They're like, if you could go on a rocket and you could go to space, would you? They're actually
Yeah.
right about that. They're asked everyone that everyone that would debate.
And I love
like,
and I love answering that question, right? Because now I get to paint them the picture of a rocket leaving a ball, right? And when you start to paint that picture, well, you'll start seeing it come out even more. You're like, see, somewhere up here, right? This horizon must magically snap into a ball because it's not conforming to the radius, right? They have to tell you that up there somewhere it magically snaps into a ball because perspective. That's what they're saying, right? Perspective keeps it looking flat until you get up high enough and then boop, it turns into a ball.
Yeah.
It just snaps down. Yeah.
Like, how
Is
many
that what you mean? Yeah. Is that what we'll see? Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, they wouldn't even admit that before. Like before, they'd say you could see it from a mountaintop or you could see it from a plane. A lot of people here are like, yeah, sometimes I'm on top of my house. Sometimes I see the curve. Like they literally would not even admit that, and they would have official photos, like 100,000 feet. You can see the curve. Oh my God! And they wouldn't admit it until somebody goes up higher, and it's still looking flat as hell. And they're like, whoa, of course you can't see the curve. Are you crazy? The Earth is so big, and that shit is flat. Like, whoa, what happened? I thought you said from the plane you could see it, and I thought you could see the boats going over the curve and all that. They literally use all these things until you catch them. Then like, well, of course that's not. Like, would be crazy.
Even before I was a flat earther, I had to really force myself to imagine I was seeing the curve from an airplane. I remember like not being convinced, even though I had no idea of flat earth at that point.
Yeah, I never
I
even
was just
looked.
like, oh, no, on you go. Sorry.
Yeah, I never even looked. I just never even was interested or thought about it. But then this one time I was like, well, let me when I was finally like looking at it, I was like, well, they're kind of right. That shit does look flat. Let me look into this shit.
I was standing on a Navy ship in the middle of the ocean. I looked around and it was like, and oh, look at this lovely globe. It's so. I was on a I was on a ship, looking around, thinking I saw it. I'm seeing it, Thought I saw it on a plane too. It's in my mind, right? It's not out there, it's in here that I see it. When they say it's so big, right, that it looks flat, they're basically saying they don't know how big it is. So you gotta stop them right there and say, stop. You sound like a person who has no idea how big this thing is. You gotta stop them right there.
It doesn't matter how big it is, man.
Yeah.
You rise up, the horizon should fall away from your eye level, irrelevant of
Yeah.
size.
Exactly.
It
Even
doesn't.
if it was the size of the solar system, the horizon will still drop down. Maybe at 128,000 feet, you'll probably start noticing it, right? But it'll still drop.
For our claim size, absolutely.
At 128,000 feet, I'm already thinking it's probably the size of the solar system because it's not dropping. It's the only way it can be locally flat, no matter how high you go up. If you think about it, perspective, right? And there's this radius number that they use for gravity and all this crazy stuff going on in space. I'm like, what's all this then? What's an astronomical unit if the Earth is the size of the solar system at 128,000 feet? Now this is distance to
Starting to get big.
Andromeda.
It's a big ass planet.
Right. How do you measure stuff anymore if the curvature is wrong? That's the crazy thing, when you tell them at 128,000 feet it looks flat, right? That means the Earth is way bigger than you could ever imagine. But no, they want you to believe that it pops down somewhere up there. Boom, snaps into a ball. You can take a picture.
Yeah, it's like they're wizard priests, their scientism religion. It's like they start LARPing and then like they just start tacking on more and more bullshit to it. And then like because it's got enough prominence, like they can't go back on shit. So they just like keep slapping more shit on to keep the bullshit going. It's just become like fucking wonkier and wonkier. Like like guys, try a quick experiment with me here. Take a straw. Now drink your juice. Now, now imagine the immense pressure in the infinite vacuum of space. How is that not sucking up all the atmosphere and water on the planet when you can overpower the forces of gravity with a straw? A 2-year-old can do it. It's like it's not making a lot of sense here. I think we messed up at some point along the way.
Well,
Like
they'll
that.
tell
Yeah,
you that.
but the atmosphere is a container, man. That's how it is.
Yeah. They'll say something like, "Oh, gravity is not that simple." Something like that, right? No one here is an expert on gravity. You can't just say and gravity is not going to behave like that just because it makes sense that it should behave like that. Like we don't know what gravity really is, though, so we can't really explain how a 2-year-old can do that, and yet the Earth, the vacuum of space cannot, right? So we're still trying to understand how gravity does it. Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, the magic of gravity. Yeah.
Like it's like you got to try and imagine in their model how big and vast space is, and almost all the entirety of it is empty space. There's barely any matter, is just specks of dust strewn among the vast emptiness. There's like all that tremendous astronomical like force, and it's apparently it's not going to do anything. Like it's I don't know. You can see the gifs or people post of like uh, a metal container or train or something getting the vacuum pressure like
Yep.
basically imploding it.
Yeah.
Oh, the tanker cars.
Yeah, those things that's a pretty powerful force.
Yeah, they just crumple like a fucking soda can, you know.
Yeah, and they got these jackasses up in space with their space suits.
With their
I seen it
guitars.
on the moon
Yeah,
missions.
yeah.
On the moon missions, they had zippers like that secret
With
pressure.
shoelaces, bro. Shoelaces, right? Bootlaces. Velcro boots, man. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be sealed up. No.
And they're flopping all over the moon. Like, oops, you don't one tiny cut, you're gonna get sucked out, your brain ripped out through your nostrils, and you're gonna get frozen and melted at the same time.
Yeah,
And
so dangerous. Let's go jump around and hop around and roll around on the in space. Yeah, on the moon. As
yeah, they're
dangerous as
falling
space
over.
is.
Like I had to rip my jeans. Like I worked at a factory before. Like I'd go to Goodwill on the half off day because your clothes get ripped so much. Like just uh everyday random machine operator. So just walking around the place, your jeans get ripped open, everything's tearing, and they're flopping all over them rocks. So careful, guy. That's a death sentence. You didn't hear about the vacuum of space?
Yeah.
Like you gotta be careful, man.
No
Watch your
regard
step.
for safety. Yeah.
I love the spacewalks, man. Just the astronauts out there for 8 hours, fucking turning one bolt. You know, it's wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit really got me thinking about it when I seen I don't even know how it popped up, but I wasn't flat earth yet, and I didn't even really question space yet at the time, but like I was kind of like wondering if they faked the moon landing, or maybe I thought at that point actually that they went there and they just faked the footage for just in case, or they faked the footage because they want to hide what they're actually doing and they're like way far advanced. But I seen it was a comparison of a submarine crew versus like the ISS crew,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they're like, comparing the pressures of underwater sea and the pressures and dangers of space. And you see
They're
how
just
much deadlier
comparing like
space
the
is.
protocols and the professionality is all you need.
Yeah,
You know.
the
Yeah.
submarine.
What was it? Don Pettit with his what happens if you've got a leak? Oh well, then we got a leak. Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're up
Well,
there
I'm
even
sure
like,
there's
even
something we do, but I don't know what it is.
even the procedures of landing on the moon and doing stuff on the moon is not professional in any. Whoa.
yeah.
Well, what are you guys doing, man? Like,
Yeah, could you
oh
imagine an
my god.
underwater welder? Like underwater welder out there, and his buddy just comes up and slaps him on the ass and starts playing guitar, and he's like, "Oh!"
Right.
He's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, the Major Tom," and he's like, he'd freak, he'd flip the fuck out. He's like, "Buddy," he's like, "You're gonna get me fucking killed here. Like,
Yeah.
we can fucking die out here. Stop fucking with my gear."
Yeah, that's something that's always overlooked by Globers. It's like they just downplay like what would the actual reality be of being on the moon or Mars, you know? This fucking completely dead, barren rock, you know? Everything you know and comprehend is back on Earth. Like nothing is with you. Most inhospitable environments ever, and they think I don't
Yeah.
care who you are and how big your balls are, you'd be terrified, man.
You have to be
Be there.
being awfully careful. Like, oh
And
shit,
3 days wouldn't be enough to, condition you
Yeah.
to it.
careful.
No
If you get
fucking
out of the
way.
state, man, gotta go up to 200 degrees, man. You gotta watch it.
Well, imagine getting dropped off in the middle of a desert, right? 500 miles from civilization, right? Somebody drops you off there and you're supposed to do some research. You could die out there. It's very dangerous. You only have enough. I mean,
Yeah, you have your supplies,
right.
etc.
And let's pretend nobody can come back and get you or something, or I mean, you're away from water. I mean, just thinking about water. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Water, right? That alone is like scary, dude. Like the first thing people do when they try to survive and lost in the middle of nowhere is try to secure water, like, and try not to get hurt because there are no hospitals. If you trip and hit your head there, you're gonna die there. If you trip and break your leg here, you're gonna die there. So people are very careful not to, disable themselves when they're yep, isolated from
Yeah,
society.
you're gonna be doing backflips, singing fucking Major Tom. But
And it's
that
sorry.
submarine crew, though, like they're on point. You could tell they're focused. Like some jackasses, they're doing a documentary. He's like, dude, I got a fucking job to do. Like, our lives are on the fucking line. Like, he was like answering his questions. His eyes were focused on his job. Like, he was monitoring his shit. Like, they got pressure gauges and all types of systems to monitor. He's focused on his job because the crew and his life depended on it. And you could tell his intensity and focus was matched the setting and the surrounding. Like, if we fuck up here, we can all die from it. If shit goes wrong, it gets very shitty very quick. So there's not he doesn't have a lot of patience for uh entertaining, and it wasn't
Right.
like a goofy documentary, but it was still as a distraction. And it's like, hey, like I've got a job, like I'm doing my job, and it's not just like you could tell his life is on the line. Like he's gonna make sure he keep everyone safe, and the people that were maintaining the vessel and all these other things, it was the same shit. Like they had a system down. Everyone knew where they're supposed to be. They were going where they're supposed to go. And then they flip back to the ISS, and it's just a bunch of horse
Just
shit.
a bunch of
Like,
farting retards up there,
Yeah.
compared to submarine crews.
yeah, who's maintaining the fucking system? Who's monitoring the skies for asteroidal impacts?
On submarines, do you see fucking wiring going along the walls like you see on the ISS? All that crazy electrical wiring and shit. You see any of that?
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, God forbid you on Jetson's on a wire, you're gonna kill us all. And he got them back flipping around and fucking off, shooting water everywhere. The one guy was shooting water, bouncing all around.
Yeah. That freaked me out, man. I was like, what are these guys stupid? I was like,
Yeah,
these are astronauts. What are they dumb? I was like, what the hell is going on here? It's like, oh my gosh. If we were ever caught fucking around like this in the wash floor, oh, it's like fucking the brig. Oh my gosh, dude. It's like,
yeah, imagine taking a glass of water and like acting like you're gonna dump it on the control panel, like, oh,
yeah, yeah, bro.
like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Yeah,
Trying to fucking kill us?
yeah. And you're taught in boot camp, right? You're taught in boot camp that your job, the next guy's life, if you don't do your job, the next guy dies. I mean, this is what you have in your head when you finish boot camp. I'm looking after this guy and he's looking after, everyone. But man, these guys is like fucking frat boys or some shit, in the ISS. Like,
That's funny
Yeah,
because
imagine.
sorry, man, when you go.
I was saying, imagine how much more intense it is for space, because there's no rescue mission. There's no man left behind. Like, you're gone, you're gone. So it's got to be a lot more intense. Their training there, like, hey, there's no search and rescue coming, guys. I know we want to. It's a long time to be away from our family and friends, but I mean to come back to my family and friends. There is no fucking around on this mission. Everyone's on fucking point. Everyone at your fucking station. No fucking around. It's like the complete opposite of that. It's like a daycare. Like watching a team of fucking 6-year-olds play with their blocks.
Yeah, it's just the same old shit over and over again. Fucking around with water, fucking around with objects. Like, what science are you doing again? The
Yeah,
sciencey
show and
science up
tell.
there.
It's literally kindergarten. There's show and tell, there's story time and singing, music class.
It's like,
Sesame Street.
have they ever fucking shown anything? It could be like, oh, that's obviously a science station, you know, some
Yeah.
beakers and some chemicals or something, anything, you know. Like, have they even shown any kind of like terrarium where they're growing the fucking lettuce and, you know, I imagine recycling the CO2 into oxygen and yada yada.
Yeah.
What have they
None
ever
of that.
shown? Nothing.
Yeah. Nothing. And
Just
that's what
the
I wanted to
same old
learn.
surface shenanigans.
Yeah. And as children growing up, these are the things that you want to eventually start learning because one day you might become an astronaut. And it's good to know how to do right. They don't teach any like we teach
Yeah,
people how we brush our
the
teeth
only thing
in space.
astronauts just need to fucking pass that kid's shape puzzle game, you know, to go up
Yeah.
there.
I
Yeah,
was
wouldn't
back
that
then.
be the most interesting parts? Like showing like this is literally how we survive. Without
Yeah.
this system going the correct way, like we wouldn't be able to make it up here. And this is how we monitor these systems. This is a schedule we follow, and this is what keeps everything running. Like that would be the most interesting parts there, showing how they're keeping themselves alive.
I mean, have they even shown? Is there even been one image of like a microscope up there or anything? You know, you would think they would take yours like, oh yeah, here's where we're looking at stuff, and they'd show you a sample that they're looking at under the microscope, and you know, just like anything.
Yeah.
For what? How long's it been up there now? 20 plus years? Or was it 30?
Yep.
Yeah, I hope none of the metal gets worn down from all the like micro antennas.
No, man, they fill all their holes with epoxy and shit, and their fingers.
Bubble gum.
Yeah,
No space debris.
well,
Right?
that was the most brazen thing ever, man. To put that image out, that was the what was it, the band album cover or something?
the bullet.
Big
Yeah.
hole. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like people
Look
don't
at the
realize if
bullet
that
hole.
thing got even the smallest hole, it would just implode immediately. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like it's no fucking. There's no time to even identify that you have a hole in the ship. It just implodes immediately.
Oh,
People watch too many movies, man.
It would look like a supernova from Earth, right? Oh, it's a super. No,
Yeah.
that's the ISS. Just imploded. Oh my gosh! Yeah, that's what we should be saying.
2.0. Then you'll have most of the crew that you'll find them alive on Earth, but no, that's my twin. That's not like, wait a minute, you're alive? I thought you died in the ISS. No, that's my twin. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll probably try and do like another traumatic event with the ISS, you know, because it's getting so out of hand to maintain that lie. That
Yeah,
they're
like
probably just going to destroy it, be another Challenger event, you know.
like
Yeah.
they got a lot of Mars shit they've been talking up that like if it starts getting too dicey They might have to pull that to like kill the interest again. They did the Challenger disaster. So they're like, oh fuck, this is this is gonna be. We promised bases on the moon and hotels. Fuck. We wrote a lot of checks. Our ass can't
A lot
cash.
of IOUs, man.
We gotta throw the heat off. How we gonna fucking get these people off our back?
Who knows?
Chat.
Maybe the destruction of the ISS will be the first event to signal in the alien invasion. Who knows?
But I think they're good enough with CGI and shit, and people just kind of believe, swallow all their horse shit anyways. They probably won't really have any problem just staging all of it.
I know, but
But you're,
as you said there, they want to kind of. I think they kind of want to pull back on the IOUs, and getting rid of the ISS would make things a lot simpler.
yeah.
And then they can just say, we can't build another ISS because we destroyed that technology, It's painful to build it back.
Yeah.
It's like, what
But
the
check
fuck are
out
you
this
talking
new.
about? It was there yesterday. Just build another
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. But check out this new Tesla Roadster self-driving car, solar powered, state of the art. Oh yeah, but we lost technology to go to the moon and the ISS. But check out this new drone that can pick you up by itself if you're lost in the middle of a forest. We're actually going to use it for EMTs. Yeah. Right? We lost the technology to go to the moon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that could get real dicey. Like, imagine if our Zoom and all our cameras and stuff gets like 100 times better than what it is, or like your drone technology and all that. Like, that could really start to jumble up the ISS storyline. If you like zoom in, like, hey, look, I can zoom in enough. Chris, can you wave from the window? Like, I can actually, I can zoom up and see. Or hey, I'm flying my drone up here. I got the new super high altitude one. Can you wave at it? I'm zooming my camera in on you guys. Oh fuck. Getting a little too many things can go wrong. I haven't even tried to track the ISS to like catch it in the sky. I know a lot of people are saying that it doesn't match up. It's supposed to be like football field long and has all the different like protrusions coming out of it, like a ton of them. But then like they say like they look at it, or it's like a TIE fighter. It's only got like the two coming
Well,
out,
have
like
you
they slap.
Hey,
ever
John, can you
tried?
repost this link I put in VC so people can see the thumbnail?
Yeah, bro. What do you mean repost? Where?
I dropped it in the
Oh,
VC
yeah.
chat.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just repost it so it's something else there.
It pops up. Yeah.
Oh, they found it.
Up, everyone.
Aha! Oh, hey, Roger. Oh, they found it.
Found what? Curvature.
They found the technology they lost when they went to the moon.
No.
It's
Where
like the
did
Ark
they
of the
hide it?
Covenant.
Where did they hide it? Who found it?
Probably behind the curve.
It was inside the Ark of the Covenant. They had to find the lost Ark. Found the lost
Okay, I haven't
technology.
seen this.
Fucking
Yeah,
the
let me check it
technology
out.
of when a computer took up an entire room.
Now it takes up your entire pocket. Oh my gosh.
This is what's his name?
Era.
Iru.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's cool, man.
Yeah, he does good content.
Yeah, I love his moon stuff where he sticks all the falling astronauts behind, right? He clips all the falling astronauts behind each other. You see how it is been done, right? With the cables and how they've been pulled up, right? You see them
Yeah.
standing and suddenly you see them pulled up.
He was presenting on Globebusters, I don't know, maybe a month back, and he was showing these moments on the ISS streams where they're being interviewed and they get tangled up in their wires, and it's so obvious. You've got Scott Kelly's like hanging upside down for like a good 2 minutes, and he's just in this super awkward position. Like there was 4 of them, and they were told can you all, by the journalist or whatever interviewing them, he said, can you all do a backflip so we can make sure you're actually in space? And they all do a backflip, but Scott Kelly gets tangled up in the wires. You see him like upside down, kind of like 45-degree angle, really super awkward for 2 straight minutes. I need to try and find this footage. It's just so obvious. But Era's great, like just catching all that stuff and just compiling it and pointing it out, you know.
Yeah, they've had some real blunders up there. But lucky for them, it doesn't take much to keep the show running.
You
I
guys,
see it.
remember? You guys remember the vomit comment? People's faces when they're floating and flying. I mean, if you could do a backflip there, right? I mean, those people seem so happy to be floating. But the astronauts kind of like, oh, wait. Oh, shit, dude, you wire. Because they're supposed to be falling, right? They're supposed to be falling around the Earth, right?
Oh, like, come on, guys. Like, we can't do better than this. Like, I kind of wish they would have just faked it all better. It would have been, like, actually possible to just, like, go along with the shit. Take it. So fake, it's impossible to try to believe it. They're like dropping shit. Like one guy dropped a screw or something. It's like, wait, where'd the weightlessness go? It's like, oops, dropped something there, buddy.
Yeah.
And they need to be consistent, right? They need to keep it consistent because
Yeah, we gotta.
otherwise people will if they suddenly turn it up a notch, right? Then people will notice. They will look at the old footage and say, "Well, what's happening here?" Right?
Yeah, it makes sense. Like the moon landing footage is
Right.
all so shitty. It's like if they made it like super good now, they'd be like, wait a minute, did you guys fake the moon landings? No. What are you talking about? You just had bad cameras.
Yeah, bad cameras that work well in space.
So that's why I'm speculating, right? That maybe they will come out with the fact they faked the moon landing because they are trying to go back, right, in 2028. So, and people want to see the Sea of Tranquility and the Lamb and the rover and the flag, right? But they need to be consistent because flat earthers will be all over that shit. So maybe they will tell us it's fake. I mean, Buzz Aldrin is now 90 what? These people are all old, right? So why not wait until they pass away, then come out? Yeah, we had to fake it because of the Russians and the war. We need to push the we needed to push the morality, so we had to do it, right?
They had to win the Cold War. Yeah.
Yeah, all our lives are on the line, all the nukes. It's competition. But yeah, that lady's hair, man, that that eats me up. Like nobody can tell that's just like a shitload of hairspray and stuff. It's like, um, like what are we doing here, guys? And that stupid smile on her face. It looks like somebody making like a shitty like middle school video for class.
I
It's
think they
just
even
fucking
tried upside downing them, like hanging them upside down, because it's like it looks like the blood is rushing to her face. Like, pretty sure she's upside down, man. Like, what the hell's? Oh my god, you guys turned them upside down. Like, oh
There
wow.
is no up and down in space. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it
Right.
literally looked like that. Like if my group had to make a video in middle school and we're just like pretending we're in space and we make it real shittily and we're all like laughing and dicking around because we know it looks so shitty. We're like, oh, look, we're in space. Look at my hair. It's floating. It's like she has the same stupid like smile and laugh. Like she's not even trying to act. She's like this
It's like a
stupid.
Yeah, it's like she's smiling, but it hurts because the blood is going to her head. It's like it's an uncomfortable smile. You know, like
You're talking about the one with where the interviewer asks, "Well, this looks fake. How do we know you're really in space?" Then she points at her hair, right?
Oh,
And
the
then
hello. What do you think the prop is for? Hello, pointing to the hair. Yeah.
yes, and then you had the guy that tries to do a somersault, and the other guy pulls his wire because it's almost getting tangled, right?
Yeah.
yeah. I haven't seen the video. I've seen like pictures and gifs. Yeah,
Yeah, John, can you repost that link there in VC? That's the one with Scott Kelly getting tangled up in the wires. I've linked it to the time.
Yep.
If you watch maybe about 10 minutes in from the time linked, you'll see the whole thing. But if you skip to what is it around around 8 minutes 30, you'll see what I mean. He's in this super awkward position because he's all tangled up.
Yep.
I'm just posting the gif now that with the dude pulling the wire, but you also have the girl with the hair. It's from the same video, right?
yeah. Like what the hell?
Hey, what do you got? I'm gonna give obvious it be flat Earth roll. What say you guys? I want to give him the
Yeah,
link roll. Yeah. Yeah.
I say yes.
Yes. Yeah. And I'll
Oh,
give you the link
thank you.
roll so you can post the links again. Yep. So when you post
Awesome.
links, it should come up. Yep.
Thanks very much.
Yep. Welcome to the
Man,
server, bro.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Thank you.
Good to have you. Yeah. Hey, there's a wire grab. Like, bro, calm down,
yeah.
bro.
What
Calm down.
what the heck is supposed to be grabbing there? That's why. Yeah, I was trying to tell my one of my friends about them faking shit in space. So I wasn't gonna go full fucking flat Earth on him, but he was like, he misunderstood because I was telling him about Mars first, how they found that lemon thing and how that thing is mostly only native to areas like on Devon Island. So he misunderstood at first, and he believed that they found life on Mars. He believed that, but then I was like, no, 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 no. NASA has this whole setup here, and they fake the footage on Devon Island, and they just tell us it's Mars. But he wouldn't believe that. He believed there was life on Mars before he would believe that they faked the footage there. So like now, he wouldn't even like. Because I would have showed him shit like this, like that wire grab there, like it's so obvious. But a lot of people like that, I noticed they like get angry and like they won't even like talk about it or discuss it. if it's something that like they think is real, like they don't even want to talk about it.
So Globers have a way out of this one. They will tell you he puts his pinky in his pocket and then pulls him. That is their rebuttal.
Oh, right.
You can account for all of his fingers in all of the frames.
Yeah, I don't see a pinky going into a pocket.
This is what they tell you, right?
Man, that would hurt your pinky. Like if I rolling over in the bed, if my pinky gets snagged on the blanket, that shit hurts. Break your finger.
No, let's see. He's obviously grabbing a wire, right?
Right.
Look at that.
But Globers will tell you he's putting his pinky in his pocket and then grabbing him, because he was floating away.
Oh, kind of like the curvature, right? It only looks like he's grabbing a harness, right? Okay.
Yeah, you'd use your middle finger or index finger or like the grouping of those two or three. Like grabbing something with your pinky like that, your pinky bends to the side. You can sprain or fuck your finger up really easily like that.
You won't get hurt in space ever. Nobody has ever got any illnesses or diseases or diarrhea in space. Can't happen.
Yeah, because I always instinctively put my pinky in my friend's hand to pull him closer to me when he's about to trip, right? Yeah. I mean, we all do, right? I mean, come on, it's a natural reaction. Grab him with your pinky.
What do
Before he
they say
falls.
about
Right.
what do they say about the lady's hair? That's like obviously hair sprayed all to hell.
I don't think they say anything too grabby. Oh, no gravity.
If I want to play a Glober, I would say that because they are there so long and they can't really shower, the hair is just sticky and greasy and dirty, so it sticks up. That
Yeah,
would
but
be
that,
my
that's,
Like a homeless
that's a lie,
person,
though.
yeah.
They showed us how they showered and washed their hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can really shower, right? It's just putting some CGI water in their hair, so that would
Yeah.
be my baller respawn.
Yeah. CGI war is not very effective.
One, right, where the guy gives the other guy the head, and then he picks something invisible and puts it away, right?
Yeah.
There's no baller respawn to that one.
What, the latest post from you? The guy in the green shirt? Yeah. There's nothing for that. No, seriously, you watch the Scott Kelly video. Like, explain to me why he is stuck in that position, upside down, for over 2 minutes. And he can't just, bend his knees and get some momentum to spin himself around in 0G, It's ridiculous.
Turbulence, maybe.
You go to like 9 minutes on the video.
Or you have those videos where you see them, and then at the end it all glitches out, right? You only see them glitching out. You don't see the background glitching out. You only see them glitching out.
It always looks so uncomfortable. You would think a 0G environment would be the most comfortable. There'd be no stress in any direction on any of your muscles whatsoever. And they always look just so uncomfortable and rigid because, they've got the harness belts on underneath.
One here, you have one where you see his shirt being pulled up. Oh no, that's only a wrinkle in the shirt. It's not a wire.
Jesus. Never saw that one before.
Yep. Pretty soon it's going to be like, we need more tax dollars so we can get these, ironing boards so we can iron out the wrinkles in time and space.
Space iron.
Yeah, with this one, I heard a glower say, "Well, what is the reflection in the screen behind him? If they're not showing the fourth wall, what is that reflection in his This is that is the baller response, right? They don't address his shirt, only some sort of reflection you see in the screen that's behind him.
Yeah, just obfuscate. Never address it in the Mara. I don't even really see much reflection in the screen. It's just
Just saw some, but it's ridiculous, right?
yeah. They never address the most pressing point, They always try to go to something else.
But they say, yeah, what's
You would
wrong
think
with the
Globers
hair?
would be really good at finding all these little mistakes because they seem to look at everything else in the frame. Seem to be scanning around for anything else to talk about except the actual mistake itself.
So yeah, what's wrong with the hair? Perfectly expectable in 0G, right? There's nothing wrong.
Yeah, there's really not much you can do for someone that can't see this stuff.
Hey, Roger,
Yes.
are you from South Holland?
Yeah.
What?
What's
That
your name?
area.
You know Spijkenisse?
Spike City, yes.
Well, I was talking to a friend yesterday, and he told me about like a Star Watch, like one of those buildings that has a big telescope. And I went onto the website, and I went to sponsors, and then I saw there was this Freemason Lodge that was sponsoring the Star Watch. It was interesting.
That wouldn't surprise me. Good find. Good find. They will tell you, right? If you go onto Google and type in Buzz Aldrin Freemason, one of the first hits will be the Scottish Rite. They will tell you, yeah, Freemasons are always in the frontier of progress. That's why Buzz Aldrin was a Freemason on the moon. He took a Freemason flag with him.
Yeah, I hate when I hear people discuss all the time. They're like, "Oh, my grandpa's a Mason." Like, it's just like old guys that want to get away from their wives and all this other stuff. But it's if you
That's
guys
what
ever
Dill
look
is
into
for.
like if you guys
Get
ever
away
look
from their
into
wife.
like Scientology, it's like how they work is by levels. So you'll go up so many levels, and they'll add each level. You get to know like more of the secrets, and like they add on. You get more of the secrets, and then at a certain level, like, all right, everything we told you before, all the different levels, that's all a lie. Like we just tell that to the beginning levels and to vet people and suss people out. And like, here's the real story now. And then now you get the actual secrets. And so you get this funnel like going back and forth, and every so many levels, you end up getting the story, or a certain part of the story. We told it this way for this reason, and here's the actual reason why. So
So it's obvious they would do the same thing there. So they're like, yeah, your grandpa wasn't an evil Satanist trying to rule the world, but it's good for a multitude of reasons. It gives you a front for
Plausible
one.
deniability.
Yeah, so the more layers of insulation you got, the better. So the more people you can put in front of you is always better. But it
Yeah,
also
they
helps.
do this with everything though. They keep this like lower level outer shield of philanthropy to maintain like a good reputable image, you know.
Yeah, and it's
It's,
dry and boring stuff. So it's like,
yeah.
really, these old guys that are helping the Shriners and these, you think these guys are evil and masterminds? It's like, no, it's also a vetting process. You can vet, suss people out. You can see what they're about, what they believe in, what they think, and you can you get a sense for people that are going to be more prone to the type of work you might want them to get up to.
I think they allow like, of course they they allow common people into the Freemasons, but I don't think they ever initiate any of them people. I think they only initiate from their breeding grounds. You know, the the secret societies, the universities,
The
and whatnot. You
bloodline.
know, yeah, the
In the
bloodlines.
Yeah,
bloodline.
Yeah,
yeah, that would make a lot more sense.
It's basically just an old man's club, right? They have this club and they help each other, just like a church community, and that's all fine, right? I mean, why not? Why not help each other? But
Mm.
yeah, there's this vagueness about it, right? Where you indeed can climb up a ladder and learn more. The point is, we are not in this club, so it's a bit of speculation about what is at the top. We wouldn't know. I would imagine. If you talk to Drace one time, he has a story about some family of his that was high placed, and they wanted to initiate him, and for that to happen, he needed to do something really bad, right? And then they got you, right? So you do something
Yeah,
bad, they tape it, or they got you. They got
yeah,
some
you're
leverage.
compromised.
Yeah. And then they can tell you anything, and if you then jump out the boat, there you go, right? Then you're just a whack job hurting kids, right? Because that is what they want you to do, hurting kids. And look at him talk about the flat earth now. He's just a pedophile talking about the flat earth. Who's going to believe you?
Yeah, it's exactly that way. Yeah, I'm not saying they can't like, yeah, they could initiate anyone they want. Just say it's probably rare, very rare that like just the average Joe gets
Well,
picked, or a hand gets offered to him. You know.
I also heard when you get to select like what religious text you want to have be yours. The people that start off that select the Kabbalah as their foundational religious text, that they're more likely to make it into the higher ranks. It's like if you're more of a normie and you start out with like the Bible or the Quran, stuff like that, like you'll only ever really make it into like the normal. But if you know right off the bat to join the Mason, select the Kabbalah, your foundational, or the Talmud, then they're like, oh, this guy, he's a little more aligned with our higher ranks here. He has potential.
So how long was Drace in the Masons, Roger?
No, it was a family member. You should talk to him, right? I'm just paraphrasing what I heard. He told it a few times on the air. So
Yeah.
uh,
It's just that they had to do something bad to just be initiated into them.
no, it was. So let me paraphrase. It was a family member that was a high-placed criminal in Iceland. He was
Oh,
one of the highest-placed criminals in Iceland, and they wanted to initiate him into the cabal. This is his story, so don't pin me on this. I may be
No, I'm not. No, I'm
okay,
not.
maybe paraphrasing him wrongly. So do ask him.
Yeah, well, when he
And
shows up.
this is what he told. So yeah, if you're a high placed, if you are in a high placed position, they might want to initiate you because you can be of value, right?
Are we like assuming here that he was going to be initiated into the kind of inner circle and kind of
He told the room that they wanted to initiate him, initiate his family member, but he had to do some weird stuff, and then he declined and went into hiding, something like that.
yeah, I have to ask him about it.
That made my hair rose up. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, you can only imagine the amount of twisted shit that's happened, you know, due to these requests, the kind of stuff they have to do.
Yeah, and you can't change your mind after. You can't be like, oh shit, I think I stepped in a little bit too far here, guys.
Yeah, that 5-hour video done by the X Factor winner or something from like 10 years ago. His 5-hour video on the Freemasons was a pretty good watch.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I seen that.
It's a good video for like anyone that
Russian vids,
doesn't have a clue.
right? If you're interested in Freemasonry, you have to look up Russian vids. He has this hourly long videos about them and how they what they are and how they move in society and what kind of symbols they use, right? Sign and symbols rule the world. Russian vids.
Yeah, I know RV. I know. I haven't watched a lot of his stuff. I'm well aware of the Freemason concept and the symbology and just the secret nature of them. I was just putting out there in general, like that video, the 5-hour long one's a pretty good one to send to someone that's not versed in the topic at all, you know, because it just breaks down a lot of details of it, goes through a lot of their holy books, you know, you call them, their Luciferian texts and the pledges they have to take, and you know the punishment if they break their oath. You know, I mean, these people are in for life, and it's not a
right
fuck around game. You know, it's very serious.
You hear these stories about people that were once in a cult, right? And then they want to leave. They get excommunicated. The whole family excommunicates them, and
Yeah,
might
they
be
just get
something like
completely
that,
cut off.
right? And especially in the Freemasons, right? Usually, those people are high placed. They help each other. So if you join that group and then leave it, well, get good luck getting a job at one of the places they own, right?
Yeah. I'd only imagine you'd ever leave or attempt to leave the Freemasons if you were like transition to a place where you were gonna go and live in the forest and support yourself. You know what I mean? Because yeah, you're pretty screwed to leave and then think you can like still work within the system, which the Freemasons control every aspect of. So, I mean, just imagine being in them and just having any possible service you need at your fingertips. You know, if you have trouble with the law or financial troubles or anything, you know, just the connections you have, just being a part
Right.
of the Freemasons. Just you would never want to leave. It's like paradise, you know.
And it's like friend of ours, friend of mine, friend of ours, right? And
Yeah.
you get something that they give you something, right? And then you owe them.
Yep.
You owe them, and then try to say no, right? So you got a favor which helped you a lot, and then they come and redeem that favor, and then try to say no.
Yeah. You're done. You sold your soul.
Done.
Yeah, I watched that the video you're talking about too. It was like Atlan Childs or something. It's definitely a good like entry video because that's what really helped me out is showing like just in the real world like all the so I watched a different proof videos, but it was like kind of the same style, but just showing all the basic examples and the basic symbology and then showing where you see it in the real world and how prominent and often it's used.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
right
really
out there in the
started.
open.
Yeah, that's what made it like real for me instead of just like ooh, the Illuminati. Like, yeah, that's crazy. Like to make it like, oh shit, this is actually our world. This is that is right out there in front of us. It's really going on there, and you can see the reach and the grasp and the depth of it. And you're like, oh shit, we've got a problem here. Like it makes it from a fantasy into like reality. Like it's like you see it's right there in your face.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, the Freemasons are just puppets of a higher power because I firmly stand by the idea if we know their names or know their symbology or whatever, or think we do, then they're not the culprits, not the ultimate culprits anyway. So,
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I laugh whenever people are like they'll list like the richest people in the world. I'm like, if you know
yeah,
somebody's name or it's listed
yeah,
anywhere,
exactly.
they're not anywhere close.
So the richest person in the world owns the world. So there you go. They
Yeah,
own
you're
all
not
the
within
smaller
100 miles.
richest people in the world as well.
Because if you think about it, why would you ever want that exposure? Like if you want to be very risk adverse, you want redundancy in the system to where it could never fail, you would never risk having your name available or to ever even be possible of being named as a enemy or a culprit. Like your name wouldn't be known. You guarantee you wouldn't have a birth certificate. Like why would you ever be on record anywhere? And there's no reason to have that exposure at all.
Yeah, and I mean, if we talk of extra lands and all this stuff, and they control every system in the world, it's quite easy for them to erase their any information or detail of their family
Yeah.
or just them, and not even live in the known world. So
And they already have people that are undocumented. They'll have people that are bred and birthed without documenting just for easier purposes of trafficking.
yeah,
So it's not very difficult at all, especially when you're wealthier. Um, you could easily you have your own physicians, your own people, good birth people without being documented. I guarantee you they have their own cities and shit that are like underground bases. I know they already had their nuclear power plant in Antarctica. They said they shut it down, but you can set up shop anywhere.
yeah, maybe they
No,
go down to Antarctica to get their marching orders.
But yeah, it's impossible to really know what all is actually going on, because even the layers that you see like in front of you, they're they muddy the water so much. You got so many things going on. It's you can't really there's no way to really detect what actually is going on with everything. You can just kind of see the effects.
Yeah, but if we're going to speculate that like massive portions of our history might just be completely fraudulent, then the idea that there's some completely unknown bloodline or family name is not far-fetched at all, you know?
We have the Dark Ages, right? People being caveman. Nobody knows exactly what happened there. Just a part of lost history, where they could have just made that up and it's added a few hundred years.
Yeah, who truly knows, you know? I'm sure whatever the reality is fantastical, probably beyond what we can think, you know? Or speculate.
Yeah, because look at all the stuff they fake right in front of us. So if they can fake stuff right in front of people's faces when we have video, internet, and everything else, they can still fake it right in front of everyone. Imagine what all you can fake and you can rewrite with given hundreds of years. There was no internet, there was no video.
Yep. And who is it we look to interpret our history? You know, it's just mainstream historians who could just be as fucking useless as, you know, astrophysicists. You know, they just toe the line and tell you what they're told to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Calculate your history, right? They tell you there was an explosion tens of billions years ago. Billions of years ago. They just calculate your history.
Yeah, that's pretty much their methodology. Just fucking make it up as you go.
yeah, you'll see an event, and then like the very next day, they completely rewrite history. They tell it like in such a dishonest way. It's like completely wrong, and you watch it happen in real time. Like
Yeah,
they
I always
literally,
imagine what maybe generations in 30 years from now, how they're going to read about this whole 2020 thing. I mean, we
yeah,
know what they're going to read. They're going to read the mainstream narrative about it, but you know, who knows how they'll further skew it, because it's not like you know, 9/11 where it was kind of a very fixed event. It's two towers, they collapsed, and that's that. You know, like as far
yeah,
as
to
the
be
destruction is concerned, not the social aspect surrounding it. But with
how they,
CV, it's an entirely social, subjective kind of topic. You know, that can be every little thing can be changed about it or reinterpreted. So I wonder how far they'll skew it for future classrooms.
it'll be
When
Cold
we have
War II.
grandchildren and we tell them, when we have grandchildren and we tell them that we never wore a mask during that time, they're not going to believe us. They're going to think we're lying to them. There's all the propaganda that's going to be said about what happened.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'll get lucky and actually it'll be the facts will actually show and people will say, this is total BS. Don't ever do that stupid shit again.
They'll be retelling of Cold War II, how they defeated Hitler too, and his army that rode to destroy the capital.
And there were 2 towers, right? There were 3.
Yeah, the army that had no weapons, they were ninjas, right?
Yeah, Meemaw taking selfies.
Just look at like the insurrection that happened back in January and how they just took
That's what we're talking about.
the smallest little incident of nothing.
Yeah.
People
Assault.
walking like politely through the buildings, just looking around and filming, and yeah, they were dressed goofy and carrying whatever fucking flags and blah blah. And look how they spun it into this traumatic event of America. You know, the darkest day in America's recent history. You know, is
That even you that knows his bullshit is still calling it an insurrection.
yeah,
That's how good their propaganda works.
And there were more cameramen than people inside the Capitol. Come on.
I got
That
a
shit was staged.
picture where they're handing out passes, like the people are signing in. It's like, so you gotta hand out, you gotta sign in. I think I made a post somewhere. I was like, do they also validate parking for insurrectionists? It's like you gotta sign in and get a pass. And then-
The
Yeah,
But
you guys have a senile president bound to be replaced by a woman.
yeah,
Hillary.
you see,
Hillary
you
couldn't
see,
do it. But go ahead. Sorry.
Hillary
oh, no
didn't have
problem.
enough white privilege.
Kind of lagging here. Did you see Biden's latest thing where he's what'd they ask
on
him?
the ISS.
No, they asked him something stupid. I can't even remember what it was. Now it was like a basic question. It was just a clerk, like a checkout lady at the grocery store. I think it's about the latest hack or something like that. And he pauses and he's like, or no, they're like, "Can I ask you a question?" And he's like, "Yeah." Like he didn't really, it's like didn't really want to answer a question. Then she's asked about it. He thought then he had to pull out his note cards to answer a question from the checkout lady.
Oh wow.
And it was a
How
complete
did he have note cards ready for a apparently random question?
exactly. They had to prep them just for random like day-to-day interactions, like if someone might ask him about a current event.
Yeah, shit. First note card is your name is Joe Biden.
But,
Second
yeah,
note
he's been
card,
on a
you are
lot of
president of the U.S. And then third note card's the cookie cutter response.
That'd be fun if he pulled out a note card and it's like he's like, "I'm Joe Biden." He's like, "Oh, sorry, that's my name." Like he's got one in case someone asks him what his name is. I'm Joe Biden and I forgot this message.
Feels so planned, man. I mean, the most popular president of the United States losing his mind, and a woman then being placed as the new president, right? Because it failed with Hillary, and now they're going to do it with Kamala.
Yeah.
So doctored, man.
Yeah, they're kind of shoehorning some of these in. It's like they got a narrative to push here and like voters be damned. They got work to do. They can't be letting no dumbasses at the poll booth fuck with it.
And they want people to
Hillary,
see this, right? They want people to see how he acts and comes in the news, how Biden is. So it's just being played out, right?
Hillary forgot to use her white privilege card. That was her problem.
Let's see what else I got on Biden. Yeah, the couple images I posted was from a clip. If you watch the actual clip, the last few steps, his legs quit moving and he like slides up. Like it's a pretty
hands over the mic and
shitty
everything.
CGI job.
The weird thing about that is the camera turns and you clearly see there's reporters there, you know. So it's like, what? they had real reporters there with equipment, but why did they also CGI and stuff, or manipulate?
Those
Yeah.
reporters could be CGI too, right?
Nah, they look pretty real. I mean, I don't know.
What's
Have you
real
seen
these
Why
deepfakes?
why
days?
Come
why
on
do they
now.
need to CGI reporters? Like they can't find some random people to give
Sure,
some random
sure,
equipment to and just make it.
sure.
Maybe they're
Is-
just up in the mockery and making things ridiculous just for the hell of it, just for a laugh.
I-
Do y'all know,
this
did anyone do any research on the woman that got killed just to see like she had any ties to anything at all?
Which one?
Tiffany
Talk-
Doe, no, with the which
Talking about January 6th, Ashley
With the
Babbitt.
White House thing.
The
With the
Capitol
staged White
building.
House event.
oh the
Capital.
the
Yeah.
woman that got shot.
Yeah, that was Ashley Babbitt, but she glowed pretty hard. I seen a couple threads where it looked pretty glowy.
What's
What does
glowing?
that
She
mean?
got shot in the leg, was it?
Glowy means like it'd be like a CIA operation or an FB Fed. But I
Cool.
seen
Thank you. I learned
CIA
something.
operation.
Never heard that before.
Okay.
Glowy.
Yeah, who knows,
yeah,
right? No.
it's like
Like the guy in the wheelchair at the BB thing.
Yeah.
We're on the live stream, so I don't know how much. What if I should mention
Yeah,
that one or
he
not?
seemed to not have any legs prior to that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Boston thing.
Yeah.
That one was wow. If you see the documentary somebody made about it, wow, man. You're like,
Yeah, that
this
one's
is
pretty
nuts.
obvious.
see, I never even looked into that one, but that's one that I hear everyone saying all the time was like super
There's one
fake.
called
But
there's one called the Boston Unbombing. You should watch that. It's like
yeah,
one and
like
a half hour.
I seen it from like a normie perspective. It was just like a headline. I seen like a clip, just like glanced over like any news. So it's like I never even questioned it at all. But that's weird because that's one that where everyone was of all the like fake bullshit. That's the one that comes up a lot where people are like, "Yeah, this shit looks real iffy."
So what's real these days, right? Can't tell.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the beauty of their system there is real or fake. It doesn't really matter because the real stuff they can spin into whatever they need to push, and then if it doesn't come along, they can just make it fake. It's all the same. It's like mass shooting or not, it doesn't really matter. You can spin it if it's real or if it's not, you can just whip one up. But I do think a lot of the Joe Biden stuff is like demoralization as well. So it's like it's not only taking your power, but then it's also showing you that you're powerless too. So you're like, oh shit, there's nothing we could do. If someone just sits there and takes it right in front of you, and like you can't even talk about it, or you get censored. And at the time, I don't know, you still really can't talk about it. Like they're real meticulous. I know at the actual time, like they're super meticulous about the exact phrasings that people could use in their YouTube videos and stuff. And like I remember some of the normie or alt-light people like Tim Pool and Crowder and other people, they're sharing the emails that they would get, the exact phrasing they could use about voting and the way they phrased it. Like so it was
But a lot of the stuff with Biden, I think whoever said that was right. They're making it deliberately ridiculous for a lot of different reasons. Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen. Remember when he hurt his leg, like playing with his dog, and so he had this leg brace, but then like the next day, his brace is on the other leg. Then it wasn't. It was like a week or two later. This is like an 80-year-old man with an ankle and leg injury. 2 weeks later, he was running upstairs two at a time. So it's like, wait, which leg did you hurt again? For one, for two, he's supposed 80-year-old guy with the ankle injury sprinting upstairs two at a time. A lot of weird crap.
The same shit is happening everywhere, man. In my country too. It's just we still haven't have a new government. It fell last November, October, November. Fell, and we still haven't got a new one. They just stretch it out because this fallen government doesn't have any jurisdiction, but it does, right? Because they're still putting in new laws and rules because of the Yona. So it's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, they had so much bull crap with Biden, I can't even remember all of it. But it's just weird shit they fake that it's like you don't even understand like why they're faking it. Like, wait a minute, what's the point of doing that? They always have some reason.
Ever since I was younger, I've always thought that the elections were like the public elections here in the state for president. I've always thought they were just there to see how well their propaganda was working. Because it's not like the vote means crap. Like the electoral college is the one that gets to pick the president.
Yeah, it is a good point. That's what I think we were talking about the other day somewhere. I was wondering if a lot of the obvious mistakes they put them out there just to see how to make like to see how asleep everyone still is, to make sure we're within tolerance, that you don't have too many people awake. They got to test and put feelers on to make sure they still got everyone under their spell, like under hypnosis. So if you put some obvious fuck ups in there and there's not a big reaction, not a big response, you know that you got most people still believing in the system because the system said it was real. So if enough people just believe it anyways, even though it's an obvious gaffe or continuity error, and you know that it's still working. But yeah, you're right. Votes could be doing.
Yeah, but remember though, it's only obvious to them if you point it out to them, because it could be much more obvious to them, but you just have to point it out to them that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, that works real well on most of the ballers that come in here, right?
Yeah, that's my point. That's here, like you just said, here. That's how it is. Out there, in the general public, no, not like in here. It's much better out there. People are nice to you, and not only that, but people are much more open to just accepting that the Earth is flat and stationary. Like, I swear, it's like people that spend a lot of time on the internet, or at least here in the Discord or whatever, like they're like per cap, like the percentages of people that come through here and that are willing to accept that the Earth is flat is drastically, much less than people out on the street. I swear. It's like 40% in here, 50-50, half the people come through except that it's like, yeah, it's flat. Half the people are like ballers and like, no, fucking ball. You go out on the street, maybe 10% or less are like, yeah, it's a fucking ball. It's a fucking ball. No, it's a ball. And then like maybe 20% are like, I don't know, maybe it's like this, maybe it's like that, I don't know. And then, the rest of them, the other, what was that, like, that'd be 70% or so, yeah, they just accept it. About 70% of the people I talk to on the street, they just accept it. Yeah. They're like, yeah, all right, it's flat. Like, do I have any evidence to the contrary? Let me think. No. So you're telling me it's flat and stationary? Seems flat and stationary. All right, well, what's next?
Yeah, people that just use the internet all day, that are not using it to actively research or study into things and think while they're looking at the information, just makes them significantly stupider people that are super close-minded.
Yeah.
When
I'm not trying to
speaking
trigger
to
any.
someone, go ahead, man.
And just 10, 12 years ago, if someone said crypto, you would be talking about a communist or some type of communist belief system. They're all in the communist currency. That'd trigger some folks. Look up the definition of crypto.
Yeah, I've never heard cryptocurrency be referred to as communist currency.
In an older dictionary.
All right.
But yeah, I would agree. Whoever said that, people in real life are more open to flat Earth. Every time I just mention that, I'd be like, "Hey, the Earth's flat." I'm like, "Huh?" I'm like, "No, for real, check that shit out." Like, go to water. Like, people are zooming in. Like, boats are supposed to go over the horizon, right? But people zoom in now with the technology we got. They keep zooming in, and then the boat comes back. Like, it's supposed to curve 8 inches per mile squared, but people are measuring over 100 miles of water even, and you can still see shit on the other side. And they won't like you think they would, just like, oh, you're fucking stupid. We got pictures from space. There a ton of people will be somewhat into it and be like, oh, for real? If you give them just like one or two things to look up, it's like, yeah, go check that shit out. They'll show you a curve, like the image I just put in. Like, yeah, they'll show you a curve at like 100,000 feet, but then people went up like 120,000 feet and it's still flat. Like, what the? Then, but you can get people interested if you just give them one or two quick things, usually. Yeah, I did think at first though that people would just be like, "You're fucking stupid." Like, are you fucking retard? But
People don't usually act like that in real life,
yeah, it's kind of fun too, though. Like, I would be interested, like even before I was a flat Earth, if somebody wanted to talk about something crazy like that, I'd hear them out. I'd at least like see what they had to say, see if it was completely ridiculous or not.
Yeah, the internet has this dehumanizing aspect to it, you know. At least when you're speaking to someone face to face, they have to kind of give you at least a bit of their attention, you know. If you're speaking to someone on DMs or whatever, they can just jump on Google and immediately like counter you with some shitty debunk video, you know. Case closed, you know. Don't need to listen or think any further. Somebody has done my thinking for me.
Yeah, and more internet savvy people and people that spend a lot of time on the internet, like a lot of them have a little bit of pride in like being a self researcher, like being able to Google stuff and look stuff up for themselves. So most topics they've done some like cursory research on, so they have some established opinions. And they have some confidence in their ability to research and find uh find truth and how things work. So it's like even if they don't hear about something, the second you introduce it, they'll look and fall back on, all right, let me go look into this. And they believe in their system, they have their ability to go find the evidence and the way that they're used to doing it.
Yeah, yeah. I started speaking to an old friend again recently, and I was trying to, talk about the topic with him. He, of course, he is not involved in it at all, so doesn't know really the arguments of either side. Not that there's any real arguments of both sides. So I'm talking about it, and I was like, we're talking about the curvature, of course, because that's the most basic thing, you know. You don't have that, you don't have a ball. And his first counter I didn't post him any imagery or anything. It was just pure text, you know, just explaining things, saying that there's no curvature to be found anywhere, can't be measured, can't be visually demonstrated, nothing. And the first thing, within 5 seconds of typing out a big paragraph to him, he goes and grabs like I think a U2 footage, a U2 video with footage that's just showing like the fisheye lens curvature, and I'm just thinking to myself, I was like, really, you think I've sacrificed all of the respect of everyone in society, and I was too stupid to go and Google curvature YouTube? You know what I mean? Like the very first result. It's like, can you do me the justice of fucking giving me a little bit of intellectual courtesy, or respect? I'm not, It's just it's amazing, that they think that. But yeah, it's just still in the process of flat smacking him, but he's gonna be a tough nut about it, I imagine. It's really all about just getting them to that point where they will. I don't know. It could be any bit of information that kind of triggers that curiosity in the person, that they go and do their own research, and they're not willing to accept the first answer you can come across. They're willing to look a bit deeper into everything. It's really about just getting them to that point, because we know that it's, you're done. You get to that point where you doubt the globe that much, just that much, that you're willing to not accept the first answer from some prominent name in science or whatever, that you're done. You're a flat earther. Sooner or later, you're a flat earther. So
Yeah.
if you
Yeah, I've noticed with me, it's a lot easier to talk to strangers about it than people I know. I know, like one friend I got, like he don't even want to talk about anything in the news or anything at all. No, it's like He don't even want to. I can just tell he's not into it at all. He's no longer interested in
I
almost
can't
any.
imagine not being into it, you know? It's like,
Yeah, it's like
what do you really think is a more pressing concern than understanding to the best available information right now where you live and what it is you live in or on or yada yada, you know? I don't know how anyone can fucking convince themselves that's not a significant thing.
yeah, no. To me, those are like the most interesting subjects on like anywhere. Like that's the biggest questions you can ask and answer. Like, where do we come from? Where are we at? Why are we here? It's like, how can you not want to talk about those things? Like, that's an incredible subject. But
Exactly.
yeah, I know in his case, I think he's got like 5 kids, going through a divorce, got his own business he's running that he's real busy with. So I think he's like
Yeah, I
he
understand that, of course, you know. Stuff like that
I think
takes priority. I get that. I
well
just
he's
mean
got like
in your own ponderings that like what is it you're sitting in your own solitude thinking about, you know, if it's not like who you are and where you exist and all that's involved in that, you know.
yeah, that was the only way I could rationalize. I'm trying to think from his point of view. I was like, well, I guess I think he's only got a few minutes here and there to like sit by himself, and it's like he'd be I think he's just more comfortable just like believing, like if he sits down and watches the news or something, just believing whatever, not having to question it.
I don't think anybody's comfortable believing the mainstream narrative on anything. They just have no choice, you know. If people's time is so limited that they've literally got 10 minutes a day that's maybe free, yeah, it's just not enough time to really look into anything. But I don't think anybody's comfortable with the mainstream. You can tell that by how easily they're rattled by a few legitimate counter questions, you know, counterpoints to their beliefs. And it's like if you're you know, if you can be rattled, it means you're in a cage and etc.
Yeah, the mainstream bullshit just gives like a last thread of hope of like things being normal. But I do see people that are like they're they're all into it though. Like they believe that we're making progress. They believe that the humanity's at its best point and we're finally breaking down a lot of problems, finally starting to take down some of the long-standing issues of society.
My counter to people that say the world is improving is asking them when was the last time prices went down on anything? Because that's the running gag of every generation. When you were young,
Yeah.
the prices were cheaper with everything, and then when you go when you're 60, it's much more expensive. You know. So I was asking, when was the last time you remember the prices actually went down on anything? And if they haven't, how can you claim that anything's improving? You know.
Seems like the wealth gap is constantly expanding.
Yep.
They give everyone a bunch of nonsensical stuff to chase around and be activists about and fight for change on a bunch of stuff that isn't really going to impact the system or anyone's lives.
Say those prices went down in 2010, 11 after the crash. They went a bit down.
Exception to the rule, though, right?
Sorry.
Exception to the rule, though. You know.
Well, now they're up sky high again. So
Yeah.
Didn't even matter at the end.
Yeah, our gasoline price is like doubled here.
Last year, like we made it down to almost like $1.30 for gasoline. I filled all my vehicles up to the max. I was like, heck yeah. I think we're well over $3 now. I didn't want to go look.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse, right? Because of the was it oil pipeline that broke in Gulf of Mexico?
Oh, did it?
There was this
I
oil
only
rig
knew
that,
about the whole hack on the pipelines in the U.S.
it was like 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
Oh, I didn't hear about it.
Oh yeah, I seen a little something on it.
Did Trump that bought like a gazillion gallons of oil, right? Filling up their reserves just for Corona. Wasn't it Trump? Or during Corona?
Yeah.
They have stocks, right? It is on stock, I presume. So why is the oil price still rising now?
I know a lot of people are memeing. They're like, at least we don't have mean tweets though, right? And they're screenshotting their gasoline station prices. Some people are over $4. Like, well, thank God we don't have to read mean tweets.
Yeah, I love that image where I think it's California with the crazy homeless problem going on there. And it's just the image of the homeless selves somewhere. Don't know, but and then it's like, thank God California banned plastic straws. You know.
Yeah, everything went up this year. Groceries, gas, everything. Energy.
Yeah, I'm lucky I don't use that much fuel, but that would suck, like, especially if like your business depended on it.
Printed a bunch of money last year, right? Because everything needed to be shut down. People still needed to get paid. People get their checks. So all this money went into the economy, and producers just up their prices because they need to keep their investors happy, right? They're all on stock market, so they need to keep their investors happy. They need to get their books up, so just up the price.
Yeah, you know, the smallest portion possible of that, all the money they printed last year went to the people, you know. The rest just went in their pockets one way or another.
Basic inflation now. They printed so much money that it's becoming more worthless.
Yeah, I know. I know in the US they printed like I forget the percentage, like but it was like a vast percentage of all the money we ever printed was in like a 9-month time frame. They're just whipping money out like it's nothing. And they
Get
started
worse. Yeah, it want to get worse because the quantitative easing has not stopped since 2009. Europe, in America, in China, they're all buying up bonds because this shit is falling like the WTC, free falling. They will own everything in a bit, right? Cruise, in the Corona crisis, I heard they bought all the bonds of cruise companies because they had, they went to shit, so they had to save them. So they own all the cruise companies. Yeah, they're gonna pay it back. Sure.
Yeah, they said a lot of hedge funds were buying up private real estate here too.
Mr. Gates was the biggest owner of farmland now.
Yeah. Farmer Bill. He's a modern day Renaissance man. He does it all. He's a computer expert. He's a virologist and a
Professional.
vaccine expert. Now he's a Farmer Bill. Definitely not creepy at all.
But he gave so much money away, guys. He gave so much money away.
Yeah. Yeah, he must have I forget the name of them, but those tests they do to see people's likability and like they get scores and stuff from them. I think he scored so shittily, that's why they had, and he was going to be an important figure in their upcoming plans. They had him like spearhead the billionaires giving away all their shit. And then I think he still was scoring so horribly. That's how they had to come up with the Melinda Me Too storyline or whatever, where she's divorces him. And
That's
maybe
just a trick, right? That's just a trick to divide the money.
Yeah, yeah.
They can now get out, right? He's just a puppet, right? He's just a puppet, and everybody is burning him down, but he's just the puppet. He doesn't care. Just a useful idiot, and then he steps out, and then what do we have left, right? Nothing, because he left the scene.
It's like all a big wrestling match. Like you got the heel and the hero, and
Yeah,
but
the outrage is always pointed at the wrong direction.
it's all pre-written. Then everyone comes out and puts on their performance.
They want us to point our arrows to Bill, right? They want us because then they can do their stuff in the shade. So it's just all fabricated. People are so angry about on this guy, but he's just a puppet, right? And he will exit the stage, and then you have nothing left, nothing.
It's like what are some of the famous heels like Hollywood, Hogan, or the other bad guys in wrestling that come out and they get booed or booed. Then you got the good guy comes out and everyone cheers. Yay! Damn it, Bill.
Bill can be gone, but his foundations and what he did will still remain, and the people behind him will still be on the places they are now. So it's just a facade. The world's a stage, and everybody's playing its role, right? Sometimes they leave the stage.
Yeah, it's like the somebody had pointed out somewhere the Super Mario Brothers games. Those like one of them like you have all of them, the bad guys, they're always fighting each other and trying to kill each other, kidnapping everyone. But at the beginning, they have like the Masonic floor tiles, and the curtain pulls up, and they're all like hanging out, having a good time, like they're all in the same group. But I think then they realize they're being watched. They're like, oh shit, we got to get our places. We're supposed to be enemies here. Everyone fall into place.
Yeah, that's what makes me wonder about McAfee. And like, what was his role? Yeah. But it's all just honeypots, basically. You know, McAfee was a honeypot for the people that are gonna gravitate to that type of information, and the government can make their lists and know who's who and blah blah blah. You know.
Yeah, I thought for a little, like I had a little tiny bit where I was like, hey, maybe there are some good guys and maybe they can turn things around. But after like
No, you
so
don't
many,
get to be in the billionaire club, man, without being compromised. I firmly believe that. You don't get to be a billionaire in this world. They will knock on your door and demand your soul if you want to be, you know. McAfee is not excluded from that, you know.
yeah,
Don't know what went down, don't know if he's alive or he's actually dead, don't know, but know that he's not. You know, it's never as it presents itself, you know. It's always deeper than that.
Weirdest
yeah,
part, he got this tattoo, right? Whacked and tweets about
Yeah.
him saying he will never do such a thing. And now he died in a prison cell, and they told us he offed himself. Yeah, okay. So it's again a divide and conquer, right? So they gave the people that want to believe in that conspiracy, they gave this to them.
Yeah, it's a new rabbit hole, you know, that people are gonna spend a year on or half a year or just some amount of time, which is essentially wasted time, you know.
yeah, waiting for his data to release.
Yeah.
So as we're getting forced vaccinated and rounded up into FEMA camps, you'd be like, well, any day now, just keep tight. If we just chill out and relax, this data is gonna drop, and then Q and Trump are gonna come bust us out of here. Meanwhile, everyone's just sitting on their ass waiting while we're getting corralled and the fence built around us and herded into the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, I mean, the elite of this world, they understand the human's need for idol worship, you know. They understand they always have to fill that gap in a spiritually immature person, you know. They always need someone to be looking up to, someone, you know, a messiah figure, you know. So, and that's how they keep
This
us
tweet,
occupied.
I saw this tweet. Somebody betted €1,000 against somebody else, and he claimed that by September, October, Trump is back in office again.
Yeah.
Like, okay, okay. There's this thing now going on with the voting counts, right?
Yeah, the election audits in Maricopa County, Arizona.
Holy shit! If fucking Trump gets back in office, man, that'll be solidified so hard, you know. The people will never be able to be pulled out of that trap, you know, that psyop.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck.
Like,
Possibility.
especially if he came out like, so it's if they overturn Arizona and then a couple of the other swing states that issues with, they come in and they start their audits. They do all that crap. Then, if he came out and pulled a bunch of his Q bullshit and took out the pedophiles and all this other shit, like we were talking about it the other day. I think Witsit was talking about it. He's like, that would pull so many people in. They'd be like, "Oh my God, he's our savior. He's our hero." And
Yeah,
like,
it's got a great breakdown on it all.
Really a possibility? I mean, I'm not in the US, so I don't know, but is there really a possibility that he could come back into office again?
yeah, because the Arizona audits, they're actually being serious about it. So, well, I mean, as serious as all their
psyops can be. But the way they're running it is that they're legitimately auditing, and they've been going at it for a while. And the little leaks and drips coming out is that it's looking bigly and hugely in Trump's favor. Then a couple of the other states have started hinting at, like, hey, they might start their own audit process too. So there is an angle to where basically those states over, like, they call bullshit on their election, and then some people are like, well, we don't really know what would happen then, like, and some people are like, well, even if they do that, there's no way he's getting back in, it's already over. Then there's other people, they pull up a rule that says if there's any cheating, whatever, that it invalidates the election. So they
Probably
quote
new
that.
elections. New elections.
I don't think it will happen.
But yeah, I don't really think so either. But I think it's more like
I think
boomer.
it's carrot and stick stuff for the Q guys.
Yeah, it's like
Just
boomer cope. It's like a payoff to keep them from actually, like, if people really thought it was their last chance and hope for freedom, like, they actually would have attacked.
yeah, they've
And they
got
would have.
standing civilian armies surrounding
Yeah.
all of DC.
We would have had a real civil war, a real revolution. So instead of that costly affair, we can have like fake fake revolutions and fake civil wars. So it's they give them their boomer cocaine. Just tell them a couple more weeks, just sit tight, and
I mean,
Hugh's
that's
gonna
like a
come in.
ticking time bomb, no? All the conservatives in America.
Yeah, well,
I mean, if you were to take Trump, if you were to remove any possibility whatsoever that Trump is this messiah figure, it's going to come back and fix everything, get back in office. You think that whole, like, what, we'll just say 50% of America, to keep it simple, you think they're just going to, get back in line and wait for the, follow Biden and wait for the next elections?
I think a lot of them.
They're totally, like, disconnected from the American identity at this point. They've had everything robbed from them in their eyes, and the only thing that's stopping them from, going completely ballistic over it, civil war levels, is this endless hope that, oh, it's just around the corner. Trump's coming back and he's going to fix everything, So they need to keep people kind of, walking along with that carrot and stick.
Waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Because what are you going to do? How are you going to reintegrate 50, or, we'll just say half of the American population? They can't.
Wouldn't it be persuasive if it came out that they did cheat, right? So that they did cheat with the election, so Trump would have been the quote fair winner, right? They're placed, right, not elected. That's what I think. So this whole spiel is also played out, right? But if you convince the people that they did cheat, then he would be the rightful winner, quote unquote. So why would you get angry?
Yeah, they might do that. Like, yeah, they did cheat, and then rally, like, we need election reform, and then they push a bunch of shit, and like, yeah, now we fixed it. Now we get real elections, and so they might
to reform elections, right? So you get a senile president that shouldn't be in office because he cheated, and then the Messiah comes back, right? So you have multiple faceted stuff now. The Messiah comes back and reforms the elections. There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
I've always believed that the forefathers, the so-called forefathers of America, well, we all know that they were Masons. So this whole idea of America, the new world, freedom, in my opinion, is entirely bullshit.
Just a mixer.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's that's where it all started, you know, and it's been a couple of 100 years, and people think that America is some kind of symbol for freedom and liberty to the world, right?
I think that
A
now
symbol,
that only
a
happened very
symbol of
recently,
hope.
the last like
A
70
s-
years.
yeah, that's what the new world is. That's what America is. The new world.
The people of
And if
America pretty were really humble people prior to the world wars, you know.
well, American people are just people, but this idea of America, okay, of setting up a country where you're free to worship any god you want and it's separated from government. That idea, I think, is fake. Is the new world order. It's an old idea. It's a big idea. Great work, right? When you look at the dollar bill, what do you see? I see Egypt. I see an ancient work, right, being fulfilled today. Yeah, maybe hundreds of years. Who knows? But that's what I think America is, and that's what I think all these nations of the world are. They're all fake.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they got a lot of shit on our money. Like it says something about a new age, order for the new age or some shit. Bunch of Mason bullshit.
Yeah, and this is where flat Earth comes in, right? Those people came here because they were sent here by the same people that developed the globe Earth model, the age of discovery, the sextant, all these tools for navigation developed by the guy, John D., Edward Kelly, and the boys, sent out to conquer the world with the, you know.
A sextant only works on a flat a flat plane. You need a flat you need a tangent, not a curved line to get your heading.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I felt the pain too. There is no America. You can't look at yourself as an American if you live there. You got to look at yourself as just another person in this on this earth that's fighting against this system that's trying to. I'm sorry. We can't say you're Chinese or you're Russian and I'm American. No, we're brothers. We're people that want the same thing, fighting against these oppressors. We can't wave their flag around because it's their lie. You know what I mean?
Hiding free energy would be a good way to divide us all, right? No, if nobody just
Yeah.
can, if everybody can get the bare minimum, like a house, food, a family, will be a better place.
I think that's all part of the system. This idea that you can own a house, but you don't own the land.
Yeah, I think they only release technology when it's like when it's at a point where it's harmless or it's beneficial for some reason to the
Disclosure.
system.
Yeah. If I was alive back then, right, during when the revolution, right, the American Revolution, the colonies were coming, I would have the only way I would know any of these things if I was a Mason. Everyone else, well, like, how are you going to have this information? The secret society. But as technology goes forward and information starts to be more accessible, this is how we know these things, right? Or we think we know these things. It's like we're still, it's like you're in the matrix and you wake up out of the matrix and you think you're out of the matrix, but you're still in the matrix.
Yeah. Yeah, I think by the time they release something for like public use, it's like a stick and stone.
compared to the shit they got.
Or
With
they
their
want you
whole
to think, or they want you to think they have superior technology, supreme everything, right? So you always
yeah.
be in fear. You always be in fear because you assume that they have this technology where they can take you out any minute, right? Everywhere. So
Yeah, I think that could be
lasers on satellites shoot you from the sky till you're dead, right? This
yeah,
fear is always.
nuclear bombs and ICBMs and missiles flying everywhere. But I could see how that'd be beneficial too. It'd be like shadows on the wall. Like your tiny little hand can cast such a big shadow. So I think the cabal they'll probably do that to an extent too. If you project power, like if you show a lot more power than what you have, it's beneficial for deterrence and keeping people in line. You make yourself appear a lot bigger and a lot. You're everywhere. You know everything. You're invincible. So that could be something too. You never know.
Australian people are just like American people and Samoan people, but the governments, I don't know what those things are, you know, like what else are we going to call ourselves, right? But the governments are not like the people. I don't know. Like evil against the people.
No, Dutch people, Dutch people are the government. They use the people to act as the government, right? It's shameless.
Yeah, Jim Panda and them.
It's shameless. I mean, you hear these people talk, and then they talk about their jabs they just got, and oh, I didn't feel anything. Oh yeah, but my neighbor, she had like headaches and vomiting, and still think it's all right, right? Still think it's part of the game. So they prop each other up like, yeah, good for you, man. Yeah, so fortunately you felt a bit sick, but it's all good. It's all for the better, right? It's all, so they all prop each other up, all giving each other feathers, stick feathers in their asses. Yeah, you did good job, man. Doing this for each other. So it's
Being
this indoctrination.
responsible.
This indoctrination makes it so hard to communicate with these people. Even if you tell them, right? They're like, yeah, I know, but yeah, I need to do something. I want to go on vacation, man. Well, what do you want me to do? Not do anything? Can't go on vacation.
Yeah, it's funny, but then you realize that these are the people that are going to be cheering and helping get you rounded up and forced vaccinated at some point. So it's like our inability to convince them, it's going to have some bad implications. It can at some point. It's like, oh shit, these robots are going to be the ones surrounding us and demanding we be vaccinated against our will.
Or not. They're just going to say, well, you don't have to, right? But you can't go there or there, and then you can't be here or there, right? So they're using
Yeah.
this, right? They're using this. They're not saying to us, right? Yeah. Well, the health prime minister does this. He finds it decadent. I don't know if it's a good word in English, decadent. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means a bad thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
It's
degenerate, yeah.
It's decadent to refuse the jab. That's what our health prime minister said like 2 days ago. Yeah, it's a real decadent to refuse. I don't get it. Why do they refuse and fight against it? It has a real decadent feeling about it. So this is how they gaslight you, right? They
Yeah.
gaslight you, insult you, and then after that they will tell you, yeah, well, it's okay. You don't have to do it, but this is the cage where you have to go now. Okay? This is your cage. The rest of us can move quote unquote freely because they repackaged the word free, right? But they think the word free means listening to the government, right? That's their definition of being free. But yeah, we can live in this cage.
Free means safety, right? Peace and security. And peace and security means vaccination.
No, that's the same tactics they always use though. Like they'll at the same time say they're not doing something while they are actually doing it, and we should be doing it anyways, and it's a good thing. So it's like all at the same time. They're like, no one's. It's like the same thing, and then they chip away piece by piece. And I think at some point, like they'll cut off enough conveniences to pressure you, but once they get a good enough number, they'll start and they ramp up people enough to be like, oh, we got a lot of people that are slowing down progress and stopping us from getting back to normal. I think they'll start to tighten up the reins more. Like they'll start to put the screws to people a little more. Because I know they're already talking about, I don't know if they did it yet, but anybody dependent on the government for anything. So people that are on SSI or disability, they're talking about they're going to start targeting them if they didn't already. That if you're getting assistance from the government, they're going to require you be vaccinated. Now we had a court ruling that they ruled private employers are allowed to require it, and that's I think at some point they'll make travel. I don't know. I think they'll just start to target conveniences and work their way inwards. That way they can say they're not banning you and
Already
they're not
done that.
forcing you.
They've already started that. So
Yeah, so it's like if they right away said you can't go to the grocery store, like that would be forcing you. They wouldn't have a good argument. So they go after conveniences and some things that aren't absolutely necessary, but
It
they'll
already
work their
started
way
here.
inward.
It already started here, but with entertainment. So you can't go into a nightclub or a festival, or if the theater wants the whole place packed, then you can't go in without a test certificate or the jab. So
yeah,
that's
I
already
remember listening to your story, Roger. But
what?
I remember hearing you telling us about the nightclubs requiring the PCR, and it was like just droves of people lined up to get their test certificate, and then they got to the door, and then the systems were down and all that, you know.
Like a day ago, something about when you go on vacation and you have and you're going to the quote unquote dangerous countries, you need to leave your credentials at the airport. When you come back, you need to go into quarantine for 10 days, and if you don't, officials come at your door, check you if you're really at home, and if you aren't at home, you get a fine of like 400 euros. It can go up to 20,000 euros.
Yeah, it's £10,000 in the UK. Fine, and up to 10 years in jail as well. It's insane.
Yeah, they'll have everything a big enough pain in the ass
And then you get the vax, and it'd be like the easy pass. You just fly through front of the line. You just fly through the systems.
Yeah, but I mean, they're getting most people on the lowest hanging fruit. I mean, most people are getting the shot just for
Yeah.
to get away on their holiday, you know.
And that's the beauty of it, right? It is really so sophisticated how they managed it, because in the beginning they told
It's
us,
really not, Roger. We should stop commending them. Like, it's really not. It's all based on the unbelievable stupidity of the general public.
but what I was trying to say is that they told us we need to do this together, right? Together we can fight this. We are one together, and you need to get this because you need to think of the other, right? Together we need to get this thing so we can help each other. But at the end, everybody is doing it for themselves, right? Or they
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah,
quote unquote die. The fear,
yeah.
they are not doing it for somebody else. They're doing it for themselves because they don't want to quote unquote die of the thing. Or they want to go on vacation, so they get it for themselves again. So frankly, nobody is doing it for another, right? But they tricked us, making us believe that we need to do it for each other. And that's what I meant with, yeah, maybe it's not sophisticated, but it's just indeed the stupidity, right? People fall for it.
Yeah, they played right into the complete lack of genuine virtue anybody has. So everybody needs this pseudo virtue, you know.
They've been conditioned.
They
They
could have done
programmed
it any other
everyone.
way, you know. It's not like they could have told you, yeah, go out and get it for yourself and disregard everyone else. It's the only way they could have played it. So we're all in this together, you know. It's like, yeah, we saw how all in this we were, all in this together we were in 2019. You know, I find that hilarious. The hypocrisy. Nobody
Except
gave
the
two
elite.
shits about their
Well,
next door neighbor. You know, the average person in 2019.
well, I don't know about you guys, but me and Yeshua are all in this together. I don't know about those guys. You know what I mean? This is what I mean. I'm not gonna claim I'm American. I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, it's all right. God healed me. I'm immune. Don't worry, I'm good. What are they gonna say about that? The God doesn't exist. That's not science. I mean, what are they gonna say about that, right? God heals me, my body, and my mind and soul. Feeds me.
Yeah,
Take
I
your
like the meme
vaccine or
they
whatever.
got. The one meme where it says, not one life is worth the risk. Like they're wearing the mask. The other person's like doesn't want to wear it. So they're like, I hope you die. It's like the people that are so worried about not even
Yep.
risking single life is worth it. The second you don't want to wear it, they really hope you
They wish
die.
death upon you, right? And say,
Yeah.
and I wish you have long life and many blessings. Go on. Say again. Say it to me again. I wish you die. Okay, I will die one day, but I wish you don't die. Right? I mean, what are they gonna say to that? Nothing. Just gonna turn around like I feel like an asshole. As you are. Right? It's like pouring hot coals on their lap. Take
Validation.
that.
It's just
Take
this
all these
endless
blessings.
need for external validation. That's what they play on with people. And that need for external validation is just spiritual weakness, to be honest. It's nothing less than that.
Fear based. Fear, afraid to live and afraid to die. What are you gonna do? Let somebody else control you, move you around, man. Yeah.
Yeah, they do act like death is like the ultimate bad thing, that like there's literally nothing worse could ever happen. Like living in a bubble wrap, tied up, down in your basement. As long as you get like a week longer to live, that's a better option because at least you're still alive. Like at a certain point, if you're gonna live like a torturous existence, like life is not worth it at that point. And there's plenty of things a lot more important than just being alive for like a couple weeks longer.
Yeah, the world stops functioning like it is functioning if you take away that need for survival. People need to be afraid of death, so because if you're not afraid, I mean, everything you do, every judgment call you make in life is in one way or another you can trace it back to a fear of death, a fear of loss or sacrifice, you know.
Yep.
It's all rooted in a fear of, just say loss, yeah, fear of loss.
Yep.
And if
Yep.
if a person no longer has that fear, they don't fear real sacrifice. They don't fear discomfort. They don't fear losing possessions or whatever. You can't control a person like that. There's nothing you can do to control a person.
That's a troublemaker. Yep. That's a troublemaker.
So they have to build. I bet I'm fairly confident death is not, has no darkness around it at all. When we finally, we'll get there one day and see. But I'm fairly sure it's nothing what we think it is. That's just my personal feelings, though, on it. They always invert everything. If they're saying it's something to be scared of, then it's something you should not be scared of, If it's something that has just dark connotations surrounding all of it, then it's probably the opposite.
Yep. Like people forgot. People forgot there is a God they can call upon. Like it's like he doesn't even exist, eh?
People forgot a lot of things.
Guys,
Yeah.
talk to you later, guys. Go for an hour or something.
All right, Roger. Have a good one, man.
Later.
See you after, Roger.
See you later, Roger. Have a good one.
Yo.
When you become an adult or a mother and father, you are now mom and dad, right? You know how you're talking about people's need to worship.
Yeah.
And when you become a mother and father, you don't, it's either God or the government, right? And that's what I mean. It's like the government is God, the people. They forget that there's an actual God that wants to help. If people even believe in that anymore, right? It's like in the days of Noah.
Yeah, I'm on my first read through the Bible. I finished the Torah, and I'm on I forget which book I'm on in the Bible, but it's a trip.
Judges. Yep. Torah's pretty solid.
I'm on the book of Samuel right now.
Oh, the best part. Yeah.
Oh, is it? I just got to Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel is one of my favorite times in the Bible. Samuel's time. King David, Saul, the first kings, the end of the judgment.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got to the first king of Saul.
People are like, look, give us a king, like all these other countries around us, a man we could look up to. I mean,
Yeah,
God,
they even asked Jehovah for permission to have a king. That was Trip.
yeah, and God said, don't worry, Samuel. They did not reject you. They rejected me as their king.
Yeah. I was like, whoa, that's heavy.
All the courtrooms, all the laws, all the things we call good on earth comes from the Torah. So when you say God heals me, God takes care of me, what can they say in court? You must be one of those extremists, right? Whatever, dude. Fundamentalists. You must be a flat earther too, right? How many times they locked up the disciples, right? Hey, they were chasing them all over the place, trying to lock them up and shut them up, right? Kind of like flat earthers today, don't you think? Trying to shut us up. When they hate you because of me, they hate me. So don't worry about it, right? They hate the creator. That's the other thing they do. They come in and say, "Oh, you guys are like religious people, aren't you?" Well, we're not as religious as the globe earthers, but that's what you want to call it. I mean, if the creator exists and he made the earth, it's not a religion, bro. It's science, real science. We think it's designed, but we're going to deny that there's a creator. Yeah, sure. I know Michelangelo painted this painting, but I'm just going to say it appeared out of nowhere because science, right? Saying Michelangelo painted this painting, that's religious. But if you think this painting appeared out of nowhere, now that's scientific, all right? Hey, Reconor. Are you trying to say that the word glober is racist? I would walk into a well-lit alley of a library at a prestigious college and be like, F all Globers. What? Right? And just wait for it. What? Think they're gonna throw books at me or what? Anyways, I'm gonna post a photo. Check it out. Wrong photo. I'll walk into an astrophysicist teaching astronomy and challenge all the Globers. Maybe I'll challenge the teacher, right? Because if you can defeat the teacher, then you win the whole classroom, right?
Hey, am I reading this right? That Saul took some oxen and tore them into pieces and flung them?
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
That's a trip.
Yeah, what book was that? What scripture was that? Which First Samuel chapter and verse?
Um, yeah, it's Samuel 11, verse 6 and 7. Like, and when they found Saul and brought him to be their king. They said what they say? They said he was taller than any man. So was he like a giant? Because it said when he stood among the people, he was higher than any of the people from his shoulders and upward. So he was, yeah, so he was higher than any of the people from his shoulders and upward. And then in the next chapter, he took a yoke of oxen and he like tore them into pieces and sent them throughout the coast. And then the fear of the Lord fell upon the people that saw that. So was he like a giant with like superhuman strength?
Anyone speak to the new people?
Do what again, Elijah? I couldn't hear that.
Did anyone speak to the new people? R2D2 and
How you breaking up, buddy? I'm sorry.
AVO's new. Welcome, AVO. Avo. Sleet Love. Sleet. Welcome to the server, guys. Jump in when you have questions.
Hey guys, is anybody there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yo,
I
what's
think
up?
they're just,
What's up
I
with
think
these?
they're just a bunch of, I think they're just a bunch of alt accounts and that. I think it's 2 or 3 people, like, probably just having like 5 or 6 alt accounts, and they're just going in and out. That's my little theory.
Well, I'm gonna ban these accounts. They're getting really annoying. Whoever. Uh, okay, that's kind of funny. When I said I was gonna ban them, they stopped. That's kind of funny. On the back.
Both of them have the name Motion. RPM Motion, RYM Motion.
I can't find them in the ping list or whatever it's called.
DJU, BJR, RPM. They're all ZMW, ONV, DJU. All of them have motion after the name.
What are they doing?
Just causing commotion by coming in and out.
It
Just
looks like
messing around.
they're leaving server because if I try to check who they aren't on the server, so they're going off and on. But I've banned like half of them now, at least.
They were just here messing around,
Yeah.
that's all.
I'm just hard banning them as soon as I see them now.
Good job. Get
How
them.
do how do they have permission to even go live?
I don't
Not even
know.
half of their permission.
It looks like they are automatically reconnecting. So basically, like, but I don't really know. Almost like they lose connection, and Discord is trying to reconnect them, and then they just jump right back where they. I don't know. Just a suggestion.
Well, that was pretty annoying. Hopefully they don't come back.
Yeah, I saw the thing. I'm at work, but I saw it jumping up and down, so I just jumped in.
Yeah, that was weird.
Okay, it seems. Please just ping me if it should start back up again. I'll try to fix it. Oh, there they are.
You spoke too soon.
They're gonna be doing this all day. Watch. I told you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna find the correct log and I'll hard ban all of them. 2 seconds.
CVK.
They know what people are saying. They just
Yeah,
know at
they
this
of
point.
course they have a guy in here
Yeah,
listening.
they're listening to us.
Yeah, of course.
CKV Motion.
It's like Jaws or something. When are they gonna appear?
Just everyone keep an eye on your screen, see if you can see the names. Get their asses. Show yourself, pussy.
Don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, they ran to the hills. They're hiding in caves, waiting.
Just wait until the motion's passed and then they'll join.
You woke me up, you little bastards.
Yeah, they interrupted me reading the Bible.
Can I get a mic check? Mic check.
Check. Check.
Thank you.
Cell motion. He's one. Anybody, but they usually have motion at the end of their name. The beginning, usually a couple of letters. Fucking permaban their asses. Get a life. Get a life, you little prick. You've been muted.
Did you guys get SEL motion?
I just muted him for myself. I don't have the perms. But yeah, all of them. There's multiple of them, but all of them end in motion. It's like 3 letters and then the word motion.
Are they just making sock accounts and just continually gonna do this all day?
Once the mods get in here, they'll know what to do.
I just don't get the tactic. What's the point?
It's got us talking about them. They don't have much point with these kids nowadays. They don't need require that much enthusing entertainment. They're easily amused, these little guys nowadays. I mean, just listen to
Yeah.
the bullshit music they listen to.
Yeah, they're interrupting my Bible read.
Hear that, guys? How does that make you feel?
I'm over here trying to read the Word of God or Jehovah. They really don't like using the word God, but
I hear you.
they're interrupting it. And I'm just trying to chill out, man, on this. What's today? Beautiful Monday?
Yes, sir. Just
Yeah.
just mute them as you see them. You can mute them for your individual self. I don't hear them anymore.
Yeah, I am. But, it takes my attention off the book.
Yeah.
What's up, everyone? Quiet here.
Welcome back.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm just chilling. Just reading scripture.
Had some jokers in here all morning, coming in, going out, coming in, going out. Most of them start with
which jokers?
they all start with 3 letters and then the word motion. There's like a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, it's 3 letters, then a dash, and then motion. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
No,
I maybe I'm slow today, but I don't get it.
basically all of them are named motion.
They would jump in, go live, jump out, jump in, go live, go out.
Are they banned yet?
Some of them were.
Oh.
No, the people that were in here didn't have the perms, so we just kind of.
Oh.
I think someone pinged one person, and then
Oh yeah, I see it.
he got a couple of them, but I don't think he got them all.
Chocolate saw it. Yeah. Now I see it. Uh,
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing to the live stream. They were like doing something to the live. They were going live, then not going live, and like they had perms they shouldn't have.
oh yeah, I see it. I see the logs now. Is there like a bot attack or something?
Yeah. And Chad said you can't detect the Coriolis, but you have to adjust for it.
Shit.
When you're doing a sniper shot.
Really?
Yeah, so it's not detectable, but you have to adjust for it. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm a scope smith myself. I build rifle scopes. Never heard of it.
Did the guy say anything?
No, I think they were bots. Someone was under control though, because as soon as the person that came in said, "I'm just gonna ban them," they just stopped, and then they would start up again after a little bit, and then so someone's under control of it.
Yeah, they're all new accounts.
So what's new, Roger?
Much.
Are you driving right now? I heard a blinker.
Yeah, driving.
Hey, I just bought a new car.
Which one?
I got a 2021 Toyota TRD Camry. It's like a sports sedan.
Those are unbreakable, so that's cool.
I'll post a picture, or do you want me to DM you the picture?
You can post it in the live stream
Okay.
if you want.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Just give me 1 minute. There you go, Roger. That's the car I purchased about 5 days ago.
Banning 2 of those bots. People, there were a lot of bots. So. Wow, that's cool, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's the first brand new car I've ever bought.
It's how fast does it go from 0 to 60?
Hold on, let me look it up. It's got the It's got the V6 in it. It's at 301 horsepower. Let me look it up real quick.
Is it 4-wheel drive?
Unfortunately, no, it's front wheel.
Watching Formula One? Do you watch Formula One or not?
No, sir.
I think Max Verstappen is going to be the new world champion. Dutchie. For him, he's number 33. So. For King, his last name is Orange. Orange in gematria has 33.
Hey, Roger, it's 0 to 60 in 5.5 seconds.
It's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, it's not too bad for the price and all the features.
Yeah, Toyota's reliable, man. That's always a good buy.
Yeah, the Toyota engines are reliable, and I got the extended warranty to 120,000 miles or 6 years.
My friend had but this is way back, right? He had a Toyota Starlet. That thing just run on three pistons. It kept on running. Those things are indestructible. You also have this with Top Gear. They tried to kill this Toyota pickup truck.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop in the shower. I gotta get this day started. I'll pop back in here later.
Zo maar weg. Nee, moest even. Hallo. Heb je de verhaal en zo? Ja, zoiets. Ja, zoiets. Oh jee. Oh jee. Waar is het? Maar waar is het?
Ik vind het wel een leuke tijdje.
En wat?
Een leuke tijd voor jou. Leuke tijd.
Oh ja, 2,5 of een 2 uurtjes terugrijden. Hè? Geen zitplaats. Oh, mag.
Ik zou er juist naar zitten.
Ik ook.
Ja.
Tuurlijk.
Als het er niet zit, is het dit antwoord. Oké, jij doet het ook. Worden wel
Uiteindelijk doet niemand het voor een ander, dus ook dit niet.
worden wel steeds vaker met elkaar geplaatst met Cole.
Wat?
Wel eens ooit klusjes dat je samen met Cole ergens in. Oh, dat hebben we niet eens. Ik al één keer. En volgens mij pas ook al toen.
Mijn Wilma was eentje die te leiden. Die was ook niet zo lang, dus maar
Any mods about?
Gemsy's a moderator. He's just on mute right now. I don't know if he's busy or listening. For whoever was asking for a moderator. When he's free, maybe. Or if you DM them, maybe they'll get a hold of you quicker.
Cheers, bro.
Yo. You James, are you there, guy? I bet you're there. I know you're there. There's no fucking way you're not there. Jamesy? Guess I was wrong. Can man flat? Is everybody sleeping?
Ooh.
What's up, guy? How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah.
Smoking my first cracker of the day.
Hey, me too, bro. I'm smoking on that herb. First awake and bake, fucking. But it's without the spliff in the morning, I just don't feel right.
Yeah, I'd probably have an assault charge every day if I didn't smoke.
Oh, yeah, that's called the panger anger, bro. You got to get rid of that. The worst thing you can ever have.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
I don't
part of
go
the
through
problem
that.
is since I've um become aware of what I now know, I have people that are close to me that they think my cheese is falling right off my cracker.
Hey, that's fine. You tell me you're a fucking moron. Hey, that's it. They have nothing, like, buddy. I had no choice. It's my fucking. But then the family realizes because I cut them all off, right? They realize, okay, and they see that they're sitting there stupid, and for years they're sitting there stupid thinking about this whole fucking situation and realize, well, they're wrong, and then they'll,
Yeah,
they'll come apologize. But it's just you gotta let them be, man. You gotta fuck off. It's the
yeah,
only way to do it. You cut them off. Like, fuck you. I don't care. You think I'm crazy? Okay, well, fuck yourself. I'm gonna go live my life. You don't owe them shit. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But now
most
God
definitely.
knows the earth is flat now, so that's all that matters. And that's all that
Yeah.
matters, bro. You know?
I'm not sure. I was gonna grab myself a dirt bike, but I think I might wait till the fall and the winter because it'll be a lot cheaper to get a used one then.
Hell yeah,
Just hit
everybody's
the
gonna
trails
rock it.
next year, hit the trails next summer.
Yeah, that's how you do it. You buy those bikes in the fucking winter. Nobody
My
uses
buddy
them.
has my buddy has a few of them, so I can just borrow one of his. I just don't like borrowing because if something happens, I'm fixing it and I feel bad because something happened. But I hook him up. I buy him bike covers and different things. Like when it's not his birthday or Christmas, I'll just grab him something that I think he needs. Like the last thing I bought him was for the wood stove, one of those fans you put on the wood stove and the heat spins it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
He,
cool.
he was with his woman for 26 years, and I guess she decided she was bored or done with his crap and left him. And it's been kind of hard because I'll go to chill with him and help him fix his home. It was a total gut and redo. And while we're there, he just goes on and on and on about crap. And I'm like, fuck, bud. Like, I'm not exactly happy where I am, but do you hear me bitching to you about it? Like, shut the fuck up, man. Let's put a window in. Drives me nuts. I haven't been there in over a year now
There
because
you
it just
go.
drives me it's too much listening to him bitching. Like, we went to his mailbox to pick up his mail for the first time after he got the place, and we get back there and he's just going through all the papers and all the different mail, and he finds the deed for the place and he sees it's worth more than half, like more over double what he paid for it. And I'm like, that was in the condition it was in before we started fixing the place up. It's probably worth maybe 5 or 10 grand more than that right now. And wait till you're done with it. It's going to be worth a lot more. And then by the next day, he was back to bitching and complaining. I fucking retarded.
Why? He just had so much money, bro. What the fuck's he's fucking complaining for?
And then after the wife left him, I'm getting a hold of this one. I'm getting a hold of that one. Going through all his exes, getting a hold of all his exes. I'm like, you are stupid.
That's stupid. How the fuck you gonna go through all your exes? The fuck? How desperate are
Anyways, I
you?
guess one of them through his sister's Facebook he started talking to her through his sister's Facebook, and they hook up. I'm like, this will last 6 months, bud, and she's gone. 6 months later, she left. He's
All
like, I
my
can't believe you were right.
all of my exes live in Texas.
That's cool. How do you know that? They told you?
Google that.
He bought them bus
I'm
tickets.
gonna Google all his exes.
He bought them bus tickets.
Google all my
one way.
all my exes live
I
in
know,
Texas.
I know that, but I know what that's saying, bro. Is it a song? Is it a song?
Yeah. Yeah. Hank, I think it's Hank something that does that song. I could be wrong, but it is a song. I made that rhyme. Hank Williams, maybe?
I'm not really good with names, especially when it comes to music people. I don't care about them. Fuck, I'm a big Pink Floyd fan. I love Pink Floyd, right? But I never knew
Yeah.
their names. I couldn't give two fucks about who the fuck they were. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
The
I
music's
know
badass.
I know two of their names, Roger Gilmore and
Well, David Gilmour and Roger Waters, yeah.
yeah,
That's the only ones that I remember. And then somebody brings up fucking Sid Barrett. I'm like, who the fuck is Sid Barrett? You know?
their
Like,
bassist or something. Yeah, I don't know.
right. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about, man? And they're gonna try and tell me, they're gonna be, oh, you're not a Pink Floyd fan because you don't know who fuck. Bro, I can fucking sing you the whole fucking all the lyrics without a fucking error from beginning to end to this Time song. I love Time, that song so much that I fucking memorized all those lyrics. It took me like a day to do it. It's not even that, I just kept repeating it in my head and then I fully memorized it. And I can do that to almost any Pink Floyd song. And well, I mean, fucking Dark Side of the Moon, I can sing the whole fucking album. I remember doing it. When I hit
Nice.
mushrooms, I was high fucking mushrooms. I was so crazy in the summer. I was so hot too. So I laid down on the balcony. My balcony has a concrete floor, right? Just to cool off my body. Right in the middle, like 4 in the morning, I started singing the whole fucking loud as fuck off my balcony.
That
The
was
whole
thinking
album.
though, laying on the
The whole
concrete like
fucking album, bro. The whole album.
that was smart laying on the concrete.
Yeah, I know, bro. They do. You cool
I've
off.
been I told you I saw them in concert. I've been to a shitload of concerts, but that Pink Floyd concert was definitely one of the more memorable ones because of all the effects and stuff, you know? They had a giant pig flying for war pigs and fucking plane coming and shooting it and fucking all kinds of lasers and shit.
Yeah,
Oh
they
yeah.
had like the best shit ever, man. Pink Floyd,
Yeah.
like the best shit. You know,
That was a fun time.
can only imagine.
That was, I think, the last outdoor concert at the Civic Center that I was at. Because the Civic Center, they kind of shut it down for the concerts. They built Scotiabank Place. It's a big fucking arena. That's where all the hockey games and concerts are now. They used to be downtown at the Civic Center. Now that's just a football field. That's all they do with that now, football.
Hmm.
Unless I'm too big of a stoner to realize they tore down the north and south stands and it's all gone. Because I did a delivery down there. There's like a fucking major condo right there at the one side of the bridge where the Civic Center was. Big ass condo, fancy condo building. I'm a stoner. And then Like I was living in Windsor for 5 years. I came back to Ottawa. I'm driving down the road. I'm like, where the fuck? What the hell? Like the things that changed around my city, you know?
Yeah, I came to Montreal one time after not being there for a while, and I'm like, what the fuck? And this shit just changed so fast. It's like if you're not there while it's changing, it's a massive, like you notice it massively, right? But if you live around that area, like all that change is like you don't even notice it. It's crazy.
What
It's like
what about Circle K where you are?
what do you mean in Toronto?
Yeah, like is it everywhere? Circle K now? No more Beckers, no more Max.
Beckers and the Max. Well, see, I didn't live in Toronto when that shit was around. I came to Toronto like 6, 7 years ago now, or maybe 8 now. Fuck. It's been a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just noticed one day every single convenience store was Circle K.
In Ottawa or Toronto?
It seems to be like across Canada. Fuck, like everywhere I go. Circle
I don't.
K.
What the
That
fuck is
was a
what
fucking
the fuck
wing.
is a Circle K? I never seen a Circle K.
There, it's like some sort of fucking convenience store company, I guess.
Yeah, I don't see
And
those
then
sites.
when it happened, I'm like, this is the start of fucking like communism. Like, why the fuck isn't Winks anymore at Circle K? Why is Becker's Circle K? Why is Max Circle K?
No, they
The
probably
the
bought
the
them
Shell
out.
station would have an on the run. Now it's a Circle K. Like, what the fuck?
This is just a major company coming in, buying out everything, right? And then just relabeling it to what its own thing. Just bought out a whole bunch of shit. It happens, especially during this type of time, this economy crash. They can't support like some companies, especially the low end companies. Like just a corner store just doesn't support itself.
Well,
Oh,
you know that I grow, right?
yeah, I
I'm a
know.
grower.
Oh, I know.
So I order LED lights all the time, right? And one day I got a phone call, or maybe it was a letter. Yeah, I got a letter. We're holding this LED light. We don't believe it's you paid the amount on the bill. We think it's valued at a higher cost. If you want it, you're gonna have to pay more to get it released and this and that. And I call uh the airport and shit, and I'm like, what's this? You want to charge me more to get my light? I'm like, you don't believe the amount on the bill. Well, I don't understand this shit. And then I'm like, listen, I get it that the system in the country is broken, but broke, that's another fucking story. We're not broke. Like 14 million $3 scratch tickets to give away
It was a scam.
$300,000.
Yeah, that's a scam, obviously.
Yeah. So, anyways, I told him, I said, keep the fucking thing. And I just ordered another one. Because I'll get a refund from the company if it doesn't get it to my door on time, right?
Right.
So, fuck him. I should keep it, man. And I've ordered, I don't know how many more since, not another one has been held up. Fucking game players, man. It's like I said, if you were in Toronto, why would I take a plane to get there and all the way through the airport? They're like, fucking, how much you got in your pocket? Where'd you get that watch? Are those shoes new? Like, fuck off. I hate watching that border security and people are going from A to B. They landed where they're getting to, and now they decide to go through their pockets. And are you sure this is 9,300? And they're counting it. 9,800. You lied. You
Well,
know, like,
that's communism, bro. That's how it started, bro. They fucked up, man. Soon it's gonna be where are your papers, bro? Where are your papers? Show me your papers. You know, right here up your ass. Come on.
yeah.
Show
Like,
you.
why would you want to be a fucking prison guard looking up people's arses all the time?
What kind of fucking job? What kind of fucking job? How do you live with yourself, man? Narcs, how do you live with yourself, you know?
No
Narcs.
shit.
Okay.
How are things around Toronto, though?
I'm getting better. Less masks. Thank fucking God. People are starting to realize, yeah, it's all bullshit.
Right on.
Yeah. There's still some idiots mask, and idiots are still like, oh, just to not have any argument, they'll go into like a store with put a mask on and shit. But outside, they're not.
Yeah.
Fucking morons, though. Like, bro, it upsets me.
It's what I was doing when it was like heavy, everybody was into it. Was being super observable, like trying to pay attention to the pretty ladies that wait to the last second to put it on or take it off as soon as they're out of the store. But even that, I'm like, no, I don't want to talk to you.
Exactly. You know, I don't. Yo, bro, I took my dog out for a walk, right? And you know how cute my dog is, right? I got bitches asking me fucking they're stopping me mid fucking walk and ask, bro, this group of three bitches. One was really loud, right? And they're all wearing masks. Like, and I smile at her with this big ass smile, and I tell her, no. And I just keep fucking walking. Oh, you dumb bitch. Oh, fucking. Yeah, any bitch wearing a mask is off limits right away.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
And
talk
then
about shit.
even the
Never.
next ladies that I chat up, if they're without masks, when it gets around to that, if I'm like, so did you get the Fauci ouchie? Did you go get the jab or whatever? If they're like, yep, I'll be
That's
like,
fucked.
okay,
Yeah.
it's done here.
Out the door, bro. Out the fucking door right now. Get the fuck out of here with that. No, because who knows? She might develop herpes and transmit it to you. You know, you don't fuck with that shit. You know,
Yeah.
that's what they injected. That whole fucking thing. They have a whole bunch of shit. Nobody even knows what's in it. Like
Ugh,
people are developing all kinds of weird shit. You know, so
that's
if
what I've
you
been
want,
hearing.
if you want to deal with that weird shit, yeah, go on, do it. Not for me, thank you.
So it's like the dating pool just keeps shrinking.
Shrinking. You know, it's fucked. Not just even dating. Yeah, exactly. Like I'll never get married by this. It's fucked. Like I'm looking at it. My future I'll never have a wife. Hands down. They're all crazy. They're all fucking crazy.
I've got big dreams, so I need a woman with vision, you know?
Yeah, no, I need a smart girl, guy. I can't fucking just, bro. I can't. If a girl's stupid, uh, and the conversation doesn't go like properly, like I can't. It's over.
Yeah.
I lose my fucking mind. And when I start losing my mind, it's not good. So I'd rather stay alone.
Yeah.
No, it's true. That's why, yo, when my baby mama started acting up, like I was like, yo, fuck you, bitch. You think I'll be around? Yeah, you're fucking mine. But she was upset that I wasn't gonna be around. Well, I'm like, yo, bitch, see what you're doing? Keep doing it, and I ain't there. There you go. I ain't there no more. And she's upset. Not my fucking
I'm
fault.
proud though that you still see your son and shit, bud. My dad, I
Oh
don't
no,
know.
no, no. She doesn't mean her. No, I was seeing my kid until like he was 5, and then after the shit went even worse and worse, like she started making my kid cry in front of me, be making me feel like she was using him against me, and I was like, "Yo, bitch, yeah, that's not gonna work." And so then
Yeah, yeah.
I just fucking bounced. Yeah, bitch. No, but
But you still see him from time to time though,
no, I
right?
can't. I can't. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
sorry. I thought you did.
I wish.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would. No, me and her are in a big fight.
Terrible.
Yeah, but she's rich as fuck. She can do whatever she wants. She's a woman, so she has all the power. It's a situation I can't fight until he grows older. And then when
Yeah.
he grows older, he's gonna come find me anyways, bro. I know him,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Me and
He'll
him,
see.
he remembers me, man. He remembers who his dad is, right? She was
Nice.
crying the last time. She was crying, "Can Papa come home?" And she's like, "No." I'm like, "Oh fuck." He said the kid just wants to fucking hang out, right? And I'm like there once every fucking blue moon because I live in Toronto and she stays in Montreal. And then
Yeah, yeah.
the one time I'm there, she doesn't even want to fucking let me come hang out with the kid, right? The bitch. Because she's upset. She's upset. She's mad at
Yeah.
me, you know? I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Who the fuck are you? You said the same thing to me. Who the fuck am I, right? Anyways, bitches.
Well,
It is what it is.
That's it.
Buddy, my mom and my dad had fights, and here's the thing. I rather, I would have, man, my mom, if she divorced my dad when I was younger, my life would have changed and it would have been way better. You know what I mean? My dad was a
Hmm.
total piece of shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And so from that type of example, I learned that, listen, if I wasn't going to be able to be compatible with the woman, and even if I have a kid, it's best not to be around. I mean, like it'd be better if the kid was like I'd be visiting and shit, but
Hmm.
in the circumstances I can't, right? So it's beneficial for him not to be around that negative energy. Because
Yeah, yeah.
she's an Aries and I'm an Aries, and we fight like fucking, and we don't even fucking we say mean things like real fucking straight to the face, you know? And I say harsher things than she can say, so I shut her up fast, you know, and then she gets really fucking upset. So it's a fun one. And she's stubborn right now, but she's a fighter, bro. She's like one of those. She's feisty. No, she's a lawyer, bro. Bro, she was 26, I was 23, 4. I don't fucking remember how old I was. Maybe 22, 23. And she graduated as a lawyer from Moscow universities and shit. Like, you know,
Wow.
yeah, yeah. And her stepdaddy's rich as fuck. Like, money out the ass, like rich. Like, transport, like, fucking
And
army
then
shit, like
they
military shit,
think
right?
they think because of that they can do whatever they want and you'll put up with it.
Exactly. You know, that's the type of shit that I was like, yeah, bitch, wrong guy. You know, just because you have pussy, you think I'm gonna stay around? You fucking mad? I'm not one
Yeah.
of those. You fuck. I ain't desperate. And that's the thing. She hated the fact that I would go outside, right? And she's jealous for some fucking reason. She thinks as soon as I step outside, I'm fucking some other girl. Like I'm like, yo, really? You fucked. You know what I mean? Like as soon as I go outside, her fucking mind just goes berserk. I'm like, what? I've never experienced that in my life, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Weird. I mean, like I said, I'm the type of guy, like I do my own shit. You know how I am, right? In real life, I'm even worse. Like nobody can tell me what to do. I don't care who the fuck you are.
Well,
I
they're
don't.
not. They don't own you. Fuck.
Well, there you go. Jesus.
I
Yeah.
can I can understand if a friend wants to give me some advice, but to try to tell me how to live my life, that's another story.
Right. You know, there's a limit. Mm.
Beautiful day out today. I'd probably go for a walk later.
Yeah, I'm about to it's gonna get really hot. Take my doggy out for a walk. My dog loves walking. Roll up a couple of joints, go to the park, you know, smoke some weed while at the park. I love smoking weed at the park with my doggy.
I like walking
Mm.
too with the pins and plates in the left leg now. Sometimes I push it too much,
Oh yeah.
and then I get back, I gotta soak in the tub for a minute to fucking loosen the leg up.
Yeah, man, I can't imagine. Number one, I'm a tall enough guy, right? So I already have knee problems. Fuck, it's my knees, man. Fuck, just sometimes just standing up off a chair hurts, you know? And it's right at the kneecap, you know, between the kneecap and the fucking like under the kneecap and the fucking the joint there. Starts
Oh
hurting.
man.
Yeah, fucking. But I'm tall. It's a knee problem for tall people, you know. I play
Yeah, yeah.
basketball. You know, when you play basketball enough, it kind of wears out your kneecaps. Fuck. I used to jump a lot, like a lot. I don't do that as much. I can, but I'm afraid I'll break my knees. I jump too high and then land and then boom, snap. But you're getting older.
Yeah,
You can't.
I'm not much for jumping up for the basket. Like I'll throw to get a basket, but I'm a little too like not able to get up there.
I know, especially with your knees and with your metal stuff in your knees or whatever you have there.
I saw the whole Harlem Globetrotters once at that Scotiabank place I was telling you about a few years back. That was fun to watch and see.
Yeah, those guys are cool.
You know who the Harlem Globetrotters are, right? They do all those funny
Yeah,
trick shit.
yeah, I know exactly who they are.
Yeah. I wasn't big on basketball for a while. But then when I was like, what the fuck, 120 to what? And like seeing how high the scores could get, it kind of piqued my interest a little bit. Totally different than hockey where one
They
goal's 1 point.
double dribble, they carry, do all kinds of shit in that. It's like it's not a real basketball game. It's just for fun.
Yeah. I've never been a big golf fan. I just always thought it was too arrogant of a game. Like
Yeah.
cutting down all that nature to knock a little white ball around into a hole. Like, but mini golf, I like mini golf. And I have gone on the golf course 2, 3 times with a buddy and or two and like just had fun, didn't really try to play properly, you know? Yeah, I always thought golf was very arrogant.
Rich people, bro.
Good morning, guys. Just a mic check. Thank you.
What's up, guy?
What's up, brother? How's everything?
Any
No.
clouds or bendy water yet?
Not that I know of. Beautiful day today.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. It's gonna get really
Yesterday.
hot. You're on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, I'm in Allentown, PA. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just beautiful weather, you know. About to step out a little bit.
It's a bet
See
you
how's
live in
everybody doing.
you live in a state that smells like shit. Hey.
Hey, what? What,
The
bro?
city, the city smells. Where do you say? You say PA? Is it
Yeah.
Pennsylvania? Is it Pennsylvania, PA?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it like full of bums and shit? Or is it
Yo, my dude,
Pennsylvania?
if you want, I'll go on FaceTime with you. I'll show you where I live, bro. You tell me.
Well, I don't know, because where I live is full of bums, and I live in Toronto.
Nah,
You know
my
what I
dude. I
mean?
mean, the city of Allentown is pretty bad. I'll be honest with you. It's a pretty rough town. But I'm in a suburb. I'm on a hill.
Oh, you're in a suburb.
I'm in a,
I was thinking like the cities, man. I was thinking like inside the
no. I'm not in the city, bro. No.
Okay,
I'm on a
okay.
hill. I'm in a Waldheim Park, just pretty much a forest. I live in a forest, bro.
Oh, you're a lucky guy, man. That's
I
good.
live in the trees, bro.
That's
Surrounded
amazing.
with trees.
That's good. I wish I would live like that.
Got
I live
my
in the
garden.
city, surrounded by fucking heroin addicts and crack addicts, bro.
I
That's where I
believe
live.
it. I moved from Jersey, dude, where I was fucking spending hours a day in a traffic. And a day came, I'm like, yo, told my wife, call our landlord, dude. We're fucking out of here. I told him like by 3 months, it was the beginning of the year. I'm like, yo, call him. We out of here by May. I didn't know where the fuck I was going. I just knew I had to escape there. I lived right across Manhattan, bro. Cliffside Park.
Hey, good choice. Good choice. Fuck those big cities, man.
Fuck that, dude. It's like literally like decision happened in one day. I'm sitting in fucking traffic. Like 3 lights changed, dude. I'm still at the same light. I'm fucking losing it, dude. I'm like, yo, call the fucking landlord, dude. We're out of here. I'm not living here no more. For no reason, dude. And literally that's what happened. Yeah, like we went looking for places.
Too. No fucking reason to be expensive. That expensive. It's fucking
Dude,
expensive, man.
2-bedroom apartment. We were
Yeah.
paying what I was paying for a house when I moved in here. 3-level home, front yard, backyard, like so much space, dude. Actually, less. I was paying mortgage less here. Now my house is paid off, and I'm chilling, bro.
Amazing. That's it. Now you're chilling. It's the
You know,
best.
fuck city, dude. So many crazy people, dude. Everybody's trying to kill you. Everybody in your throat. You know.
I get you, man. Yeah, I live
Nobody
there, bro.
says what's up, dude. You're walking by, people don't even see you, bro. It's like they're looking through you. You know, here
Exactly.
I go to a store here, dude. I walk my dog. Everybody's like, "Hey, good morning, Vlad. Yo, what's up?"
Everybody knows
You
you by
know,
name, you know? Yeah, I get you.
everybody did. The whole street did. You know, to the store too. You go to a store, everybody's like, "Hi," you know, like totally different attitude, bro. City's fucking dirty, man. City's. I'm not saying Allentown is any like, you know, it's not a rich area at all, bro. Like, there's actually some ghetto places in Allentown. It's really bad crime and all that. But the whole general vibe is, you know, it's only 150 miles away from city.
What's the capital of Pennsylvania?
Wait a second, Pittsburgh?
Yeah, isn't it Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh, right? And have you ever seen downtown Pittsburgh?
No, but I've heard it's beautiful, bro.
You heard it's beautiful?
Yeah, like it's kind of European-looking city, like with the
I
paved
mean,
street.
I think it's minus the crackheads, you know? I mean, like if because from what I've seen like this Skid Row type shit in like, is it Pittsburgh? Hold on, I gotta remember. But I was like, I've never seen something so fucking crazy. It looked like fucking third world country in that city.
No, definitely not Pittsburgh then, yeah.
No, I mean like there's certain parts of it. I mean, I'm not saying certain parts are gonna be clean.
Maybe, bro. I never been up there.
Wow,
The picture that I've seen, and my mom and dad been there. They said like it reminded them of a European city. You know,
How
they have
long
some
ago
streets with cobblestones.
How long ago was that? That's a good question, you know.
I was like years ago. My parents were there, like I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. I heard this. I never been to Pittsburgh myself.
Right. Yeah. No, 10, 15 years can change something, especially if the liberals take over, bro. It takes a liberal 5 years to destroy something.
That's true, though. Look at Portland. Look at all these.
Yeah, Portland's one. You see how fucked up Portland is?
It's sick, bro.
Holy shit. That's something. I'm like Pittsburgh. Like
Los Angeles.
Maybe I'm wrong. LA's retarded.
That's
LA.
ridiculous.
What is this? They'll go to the beach there or whatever one of their famous beaches. It's just tents and fucking heroin addicts and junkies and shit. It's like nobody wants to go there. It's disgusting. Shit runs off into the oceans. Like they literally have runoffs from the sea.
It's like homeless city, yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And people go swimming in the city, and there's a runoff right next to the beach, and people are like, and the shit and pisses all over that. It's just disgusting. What is going on?
It's madness, bro.
It's fucking crazy madness.
But PA is a big state, yeah. Like you can literally travel 8 hours through PA.
Yeah,
I think Texas is bigger, and I forgot what. There's a few states that are bigger, but PA is pretty big. All right, I guess no globe heads, right?
They stopped coming. They're like, you know what? We're never gonna win. Eventually they're gonna give up, you know.
They don't even have an argument, bro. How are they gonna win? Like they don't even have an argument. Literally, all they can do is deny. They live in denial of reality. So if that's an argument,
you label them crazy and then you move on. It's no wasting time no more. Oh yeah, okay, cool. You stay there. Let me go on the other side of the room, like at least 10 meters away from you. Thank you. I don't wanna get what you have. You know what I mean? I don't wanna catch what the sickness you're having. So people are so fucked.
You don't want to catch that fear virus. Because that's what it is, dude. They live in a fear-based mind control.
That's true, they do.
That was a dude here last night. I don't know how the fuck he made it to live stream, dude, but I know after his first word, bro, after the First couple of words and his tone of the voice, I knew he was a troll. He was just kept cutting me off. He didn't want to let me speak, you know. And then Cyrus came. He's like, "Oh, let him ask a question." Okay, let him ask a question. All right, let him ask a question. But it took like 2 minutes. He was spiraling so hard. He was talking to everybody, and he was banned immediately. Immediately, you know. But somebody comes in and tells me like, "Yo, let him ask a question." I'm like, "Yo, it's a fucking troll. Like, let him ask a question." All right. There was 5 mods in here fucking yelling at him. He's talking over everybody. It took like 2 minutes to ban him, man. I wish I had that button, you know. Like, I'll fucking ban him after the first word, you know. I heard it in the tone of his voice, bro. You know how sometimes you can tell, like, when they come in and they're like all nervous and like they're asking these stupid questions and they won't let you talk because they want to talk over you. They want to ask another stupid questions before you even answer.
Yeah, I know.
You can sense that right away, dude. You know? And then somebody comes in and tells me to be quiet, like, "Yo, let him ask a question." Man, get the fuck out of here.
Well, yeah, no. These
And
some
let
of
the
the
trolls
mods,
take.
some of the mods are, you know, they don't know the situation. They come in and they think they want to assess it, so they want to replay it, so they just let it play
Yeah,
out again.
whatever. It is what it is. I'm not arguing with nobody. Do I let it go, bro? Like, somebody want to fucking yell at me, I'll get the fuck out of here.
I get you. You I get you. You just gotta like participate a little longer, and then the more you know, the more the people you know.
I'm just like, yeah, like I don't like yelling, bro. Like, you know, I'm not the type of guy that's gonna fucking yell over somebody, fight for Mike or whatever. Like, you know, you tell me to quiet, okay, fucking go ahead, talk.
I'll yell over every fucking body. I'll be like, motherfuckers, I'm gonna get my word in, motherfuckers, or else I'm gonna yell all louder than anybody. I'll be like louder than fucking all you motherfuckers and you guys try to mute me. I'll unmute myself and I'll yell my even louder motherfuckers until you guys shut the fuck up and I'll let me say what I gotta say. And there you go. I force myself in there. There you go.
Gotta do what you gotta do, bro. Sometimes, you know. Right?
Yeah, that's the only way, bro. You know, in a group of in a like in a setting where it's in a public setting like that, I would do the same thing, especially if everybody's talking. In order to get everybody's attention, I would make the loudest fucking noise one time, so everybody would shut the fuck up and look at me, and then be like, okay,
Yo,
now
but
since
in
I have
person, like, do you feel talking like I feel a little different talking in person because it's still weird to me, dude, not to see anyone but fucking talking to Mike. This is all new to me. Like, if I'm talking to you, if I see your eyes, bro, like, you know, I'll
yeah,
talk fucking.
I've been doing this for a while. I've been doing this for
It
Mike
takes a
since.
minute, right? It takes a minute to get
Well,
adjusted, yeah.
I was doing this since I was a kid, so I never really got a job. I always like
All right.
I was on the internet since I was like 10 years old, man.
Damn.
Yeah, I was doing the 56K modem shit going. Used to dial up, you know? You know what
Yeah.
dial up modem is?
No, bro.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah,
don't
of course.
yeah, there you go. Yeah. So I was
course.
since those days like fucking around on the internet. Yeah.
AOL, right? American Online, remember that?
Well, no, we had our own services, yeah, but I remember AOL.
Okay.
We
That was
never
my
used
first
that.
one.
They're using I don't know, for like dial-up service was easy, but then because dial-up was just plain old telephone system, and you'd have to pay a telephone company a service charge, and then the company that provides the internet. I think it was pretty fucked up back then. Now it's better. You're still paying double. Like if you want a telephone, like I have a cell phone and my internet, right, with the same company, so I'm paying for my cell phone with them, and I'm paying for the internet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I have internet on my cell phone too, so I have like double internet I pay for. All unlimited. I love my internet though. It's like the fastest internet possible. Well, one of the fastest.
Nice.
Fiber to the house. You know, when it's fiber to the house, no ping whatsoever. At 15 milliseconds, and you're pinging like long distances. It's really good. I love it. And if I'm pinging anything in the city, from my location to my service provider is like 1 millisecond, not even. It says 1 millisecond has because it has to put it. It's not gonna put 0 ms. It has to round up, so it puts 1 millisecond ping always. It's
Fast,
crazy. Yeah. Well, fast, bro. 500 megs down. My gigabytes. I'm downloading gigabytes in like minutes. fucking full blown Blu-ray 4K movies I'm downloading in like 5 minutes. Yeah, so
Yo,
shit.
so you're still making beats or what, dude? I haven't like. Did you make
I'm
anything new lately?
lazy. I'm gonna restart soon. It's just like I started smoking weed again. I became lazy. I'm just
Why
sitting
you
there playing
quit
with
weed or something,
games.
dude? What's up with that, man?
I always quit weed. You have to quit weed.
Yo, how,
Well,
bro? I
well,
can't
I
quit
mean, I have
weed. Shit.
to. It slows me down, and I gotta become rich, you know.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. Yo, I
well,
don't do. I don't smoke during the day, like when I gotta do a lot of shit. But I don't think a
no,
day, goes by.
that's why I quit. That's why I quit. Listen, when I quit, I was working out on a daily basis, and I would have a job, right, that I would work at every day, and I would walk every day to that job 7 kilometers and walk home after work 7 kilometers, and I would work like 12 hours, and I would be making pizzas. You know what pizzas are? It's your hand opening with dough, and like it's a lot of hands work. You know, you're standing up for 12 hours. It's a lot of physical labor, right? So I was like, I'm like, and when I smoke weed, I feel tired and I would be like lazy throughout the job. Like, and I'm talking about, I wouldn't, not even in the morning. It's if
But
I
you gotta
smoked
get
it
some
the night
haze, bro.
before. No, if I
You gotta
smoked the
get some
night,
a piece of tea, bro.
I smoke sativa all the time. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter which one anymore. It's fucked up. Anyways,
Heard? Huh.
yeah, I smoke a lot, bro. You know, I can go through an ounce very fast. Mm. And
I don't think a day goes by when I don't drink my hot chocolate at night, dude. I almost can't sleep without it anymore. I've been doing it for years. I make my can of
That's
butter,
the
you know.
that's the thing. That's the problem. You know, that type of shit you have to get off because it's an addiction. And once you learn that that's an addiction and you get a dependency on it, like it's no good. It
Oh,
slows
you
you
know what,
down.
bro? To be honest, I'm not afraid to say that I depend on cannabis. I do, you know.
I get
Everybody
you.
knows that.
Yeah, well, I know that. I was there and I still smoke. That's what I'm saying. I'm smoking right now.
You know,
But
somebody tells me I'm addict. Like, look, that shit doesn't bother me, bro. I use cannabis every day, and you want to call me an addict? That's fine, but
it's not even about calling yourself an addict or not. You know, what I'm saying is it's for me personally. When I was doing that job, if I would smoke weed the night before, even if I smoked the night before, just because the withdrawals of weed are slow, like they're slow and very not noticeable for some people. You won't notice withdrawals from weed unless you've done this a lot. And I've done this a lot. And when you withdraw from weed, you become
so do you
slow.
just cold turkey? Like you just stop smoking completely?
Yes, I cold
Okay.
turkey it all the time.
And then
So
how long? How
the
many?
withdrawal takes about a day or two, the big one, right?
Yeah.
And then you feel energy again. Like after the first 2 days, you're like a little bit lazy, and then you
See, I
kind
don't
of
have I don't have
sleepy.
energy problems. Yeah. Like I feel good all the time, bro.
I
It does.
understand that no, you think you do, but you've never been off the weed yet. Now, after fucking years of using weed, right? And you
But I'm
stop
not
it
I'm not
for a
high during
second.
the day most days. Like I'm not high right now,
I
bro.
get you. I'm talking about being clean for 3 months completely.
Okay.
This is what you're not
I
understanding.
hear you. I hear you.
When you get to that point, you're gonna feel a different thing. You're gonna be like, wow, you know, and then the way your life and the way your wave through your life goes too is also changing, and you're waving way more positively. Weed slows you down, and it goes in it, and people say it's not a negative thing the way it slows you down, but it is a negative thing. You know what I mean?
But
And
see, I don't
you think
I
it
don't, I
doesn't.
don't
I'm
think it
telling
slows
you,
everyone down, dude. Like maybe, like you said, like yo, I don't know, like
you
it
don't
does
notice
chill you
it.
out sometimes, but like I don't know the word slow me down in any way. I don't see it.
It's legitly slows you, like you become completely retarded. And you know how I know this?
Come on, bro.
Yes, I know this. You know how?
What's
So when
that?
I play fast-paced shooting games, right? When I'm trying to smoke, when I play, I'm a gamer for life. You know, and I've played games online, and I've even since Rainbow Six, the original one on the internet. Like that was the funnest fucking time I had on the internet. Was when I was very young, shooting motherfuckers in Rainbow Six. And even now, like I'm still playing Warzone. Warzone is a fast-paced fucking. You got to be very accurate with the sniper or with rifles, the rifle recoil. You know, when you're high, your shots are shit. You don't win as much games. Everything's fucking. It's bad. When you're sober, I'm like I'm like a super soldier, bro. You know, it just completely changes. And this is how I know because I've done this so many times, and it's like I've played games so many times high and sober, and I know the difference. And when I'm sober, literally, I crush motherfuckers. It's like I'm a god. And when I'm high, it's it's like you're sloppy
So what
and
makes you go back? Like, what makes you start smoking weed again?
just to feel high again, bro, just to relax. Because when you're too sober for too long, it gets too much. You get very upset with shit, and then you got to slow down again. So it's an on and off thing. It's. I understand it can be on and off for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? But it's
Yeah.
better to keep on the wave where you want to turn it off. It's always better
Yeah,
to fight
whatever works
against
for you,
it.
bro. Like you figure your shit out, and that's it.
It's because then there's nothing else. Because that's my only problem. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if that's my only fucking problem, well, fuck me. I ain't got no fucking problems, bro. You get
Exactly.
what I'm saying?
That's very
That's
true.
that's how you look at it. That's my only fucking problem, Vlad. Is your only problem is fucking trying not to smoke weed? Well, you got no fucking problems.
That's
You
for
know?
sure, my man. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
And I
you're
enjoy it
totally
like
right
that. I
on
keep
the
it like that. I
FPS
keep it
games.
like that.
Vlad.
Oh yeah, man. I speak the truth, bro. People love
I've
listening to
played a
what I say.
ton of shooters in my time, ton of COD, all that, and yeah, it's the exact same for me when I was smoking. I
Yeah.
enjoyed playing more when I was stoned, but
Yes.
I played worse.
Yes. I enjoy playing high as fuck
You
with my friends,
lose that
especially my friend that
competitive
sucks.
edge.
My friend that really sucks ass, right? All we do with him is like me when I play, I'm not a camper. I move around and I fuck shit up. I like fucking blow people's heads
Aggressive,
off.
yeah.
This guy sucks and he plays on like a PlayStation, right? So I'm playing on mouse and keyboard, so I'm faster.
Yeah.
But he just sits in a corner and finds a corner and hides. Well, it's battlegrounds, right? So I understand he wants to win, so he's just hiding. He's not killing. He's hiding until the end, and maybe the last bullet he'll save for the guy to kill. And I'm cool with that. He wins the games like that. You know. So that's why I'm high with him, and I'm just chilling in a house with him, just fucking talking, on the comms while fucking smoking weed. I love doing that. It's just enjoyable. But am I making my record better? No, I'm fucking dying all the time because I'm sitting with this guy in a fucking corner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah,
But I
Vlad
enjoy it.
on
It's
Fire,
funny.
you sound a bit younger. You're around 20s, in your
Oh
20s,
man,
me?
early 20s.
I have a fucking 12-year-old kid, bro. I'm
No,
33.
I was speaking of Vlad on Flyer. The other
I'm
Vlad.
Vlad, man. They're talking to two Vlads.
What, you're talking to
I'm
yourself?
I'm 42, bro,
Oh,
He's
really? Shit.
42,
Yes.
bro.
Sounded
He's
young,
older.
man.
and I got a 15-year-old.
He has a
Oh, well, yeah,
15-year-old.
you
Wow.
sound young, man. Younger.
All right, I'll take that as a compliment.
Eastern Europeans, man. That's where we're at. No, young
No,
blood, man.
I just felt like when you're in your early 20s, you're always an advocate for fucking weed like that. I wasn't
I'm
gonna
always an advocate. I mean, to be honest, I'm not even an advocate, bro. I just speak my mind. I don't give a fuck. I don't even tell anybody, oh, I smoke weed, or look, you should smoke weed. I just don't care, bro.
I'm
You
with
know?
I'm with the other Vlad on this.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, it's
Totally understood.
I used to be like when I used to smoke a lot. I was like, yo, man, weed's the best. People advocating it. Go smoke some weed and shit. But now it's like, nah, man. I don't promote that shit. I think you shouldn't promote it. It's forever
Absolutely
understanding.
not, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, don't promote that shit.
Each
everything in
person needs to
moderation.
figure it out for themselves.
Exactly. No, you know why I know that? Because when I started smoking weed, I started smoking weed chronically. I was 24. I tried it when I was like about 18. I remember I got really drunk. I'd smoke a little bit of it. It was the worst time to do it when you're drunk and just take a puff. You're
Oh
gonna
yeah, he
vomit.
fucks you up. Yeah.
Yeah, you're fucking stupid to do that.
Yeah,
It's
that
like you
fucks
get
you
the
up.
helicopters, you get all twisty and you're vomiting right away. You're fucking retarded. Don't ever do that. Okay, if you want to, but now I can do it. Now, I cannot drink alcohol without having weed on me. I don't drink liquor if I don't have weed on me. That's why I don't drink. You know what I
That's
mean?
one thing. I don't fuck with alcohol at all, dude. I'll
No,
drink like a good IPA or like a good cider or something like that every once in a while, but like I can't get drunk, dude. Like I
no, I
haven't
don't
gotten
drink
drunk in
anymore.
like decades, bro.
Yeah,
Since my
exactly.
20s.
Well,
Just yeah.
I started stopping drinking when I was 24. That's when I started smoking. So I was like, it was a flip at around the age of 24 when I went from smoking to drinking. No, from drinking to smoking. And that's when I got my DUI too, my DWI, my driving while impaired.
Yeah.
Fucking yeah. And but I was trying to quit drinking that same fucking time, and I can't believe I got pulled over for fucking drinking. It's just ironic because I was planning to quit anyways, and I was quitting, and I was sober, and I was working, and it
Yo,
was
did you
just
tell that to a cop, yo? Yo, bro, I was just planning to quit.
no, man. I told the cop, bro, I live right fucking there. I did nothing wrong. You pulled me over for no fucking reason, bro. What are you doing? Right?
Yeah.
Fucking cocksucker. Anyways, I could have got away with it, but I didn't know the law as much as I know it now. Fucking whatever. I just paid my fines. Got away with it. Well, I still have no, I have my license now. It's just I gotta fucking. My insurance is high. It's just fucking retarded. I
Yeah,
fucking
that
hate these
stays on record.
cocksuckers.
That stays on
Yeah,
record for a long time.
it's been like 6, 7 years now, but I don't care. I don't know, cause my goal is now is like, listen, it's irrelevant if your plan is to become a super wealthy person, right? That type of fucking insurance is not gonna cost you fuck all, like $500 a month ain't shit if you're rich, So it doesn't bother me. So let's go Bitcoins, let's go cryptocurrency. What? Let's see what's going on with that shit right now. I hope you're invested, bro, cause you gotta. Cause you gotta. Oh, it went down again to 33,000. Amazing. 33 and a half. I love it when it goes down. It makes me feel good when it goes down. You know?
Yo, Vlad, can we have like maybe later when you're around, like just a short private conversation about this Bitcoin stuff? I want to sit down with my wife and I want to ask you a few questions. She has a little better understanding of this and one deal that we invested in. So if you have like a few minutes, is there any way we can talk in a private room for just a few minutes of your time?
Yeah, I can. We can have a conversation. That's not a problem, man. You want to talk now? If you want to jump somewhere now, we
Oh,
can.
she'll come back in a few hours.
Oh, you
So
want your wife involved? Oh, okay.
awesome.
We'll see. If I'm around, sure. Message me or something.
I'm gonna jump off right now.
But what kind of, but is it like with Bitcoins or some shit? What kind of thing is it?
Bro, to be honest with you, I'm so ignorant when it comes to this. Just give me a couple hours. I'll get her to sit down at the computer with me, and so we can chat a little bit. She'll tell you everything.
Okay, well, just an FYI, just
I
like
literally
everything.
don't even pay attention, bro. Like,
Well, I know. No, your wife probably does everything. Anyways, what I'm saying is, listen, if you're gonna do any form of investing, divide and
it's already
conquer.
done. It's already invested, yeah.
Okay, no,
So we're
but
just
what
kind
I'm
of like waiting on something supposedly big to come through, like big, And I'm like kind of rolling my eyes. I'm like, oh, okay, let's see,
well,
And
I don't
she's
know.
all
Well, I
excited.
mean, which coin is it? Is it like a cryptocurrency that you invested money into? Is
Oh
that
shit! Yeah, I mean, I can call her right now, dude. But I think it's better if we
Well, no, I
if
mean, like
we.
just name the currency, and I'll already know what's up. Because I go on the graphs, I read those data things. I look what's up.
All right.
If I just know the name of it, it's not a big deal. But I mean, like, if she's already invested, she's invested, and
Yeah.
there's
It's
not like I'm
already.
gonna change anything.
We're kind of waiting for something big, the big money.
I mean, me
So
too. That's what I'm waiting for
I mean,
too.
it's
Like,
like,
I put a whole bunch of shit all over. I spread a whole bunch of money around, right? And I'm just waiting for that moment where all of it's gonna explode. And yeah, man, that's what
see,
most people are doing.
my logical mind or critical or direct realist mind won't, like, I can't be excited about it as she is. You know what I mean?
I
Like I'm
get
kind of rolling
you.
my eyes and she's all excited. I'm like, oh man,
But that's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I said. When you're doing this kind of investing, it's still a gamble, right? And you got to do a divide and conquer strategy where you spread out your investments. So if you lose out on a few of them, doesn't mean you lost everything, right? So you're still gonna gain in other areas. That's what investors do. They don't just invest all their money, like take a pile of money and then put it there and then hope that everything. No, man, you'll lose all your money that way. Right?
yeah,
Take that money, divide it evenly to a certain amount that you want, right? I don't know how much thousands you want. I would go 3 grand if I was super rich. I'd like divide a whole bunch of like 100,000 into 3 gram portions, like three throughout, and I'd just spread it around in all kinds of shit. Smear my name all over the fucking market, and just have Vlad everywhere. And then if anything blows up, boom, I'll get investment returns here, investment returns, and if all of them start returning, they're all returning a little bit, but you're still gaining. You know,
Yeah.
that's how you're supposed to do it.
Diversification.
Yes, diversification. That's the thing they should teach you
Totally.
right away.
Do you
have
follow Jeff Barrett? Dollar
Pardon?
Vigilante. Do you follow Dollar Vigilante, Jeff Barrett?
I like to listen to that guy sometimes.
I
He's
think I know
cool.
who you're talking about, but no, I tend to not give a fuck about those economists anymore. Like I've listened to plenty of them to the point where I'm like, yeah, you guys keep
No, man,
saying the same
he's
fucking
That's
thing
the,
over.
that's the guy with the dog, right?
He just does walk and talks, man, and just
Yeah, he's cool.
rags
He's a
on all
smart
the
guy.
stupid shit that happens, you know.
Oh yeah, he's the one that walks on the beach and shit
Yeah.
with the white doggy, with the white spotted dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he
he's
always
all
has
right. I've
at the
listened
end
to
of
him a
his
couple
videos.
times.
He always has a section on crypto. You know, he just gives you kind of a lowdown on stuff you might not know about. You know, it doesn't hurt. It's all just extra information.
Well,
And
that's
he's
what I'm
pretty.
saying. There's
You know,
nothing
I
new
would
under
trust
the
his
sun.
personality. You know, he's
Yes,
I
not
get
out to
you.
scam anyone or anything. You know.
I get you. But I know things too about the crypto to the point where it's like whatever he has, I already have, and like that's why I don't listen to people like that. It's because I've been listening to the crypto thing for like, man, ever since Bitcoin was like, I remember Bitcoin was at $1 at a point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've known
I
about
remember,
crypto since
I remember that shit.
2010, basically. I never started investing in it until around 2017, or just after 2017. After
Well,
the
that's the
first
thing, yeah.
major bull run, up to 25K for BTC.
Yeah, I didn't. I started investing before that. I was like, I remember I was putting money into it when Bitcoin was $300.
Nice.
Ethereum was fucking at $1, bro. I remember holding. I should have bought more Ethereum. I should have bought all. I should have bought. Now, but who knew? Like this, the thing is, and that's the
You
thing.
can't
Now,
know, man. You can't know any of this.
exactly. At this point, though, it's like okay, if you're not holding Shiba coin, right? If you don't know what Shiba Inu is,
Yeah, of
if you're
course.
not holding that coin right now, you're fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Because I've been in this fucking thing so long, and if you've been in this thing for so long, you know that this thing called Shiba Inu right now, that's the next thing to blow up. And if you're not holding a certain amount of them, you're stupid. You know what I mean? Like it is. This thing is being adopted by fucking like Amazon and shit. It's fucked. You know? And they're opening up their own swap. Like gotta and this coin only like. And I was surprised. I found out about this coin from a guy that doesn't even do cryptocurrency. And I've been telling this guy to get into it for years. So I'm like, huh? What the fuck are you talking about, Shiba Inu? What the fuck is this? Somebody tell you something? Like, cause you know what I mean? So I started because it was a sign right away. I'm like, bro, I gotta do this. So then I go do my own research about this coin. And when he told me it, it's at the bottom I'm buying. I bought it completely at the bottom. So the only thing is all the way up.
Nice
I'm
one,
like,
nice.
whoa, bro. And ever since, and I've been holding it since the beginning, and I never lost. Like it never went below. It was always on above. And it's about to trigger where when Bitcoin's gonna skyrocket, this thing's gonna follow it. But this is gonna follow even harder. You know how like the altcoins, when they boom with Bitcoin, right?
Uh, yeah, everything follows Bitcoin's trend,
Exactly.
basically. Yeah.
But certain altcoins exponentially boom. Like their percentage gains are massive compared to Bitcoin. And this is the one that's going to do it because it was listed on Binance like maybe 3 months ago, right? And now it's going to get listed on Coinbase and Robinhood and shit. So,
You're expecting it to reach the heights like Dogecoin hit? It's never gonna happen, man. Dogecoin
no,
had
I'm
Elon
not.
plugging it, man. You know, it's like that's the
No. Well,
only
yeah. Well, you
reason.
got Bezos plugging fucking Shiba, bro.
Yeah, but nobody cares about Bezos the
Nobody
same
cares
way as
about
we care
fucking
about
Elon
Elon.
Musk, bro.
Yeah, you
Watch
do,
this.
man. Every glober in
Watch.
here, that's all the idiots that care about Elon
Listen
Musk.
to
You know,
the
and they,
yeah, but listen, Doge's shit, and they got burnt.
yeah, they got burned now, but that's the
It's
only
not going
reason
anywhere. No, but
Dogecoin
that's the
hit its
thing.
heights.
Dodge is gonna go to shit. Everybody
Yeah,
got
it's
burnt
going to
on
shit.
it.
I don't give a shit about
Well,
Dogecoin.
that's what I'm saying. And everybody, and this is the thing, you gotta understand these kids. Their mind is so fucked. It's to the next best thing. What's the next best thing? Shiba Inu,
Yeah, I
because it
know, but
has so much utility.
half of
So
them
much
are burned.
utility.
They're
Huh?
stuck in Doge. You know, half of them, their capital is just stuck there in Doge. And Doge is not. It's not
Which
going to see its heights again. Not for a long time, anyway.
cool. What they're gonna sell out, or they're gonna invest new money into Shiba, because they're
Yeah,
just
but they're
either
all
gonna
gonna have a bad
mahalo.
taste, you know, if they've lost money. They're not gonna just jump straight into the next thing. I don't know, man. Again,
Yeah,
it's
they
all
will,
just
bro.
speculation.
That's how it is. It's a four-year cycle, or that's gonna go be into like a longer than 4 year because of the Bitcoin halving and all kinds of shit that's happening. But yeah, but we'll see.
I'm all
I
for it,
expect
man.
Shiba go fucking flying.
Take good
So
luck. And
you heard of Shiba Inu then, right?
yeah, I know of it. I'm not invested in it though.
I recommend you go do some research.
Yeah.
There's some hearsay, no, but like their swap is coming out. You know, like Uniswap.
Yeah.
Right. So Shiba has its own thing. They're gonna call it the Shiba swap, and they have their own like things like where you can put your own coins, and the coins make their own money and shit. And then, and it was half of them was burnt already. Like the half of the coins were given to fucking.
What does it have? Redistribution tokenomics. Where
Huh?
it's like every transaction, like 1% burns and then 1% redistributes to all the holders. Is that what Shiba Inu has?
No, but they're burning it at a steady pace. I think because they have an inverted like inflation, the deflationary system they created, right? So they created 30 trillion. No, was it 700 trillion? And then they started doing halves. So half of that was already burnt, and then there's a half of that's no a few. I
Yeah.
don't know how much, but we're at like 300 trillion right now. So it's going to they're going to keep burning and burning and burning, and the value is just going to start increasing. So if you're an early investor, your coins, they're at, just look at the price right now. 0.00000, like there's 5 zeros before the number starts.
What's the market cap right now?
Just go look it up at Coinbase, man, or coinmarketcap.com.
It's just,
Go
I
point.
thought you might have known off the top of your
Nah,
head.
well, I mean, I can all look it up. I don't know what it is
Oh,
right
no, I'll
now.
grab it, man. It's cool.
Yeah, so I have it all on fucking.
3.3 billion.
Yeah, and it has so much room to grow with that. Yeah, that's another one.
Doge's peak was around 90 billion market cap, so, and
You
that's
get what
what
I'm
I'm saying.
saying, man?
Doge got like the biggest plug ever because, you know, Elon
No, it's not.
basically,
It's not the biggest
Elon's the
plug.
king of the fucking mindless
The
lemmings,
biggest
basically.
gainer, listen, the biggest gainer from all of the cryptocurrencies still to this day is Bitcoin.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I
So
mean,
there
if
you
you
go.
look at
And
the whole chart of
that's all
Bitcoin,
you gotta know.
it's never dropped technically.
That's right. All this thing about Doge and this is the hype, and people got burnt on the hype. And I'm like, yeah, a lot of people will be. That's what I said. I told a lot of people, Doge is shit. Doge is garbage. I don't care what you guys can go in there. Even when I saw Doge at like fucking fractions of a penny, I was like, yeah, I ain't going into that. No, thank you. You know, I could have made some money, but you know what? Fuck that.
What about privacy coins? You invested in any of them?
I have Cardano. Isn't that a privacy coin?
I'm not sure. Maybe. Do you have like Pirate Chain or Monero?
No, but I was looking into those.
You've
I
also
have, well,
got Monero as
no,
well. You got Walnero,
Verge.
which is kind of the meat and privacy coin.
Verge. You know Verge?
I've
XVG.
heard of Verge, yeah.
Garbage, that shit, man. That's pure hype train. But I still have some of those.
It's also a secret, I think.
Uh,
Yeah, there's a privacy coin called Secret.
there's a couple of them. I know them, but like I'm more into like VeChain type, you know?
Yeah.
The utility coins that have like that are being used, and you know, and their value is gonna go up in like eventually because of what's going on, you know. And I put a lot of my coins into stake holdings, you know, flexible savings in some, and I lock stakings in others. The lock stakings are really good because I have 21% APY on certain fuckers. You know, yearly percentage, 25% APY. What the fuck? You don't get this from a bank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no way, man.
I'm like, I've never seen this, and it's like I'm printing money on my phone. I'm
Yeah,
in shock.
basically.
You know,
Yep.
I can't fucking believe it. Like, I don't know why nobody else does this. I mean, people are fucking stupid, I guess, or just don't know. I think they just don't know because if you tell a person you can go on your phone right now and start printing money, you know, just by investing like maybe $100, $500, you know, it starts off slow, right? But then if you learn it and you keep putting more money in, and then you just keep fucking, soon you'll see those interest rates go up, and you're gonna get money compounding on itself, and you're gonna be like, and it's compounding, buddy. I don't take I keep fucking putting back the coins that, like, you know, I take 100. I put it in for 30 days or whatever. There's because if it's locked, you lock it for a certain amount of days. So it's in 90 days, 25% APY. No problem. Go in there 90 days, give me 25% returns on that shit. Love it.
Nice.
Then the money comes back to me with my interest. I take all that completely together. I stuff it back in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Fuck.
absolutely, man. Yeah. I think like the general public still have this notion that cryptocurrency as a whole is just criminality in some way or another, you know. It's why people are just not, you know,
I get it.
slow to adopt.
And I'm cool with that
But
because
that's
the adoption rate's still in the beginning stages, man. And I almost thought the adoption rate was about to skyrocket, you know, but then it went back down, you know.
I think it
I was,
seemed that way in February, you know.
yeah,
Um, but then Tesla went back on there, you know, selling the cars for BTC and all that.
yeah, that's stupid. They're
And
fucking
look what
retarded.
happened in Mexico just a week and a half ago. A
What happened
prominent,
there?
pretty much one of their biggest billionaires or wealthiest, one of the wealthiest guys in Mexico, pretty much plugged cryptocurrency, and then the Mexican government was like, okay, yeah, our banks are forbidden from doing any business or offering any type of cryptocurrency to their customers, you know.
Yeah, they're
So
doing that. They're doing that on purpose, man. Those
yeah, it's
fucking
all this
cocksuckers. But we don't care.
soft
What
regulation, man, because they can't outright ban it because you know you will get like people rioting over that shit. You
Yep.
know, it's unprecedented for a
You can't tell
government
me
to
what to
just
do.
outright ban a new technology. Just
Yeah,
essentially, you know, what if the U.S. government just outright banned the first iPhone when it was released?
exactly.
You know, it's the same idea. It's all because you know it just threatens
No, it's the
their
central bank. Yeah, no, it wasn't the president that did it, right? Well, I mean, it's because he's a puppet, right? It's the guys that are pulling his strings, right in the back,
yeah.
right? And they told him, "Oh, yeah, we don't need this shit. Are you out of your fucking mind? Go say that shit now, right on TV, right away. Go." You know what I mean? Because the central banks are losing the war, and they're trying to suppress the fucking value as much as they can to buy it up as much as they can. You know,
Yeah,
because
so
they
they do all
know.
this. They do all this soft banning with just regulations and just regulating the shit out of it and making it difficult for people. You know,
Yeah,
same idea with the whole short stuff. You know, it's make your life inconvenient as possible. That you just it forces you in one direction. You know, same with crypto. Make it so inconvenient for people to get to deal with it, deal in it, that they just don't bother getting involved with it. You know.
exactly. That's why a lot of these people they're like, no man, no, no, no. You know, they start talking shit about crypto without even knowing about it, you know, because they were demotivated or like, you know what I mean? Like, or how do you say, like misguided or like told some shit about it that kind of triggered something in their mind to say, you know what? I don't really give a fuck about this shit, you know? And then and then it kind of like once you get that mindset going, it's hard to change it back, you know?
Crypto's the monetary wild west. You know,
Exactly.
how many normies do you expect to go and play around in the Wild West? You know, they need
I
their
mean,
Disneyland, everything controlled, safe,
I get you, man.
regulated. You know,
Well, how much McDonald's workers are fucking like know anything about money, man? They're happy with their paycheck. They're happy
and
with
none,
going
man.
home, watching
They paid
TV, and
like
that's
what
it.
$200,000 for their degree, and they're working in McDonald's. They don't know much.
There you go.
Mm.
So
such a shame. But
Well,
you
you know
know,
what?
I would liken the whole crypto market or industry to like the internet in '95. You know, it's still totally in its baby phase. You know,
Right,
so
exactly. But I don't know, man. I'm thinking there's probably a lot of job opportunities about crypto, especially when it comes down to like promoting it. You know what I mean?
I got
Thinking,
like
especially.
Jeranism's doing well with his I forget the word. You know, giving out advice. You know, paid sessions and advising people
Oh yeah.
into it. Yeah, yeah.
Well, see, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, man, I fucking know enough about this shit where I can actually make money for people. Like if they give me their fucking money, like invest for people. You know what I mean? I just take a cut for it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
could do that.
I think you have, you know, if you go down that route, you have ton of it, loads of business basically.
Yeah, I
People are
know.
coming into it every day, you know. So if you just like sharpen up on your knowledge on it and just get it down to a T, and you can explain it well, and essentially be a good salesman, but a salesman with a soul, I would always hope, you know.
Well, that's the
Uh,
thing, right? I'm not there to fuck you over. I'm there to make money with you, you know?
yeah, yeah.
I'm not there to fuck you over. Like if I
Hey,
fuck you over, I fuck myself over. That's not how I do business. I'd never
exactly.
do some shit like that. I'm not a fucking Jew. Fuck that shit. Fuck. Straight up.
Yeah,
Ain't no
I'm
fucking Jew.
and I'm not gonna fuck you over either.
No, but listen, let me tell you one thing about I don't know what it is, right? See, I don't hate people. Right? I'm not a racist. Well, tech,
I hate everyone equally, man.
well,
So
you know, it's a hard thing when everybody's a racist, you know, to a certain degree, right? I love my people. I love my Russian people, right? If I ever get married, chances are I won't. But if I ever did, but I already have a kid, and if I ever have another kid, it's 100%, no doubt in my mind, it's gonna be another Russian woman, right? 100%. I know this. I know myself, right? I love my Russian people too much. Yeah, so
yeah,
that's the type. It's not bad. That type of shit is not bad. You know what I mean? I'm okay with everybody else. I prefer my fucking Russian people more, you know? And that's it. And it's okay. And I like it when, let's
just
say,
natural, man, to be around your own.
that's it. Like for example, Asian people, like they
There's
have an
nothing
Asian
wrong in
they
it, you
have
know.
Chinatown, they have Koreatown, you know, you have little Italy, you have all these people they're trying to fucking be on their own fucking terms. And it's okay, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah,
I'm happy with that. I'm unhappy with these fucking people out there screaming racist, racist for no fucking reason. But anyways,
yeah. Don't get me
irrelevant.
wrong. I'd love if humanity could all come together and live in harmony and
Well,
perfection with
that's
each other, but that's just not the shape of things now, you know.
Yeah. No, you can't.
We're
That's
divided.
It'll
We
never
see
happen like
skin
that.
color. We see all this shit. You
Well,
know,
no, no. Well, you gotta accept that. See,
it's in
that's the
our
thing.
minds to notice this stuff. You know, we've been conditioned that way. You know,
Well, no, you gotta understand that.
to
You'll never be like. There's always ups and downs. There's always positives and negatives, and there's always gonna be good, and there's always gonna be some bad. The thing is, you gotta understand that that's how the world works, right? And you cannot create snowflakes. What you gotta do is create strong people. But they don't do that. They get a whole bunch of fucking sissy bitches that complain and whine about every little thing, that don't fight for themselves, you know, and don't take care of shit, and don't take like the problems in their own hands and shit, right? And that's why you get a society that's all fucked up. But if you
yeah,
had a whole bunch of people that would take care of themselves, right, and don't have to rely on anybody else, you'll have a very good society, a positive society, and happy society. And nobody would care about race at that point, you know. Nobody says, "Oh, because you're white, you're privileged." You know what I mean?
yeah.
I'm so
Maybe we're
sick and
privileged in our own
fucking tired
country.
of that shit.
We
No,
go to
bro, I
another
grew up.
country, we're
I
not.
listen. I grew up in a fucking ghetto. I had no fucking all my life, man. My mom was fucking going to the food bank all the fucking time. No privilege here, and I'm white skinned, bro. I fucking had fucking garbage fucking clothes growing up all my fucking life. It was fucking poor as shit my whole life. Where's the privilege there? I literally had to work for everything I fucking have right now. Motherfuckers. And it was hard for me too, because my name is fucking Vladimir Kuzenkov, and whenever they look at my resume, it's a fucking immigrant's name, you cocksuckers. And I'm a white skinned person, you cocksuckers, and you guys saying I have white privilege, motherfuckers. I want to fucking slap every motherfucker that says white fucking privilege. Cocksuckers, all of them. Should
It's
fucking
dumb.
burn in fucking hell.
That thing you
You
were
get what
saying
I'm
though
saying?
about we need to create stronger people, you're right, and I
Well, that's what
think
I'm
it too.
saying.
There's two parts to like a racist encounter. There's the racist person, and then there's the whatever skin color person that actually gives in to the fucking insult or the whatever, instead of just shaking their hand, getting on with their life, and not letting it penetrate into their psyche,
Yeah.
and that's the weak part. That's where people are screaming about racism. They're not doing their own duty and being a strong person,
Exactly.
It takes
You
shitty
get it.
racist people, and then it takes weak victims
Yeah.
to allow the culture to continue. Even though I don't particularly believe in it, I think there is racism, absolutely. I think it's overblown to shit though, and it's a very the
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
the mainstream idea of racism is definitely like an American thing. It's unique to
It
America.
is. It is very unique to America. And you know what's crazy? If you ever see those Black Lives Matter cocksucking protests, predominantly everybody in that crowd's a fucking white person.
Yeah, they're all virtue signaling
No,
losers.
no, and then they're not just most of them are fucking paid actor Jews, hands
Yeah,
down, all of them.
good
I'm
old
about to
soul.
I'm about to go on a fucking such a crazy anti-Semitic rant soon, man, because all these cocksuckers are just pissing me off, man. They just cannot fucking let everything go, They cannot just let peace be. These
Yeah.
cocksuckers, no matter how it is, you
Tell
know
them,
what I
man. Tell
mean?
them about it.
Fucking
Yeah,
cocksuckers.
brother. Speak it. Speak the truth, man.
But
Keep doing
everybody
it,
knows.
dude.
But everybody knows, But
It's
I'm
true.
saying no. But I
Everybody
live in
here, well, not
I live in
everybody who's listening to live stream, bro. So
right. But living in Canada, these cocksuckers, they're passing laws and shit about all this shit now. Oh, you can't say this, you can't say that, you can't say this.
they're behind everything.
Cocksuckers, all of them. Exactly. No, they are. And I'm not gonna and I say this with multiple disclaimers like this. I generalize it, right? But not all of them. Some of them are okay. But for some reason,
Dude, I'm right here, man. My mother's Jewish.
right. It's all good. Some
I
people are
haven't
cool.
been out at Black Lives Matter, I promise you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just joined the group. That's all. You can unjoin the group too.
Yeah.
I don't even recognize any of that shit.
Yeah,
I hate the ideas of nationality.
Exactly.
Yeah, you mix when you say I don't like this particular religious cult. You also are saying you don't like these people. That's what the problem is. Like they mix the people in with the religion, and now you can't say anything negative about the fucked up religion.
Exactly. That's exactly what they do. That's their defense, man. They mix in with other people just to say, "Oh, you can't generalize us like that. Fuck you,
Yeah,
you."
and you got to be careful with Israel trying to become a religious state instead of a heritage state. You know what I mean? If they become a religious state, that means that they can increase their population just by people signing up.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
And then
you see how that works?
And then you wonder why through history people are asking, why do all of these people go to why do they get exiled from every place they've ever been? Every fucking
Not
place.
asked
You
to
wonder.
leave nicely. Not asked to leave nicely. Not, sir, can you get your shit and get the fuck out of here? Exiled. Exiled. Fucking leave or die.
But do you
Leave or
guys see
die
what
with
they're
your
doing
shit.
to America right now? You guys see what they're doing? Pedophilia at its fucking highest, and they're promoting it all over fucking TV.
You want to
It's
know where they're
insane.
getting you? You know where the Achilles
Fuck.
heel of everybody is?
What?
In this religion? It's animal product, my guy.
Animal product.
Yes, sir. They make you eat. They make you eat herd mentality animals. Herd mentality animals. You ever notice they put a bunch of chicken places in the black communities, and all of a sudden these people act like chicken heads, bird brains. You ever notice a bunch of fat, greedy people
Yeah,
eat pigs?
you're getting too serious with that. That's funny, but that's
Well, no. I'm not being funny about it at all. Every religion has a hidden aspect of animal product consumption for a reason.
But yeah, Indians don't eat beef. Muslims don't eat pork. You
Yeah,
know?
but they allowed to eat all kinds of other shit, though.
Listen, I eat lamb and beef. That's all I eat. I don't eat anything else.
I'm just telling you, man. That's how they got you.
They didn't got me.
They got you.
With the way you think I talk, you think
You know
they
where
got
where
me?
animal product consumption come from? It come from the Canaanites.
Buddy, I'm a Russian, right? So when
Yeah.
my grandparents had a farm, right, and it was minus 40-degree winters and we had fucking food, the only thing we eat was animals. So chill
I
out.
love minus 40 degree, dude. I used to work in wind turbines in Iowa in minus 40 degrees.
Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. So you can't
That's the good stuff.
just because you eat animals doesn't make you a fucking.
And I
vegan.
could look, no, and I could have done that. I've done that as an animal product eater, and thinking back on it, I could have done that exact same job as a plant-based vegan.
Yeah,
Better.
but Vlad is saying how you gonna eat vegetables in the regions where
You can them. You can them.
but where you gonna
Can
grow
them.
it? When
Oats
there's
and grains and stuff like that.
We're talking fucking Russia where there is nothing. You're in the middle of a fucking forest, bud. Your cottage is made out of fucking wood, and all you have is rocks around you, buddy. You clearly don't understand where I'm
That's pretty
coming
rough,
from.
man.
Yeah, what are you
Yeah, I
gonna eat,
understand. That's pretty rough.
buddy? My
What
whole
are you gonna
fucking.
eat? I'd say
We
fucking.
go, we
I'd say
take our
move from
cattle.
that area,
give the
dude.
back-
I'd
no,
say
we don't. Yeah,
move from that area because
you're
listen,
fucking
what's gonna
retarded,
happen
bro.
to you is the same thing that's gonna happen to the Inuits.
It's our
Not
land.
really, dude.
It's our
The same thing that's
fucking
gonna happen to
land.
the Inuits.
It's
They
our
die
fucking
super
land.
young.
You do not
I
fucking leave
understand
your
that.
land. What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Anyways,
Yeah,
my
you
grandma,
can.
my grandma
The
still lives on
Earth
that
is
farm.
your land.
No, that land is my land. My fucking blood is on that land.
Yeah, blood's on Earth.
No, not the way you think it is, man. That land.
Okay.
Your fucking family heritage has its own fucking land too. It's just you don't know where it is. You're a lost soul.
I know where it is.
I know where my fucking land
Wow,
is.
you're doing a lot of attacking, my friend. I know exactly where my heritage comes from.
Well, then how the fuck can you say where your land isn't?
Yeah, but eventually it comes down to our land is every piece
Where
of
is
land.
your land? Where's your family come from?
France and Italy.
Okay, so that's not your land there?
No, it's not my land. Where my land is, wherever I buy land. I bought land in Mexico, and
Your grandparents,
my land is in Mexico right now. My land.
No, okay, you bought some land there, but I'm talking about your
Yeah.
grandparents, your fucking family heritage. They had a piece of land, did they not?
Well, my mother and my grandparents were moved to Louisiana because they fought the English in Canada. So that
your
wasn't
land
our
was
land.
stolen.
We moved from France because the churches and shit and the fucking taxation was just getting so incredible. We'd rather live in the fucking wastelands of Nova Scotia. So that wasn't our land. Dude, we're just always trying to run away from religion, basically.
But you guys never had land. You're a gypsy.
A fucking gypsy, you read. Oh, you're a fucking moron, dude. I just said we're from
No.
France, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
But you never had. There's gypsies in France right now, bro. Do you have land in Italy or France? Your family heritage, your fucking your blood.
Yes, but if you keep going back far enough, nobody owns that piece of property, dude. What is
Yes,
wrong with
no,
you,
they
man?
do. That's what you don't think. You don't. Yes, they do.
Okay.
It's not like that piece of property where the original fucking.
Okay, so
exactly put your
go back to
foot
your
on it.
fucking wasteland right now, then. Why aren't you in your wasteland
I
right
would
now?
love to. I would
Yo,
fucking
this is
love
the type
to,
of conversation
cocksucker.
that can.
I would
guys,
fucking love to.
Well, I'm just
Dumbass.
asking. But
I
you're
would
not.
love
But you're
to.
not there.
Because
But
it's
you're
in
not
fucking
there.
Russia, you dumb fuck. Have you seen the state
So
of
go
Russia?
there.
Please calm down. Thank you.
This dude's
Yeah,
there's no
fucking
reason.
shit, man.
Guys, this is the type of
I'll
conversation.
Don't say guys. Don't say.
I'll help you. I'll help you. You see that? I helped you just now, motherfucker. Do you like that? Cocksucker.
Chill, Vlad. It's cool, bro. You know,
Oh, it
like
is
this is the
cool.
type of conversation
It is
that's
cool.
required.
No,
Like,
it's just cocksucker doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he fucking tries to talk some shit about fucking people's country he doesn't fucking know about. Cocksucker. You like that, Jason? Now you can sit there on mute like a little bitch that you are. Thank you.
Vlad.
Fuck you too. Don't talk to me. Who the fuck are you?
It's JD.
Yeah. Here. I'll mute you too. You want that?
You gotta chill, dude. Just a little.
Yeah. Here. I'm chill. Don't fucking tell me to chill.
So this coming a while back.
Who the fuck you muting? Who the fuck you muting? Cocksucker. You guys gotta understand who the fuck I am. You're gonna make it fucking worse for yourself.
What? Emerald Monkey, like, are you talking to me, bro? Or are you making a mistake? What language from me?
He's talking to me. It's okay.
Oh, okay, because he
Yeah.
just pinged me.
No, because he made a mistake. We're both lads. Don't worry.
No problem.
It's funny. It's okay. Don't worry. Everything's okay.
Yeah,
I'm
he
fine.
definitely mixed this up.
Don't worry. So how do you talk about other people's countries like that, bro? Oh, you can't eat meat. And these vegans too, they piss me the fuck off now, man. Oh, you can't eat meat. Well, yeah, suck my cock. That's the meat you gotta fucking eat. Jesus Christ. Curly. Hey, Curly. Unmute yourself. Let's have a conversation.
Let's say something about meat.
Yeah, exactly. No, Curly here is a tech skank. I'm assuming he's a glober. Let's talk about the globe. Let's get on subject now. Let's get on
I
topic.
want to tell you something about hot place. It's an island, hot place, and it's many. It's a lot of that islands, you can see on the sea in Greece, in Croatia, in Italy, and they have nothing, no land, only stones, and they eat fish. Can you imagine? They're so religious. They are eating fish because fish is only thing what they can eat there,
That's funny.
and it's hot. It's not cold. But they are eating all that fish because they are religious.
Well, that's what it is.
Hmm.
Religion. Fucking vegans, all of them. Religion.
I respect vegans, but that bullshit is bullshit.
Listen, I'm against industrial farming. I understand that there's these fucking industrial farms that torture fucking animals, right? These vegan cocksuckers need to understand that that's the people they need to fucking fight, not people that eat meat. People that eat meat, they rather eat fucking happy animal meat that grow up fucking grazing on farms, fucking free range chicken, free range fucking cows and shit. We would love that kind of stuff would be amazing. We would love to fucking have it all over. We have so much land, but your cocksuckers that you fucking vegan cocksuckers follow, you leftist cocksuckers, you guys are creating those fucking industries with your fucking stupid mentality, you cocksuckers. And letting them do that. Fucking vegan bitches, all of you.
I won't eat it unless I kill it. Period.
Good. See, Ryan's a proper dude. I like you, Ryan. You're a family man, and I like everything you do about you. You're fucking straight on. Point.
I like you too, Brad.
I know.
This
See, the thing is,
Russian swearing too much. That's the problem.
hey, Sasha, you know my fucking life, bro. You know how Russian hard life is.
I know only East Europe. Don't worry.
It's just so it's when we get angry, the passion comes out, and I cannot contain the cursing. It comes out. And if you've ever heard me in Russian, it's even worse. When I speak Russian, every other word is a swear. It's like blять, suka, nahu, blять, pidaris. You know what I mean?
Special nahui.
There you go.
If you deny yourself the ability to learn, then yeah, it's never gonna happen.
Emler Monkey, you know I don't deny myself to learn anything. I love to learn.
Then learn to count to 10, because the language on the live stream is not really pleasant.
Well, listen, it is what it is. We all have freedom of speech.
Yeah, and we also have, somewhat social norms.
Sure. And then when Helio comes in here all drunk, sloshed off his shit, talks his own fucking nonsense and swears all that, nobody fucking tells him anything, right, Emerald Monkey?
Two wrongs don't make a right, Vlad.
Hey, listen, it's his fucking live stream. And it's not a wrong. What you guys gotta understand what freedom of speech is. See, why is it, you're judgmental shit here? Like, this is one thing we teach here is not to fucking judge people, but what you guys do right here is fucking judge people. Isn't that interesting?
I do sympathise with you, Vlad. I'm Scottish, man, and we swear like hell. It's just
I don't care about the swearing, but every other word, every other sentence.
When somebody get me, Emerald Monkey, you know me very well. When this cocksucker named Jason Family Man comes in here and starts fucking insulting my country and fucking my heritage and all that shit, how can I not get fucking upset?
Because you do not have to take it personal.
If Nemo was in here, if Nemo, the admin of this fucking server was here, don't you think he'd be fucking swearing?
But you're not the admin.
Doesn't fucking matter. Emerald Monkey, just because you're a fucking mod doesn't fucking mean you can tell me what the fuck to do.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't. That's one thing you can't fucking do. Buddy, I've had fucking fights with mods here so many fucking times, and I like you a lot, Emerald Monkey, and where you're coming from. What you're fucking doing here right now is wrong. And don't fucking try and flex your fucking power on me.
I'm just trying to chill the conversation.
And I was chill, and you're escalating it again. Don't you see where you went wrong, bro?
No, you don't have to call someone a cocksucker.
Sometimes you do.
No, you don't.
Sometimes you do.
Well, we have a live stream going right now.
That's fine. And it's entertaining for some people.
I don't want people who don't want to hear that stuff to hear it.
Yeah, okay. Keep it boring somewhere else, bro. I've been on this fucking live stream for how many years now?
I don't care how long you've been here. We all like you, Vlad. It's not
know.
about how we don't like you.
I don't care.
You
When
know,
I'm
we
upset-
want you here, Vlad.
Listen,
But
well,
you're
when you
you're
guys are doing
violating
right now, you're
social norms that
escalating
we
even
don't want
more. No,
violated.
I'm not violating fuck all, bro. No, I'm not.
You're absolutely violating social norms.
You think
We don't-
what your social norms are not my social norms, bro. Okay?
I hope not.
They're not. And that's what I said. Don't fucking judge. You're being very judgmental right now. You guys should just shut the fuck up and that's it. I was calm after I was finished.
Cut down
with
on the
Jason, and I was
swearing.
done with Jason.
Cut down on the swearing.
The more you tell me to do that, the more I will fucking swear.
Cut down on the
I
swearing.
will fucking swear even more.
Cut down on the swearing,
Fuck
please.
you. Do you not understand what the fuck you're doing? Thank you. Like, what the fuck, bro? Jesus fucking, buddy, I've been on here for fucking years now. And this is what I fucking get. Isn't that crazy? Wow. And JD, I don't even talk to you. I don't know who the fuck you are. But you suddenly speak up.
I think JD has been longer on the server than you.
No, not at all.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I don't even know who the fuck you are. You don't talk. And now you suddenly speak?
What do you want to know?
Nothing. It's just why you all of a sudden try and fucking anger me even more. It's like, is this like your liberal thing to do? Like these snowflakes, that's what you guys do?
I'm not trying to anger you more. You're having perceptions, Vlad.
No, these are not
I even
perceptions.
like you
You're-
here, dude. You got to
you're
figure some
assuming.
shit out, dude. I like
You're
you here,
assuming.
and you
You're
know, I'm just
assuming,
trying to be
right?
nice and
You're
cut
telling
down
me
on
what
the
I am and
swearing.
what I'm not. Isn't that crazy? You're assuming shit again. Bro, come on.
It's all good, Dave. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm a little angry right now.
You out of weed or something?
No, I'm smoking a joint as we speak.
Me too. Well,
It doesn't help me. It doesn't make me happier. It makes me angrier.
I only got the Delta 8.
You got to get the better one, the happy weed, not the angry weed. I always get rid of that stuff.
I got buddy. It's a new. I got all kinds of weed, man. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing to me. It's just some days they're up, sometimes it's down, and I don't know, man. Today I'm a little angry, and I apologize. It is what it is.
One little tip from a friend. Try to take some vitamin C.
You know what? You're right. I didn't drink any for a while. Like I have limes in my fridge, and I keep them there for that. But I didn't have any lime for a while. I should have some limes.
Yeah, make yourself a good drink. Because, you know, maybe it cools you down.
I just keep smoking weed. That's all I do. I wake up, I smoke weed. I barely even, well, I mean, I have a glass of water next to me the whole time. I don't even eat. I don't even want to eat. I don't feel like eating. All I do is just smoke. That's what I'm saying. Weed is bad. It is such an addictive thing. It is fucked up.
I know. I've been there.
Oh, don't blame weed. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
It depends on what you're smoking and what your constitution is. I know the
It's
angle.
least
No, it's
addictive
not
thing I've ever
bullshit.
done.
Sasha, tell him, bro.
Not you, Russian. You said bullshit now, man. Come on.
Oh,
If
man,
he's
weed
not good, no, but if
makes
he's
me
doing bad for
angry.
you, maybe he's not doing bad for me. Fuck it, fucking 27 years is doing good for me. I don't know. What are you saying?
27 good for you? Do you drive
27
Lamborghini?
years, I'm
Hey,
fucking happy.
Sasha,
I don't know.
Sasha, my question to you right now, Sasha, are you driving Lamborghini right now?
No, I'm driving Fiat 500X.
Fiat 500. That's
X.
It's a
Fiat
Ferrari.
500. It's okay. 500 okay. Well, it's
Yeah.
a Fiat. Is it the big Fiat? No. It's
Yeah.
like it's the bigger Fiat. Yeah, it's not bad,
Yeah.
but it's not a Ferrari.
That's because I don't
It's
care for
because
big
of the
cars
weed,
and
Sasha. It's because of the fucking weed. I'm
no,
telling you.
because I'm
If
a
you did
little
not
bit
smoke the weed,
Italian.
listen, hold on. Let me tell you something. If you did not smoke
Okay.
the weed for 28 years, you would have did something completely because you would have been bored out of your mind. You would have been more productive. You would have been less, you would have been less relaxed. You would have been trying to do something with your life. You would have gained more money, and then eventually you would have had that Ferrari and Lamborghini.
And
But no,
for
you
every
chose the side of going to smoking weed for 28 years. Now you're driving a Fiat 500, and it's okay. And I don't mind that
listen,
choice
man,
too. If you're happy
wait,
with that, I'm happy
you
for you.
explain my story, but but you didn't. No, man, I came in England. I find a wife. She has a lot of money, and no, she has not a lot of money. She's working good, and I was a father, and yeah, I'm smoking weed every day. Yeah, why not?
Okay, no, since you're a stay-at-home dad,
Fucking
man,
happy
bro,
every
you're
day.
the best job ever. I wish I had a girl that would tell me, you know what,
Ah,
you stay
man,
at
you need
home
to
with the
find
kids
good
and I'll
woman.
do this.
I did my job. I find good woman, and she's taking care about me.
That's good, man. I'm happy for you. You're the best, bro. I wish I could do
Well,
that.
yeah.
No, you know what? Whoa, whoa,
I'm
we have something
okay.
happening. Look at this. Look at this. You guys saw that?
Is it that flat?
MK motion. You guys see that?
Yeah, somebody
Motion,
trolling.
motion. Yeah, you ban all that. Hold on. Let's see if I can get him.
This was happening earlier too.
Okay, hold on. You know what you do? You go at motion.
What is going on?
No, he has multiple. We're getting bombed. We're getting bombed right now. Motion. Fuck. MAS, MAT. Okay, first, I got the MAS one. You guys know? At MAS. Fuck, I can't hit him.
What the fuck?
They've been doing this all morning.
Yeah, the mods were having trouble getting them off earlier as well. There's a lot more of them this time. It's just the streamers that were coming in before.
Yeah, they all start with or end with motion.
Yeah, but you can't catch that because they're not on the server. Oh fuck. Wrong command. Hold on, bad. I got one, I think. Here's one gone. Yeah, and I got map motion. Okay, I'll get them all. Don't worry. These guys don't know what the fuck they're dealing with.
Talk
All
about
you
a
do is
boring ass life.
listen. All you got to do is just right click them, and as soon as you get the right click, right, it'll lock onto that account. So you don't rush. You can ban them all. Just try and catch them. It's very simple.
Gonna be a permaban, Emerald.
Yeah. Everything that has these MK, MW, and the motions, all gone. Just, they stopped because they're getting banned. It fucked with their bot. They got glitched. See, it's a loop. See how they were looping it?
Yeah.
Once you got 1-2 bans, the loop fucked up. The
Yeah.
count went off. Yeah, so it stopped. Yeah.
Yeah, the Gem Panda Brigade. No doubt.
Whatever the fuck they are, who cares?
Can I right click them and allow you to still ban them? Because I don't have perms to ban.
No,
them.
If you mention them in the text, if you right click them, mention in text, and you hit enter, then it gets a ping, and we can use that as a ban.
Or if you right click copy ID, that's how you do it. Like if you right click them and you go all the way on the bottom and it says copy ID, if you give us that number bans them. Bans their whole account. Do you see it? Yes, no?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, yeah. So once you get
No,
that, if you
mobile,
get
I
that
don't see
ID,
it.
we can ban them. Huh? Would you say they live?
I said I'm on mobile. I don't see that. All I see is report.
No, you got to use developer mode, and you have to be gold or gold plus or higher.
Okay, thanks.
No, so right. No, to see the ID, it's a regular standard command because you'll be able to copy everybody's ID. But I don't know. I think you might need to go to developer mode. I don't know.
I think it's developer mode.
Yeah, the developer mode, yes, but I don't think you need to be.
No, for the ban to ban someone.
Oh, to ban somebody, yes, but I'm talking about just to copy that ID. You don't have to. It's built into the Discord. They say it's going to be heat wave. Oh, there they are again. TA motion, CA motion. Oh, you got that, guys? Saw that one. This is going to be fun. It's like a game.
Whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Whack-a-troll.
Yeah. Got one. No, fuck. Missed it. Oh, there's one. Got one. That's bad. Oh, did you get that one too?
Did you get one?
Yeah, I got the same one. Fuck. Okay, I'll watch the bottom ones. You go on the top ones. Because now he's changing their names. Because now they're not all gonna go in the same line.
Bro, what's happening?
What's happening, Lori?
Attack.
Going on, man?
Are you a Glober?
An attack.
I am indeed.
Oh no. Please tell me why you're a Glober.
Well, to be honest, I don't really care.
Okay, then why are you here?
It's fun to listen to people.
Yeah, cool, but why do you want to specifically listen to this if you don't care?
You can listen on YouTube too.
Yeah.
you hear it.
Ah, right about that.
Welcome. Do you have any questions?
Your live stream is down. I couldn't watch it.
Is it down? No, it's not down. It can't be down.
For me, it is.
Subconsciously, you care. Subconsciously, you care.
You got
I
any
doubt it's
questions,
even
bro?
subconscious.
On one model, you're constantly under threat of cataclysmic, apocalyptic, earth-ending events, and the other model, just normal everyday life. You don't have to worry about crazy shit coming to kill you from space. Subconsciously, you care.
Can you remember the
You
reason?
wouldn't be here.
Can you remember
wouldn't
the
be
reason
here,
why
bro.
you believe you live on a globe?
Probably not too young.
Yeah.
Because you had a NASA carousel above your infant's bed. You know what I'm saying? Like they put these things everywhere. Your dad painted stars on your walls and shit. That's why.
You're allowed to have stars on the walls. Don't you see them when
Well,
you look
stars
up?
on one, yeah, and then you like put the spaceships and stuff like
Stars
that.
are
You know.
cool, man.
And don't
That's just
this be my wallpaper. I had space wallpaper
there you
all over.
go. There you go.
Yeah, I used to be a bigger UFO geek than Tyler from Secure Team 10.
Oh shit. What was the one thing that got you guys to realize the Earth is flat and stationary? For whoever's
Perspective and photography.
Water,
see too far.
water is flat in all directions and level in all directions.
just the basic makes sense, right?
Critical thinking. I know what CGI images look like. I know there's no fucking
Mhm.
rover or drone on Mars.
Mm-hmm. How about there's a helicopter on Mars with the exact same pitch as you can go to the local RC store and buy for a helicopter?
Right.
Except there's 1% air on Mars, so how does that even move?
How does that even happen? The same pitch. You look at the blade, the pitch hasn't even been changed.
It wouldn't
They haven't
even,
even bothered to change that.
it wouldn't even make any dust. That dust they added in. Remember?
And get the rainbow.
And not even a single photo of a video on their journey of the Earth to Mars.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine them sending a fucking? I'm sorry. Them sending a red sports car into space, and then the ISS not taking a picture of that car going by.
The ISS was on the other side.
Why would you
But
take
it comes
a
around
picture of the car that you
every
got in
90
your
seconds.
driveway?
It comes around. Every 90 seconds it comes around. So there should have been an option, an angle at some point where they could take a photograph of this friggin' red sports car flying through space.
It wasn't in the right orbit. It was in a different orbit. It probably about 2 days before it got to that orbit.
They didn't have
Well,
a P900.
they say they go around every 90 minutes. They say they go around the Earth. So if you
That's what I say. I say I have a unicorn in my backyard.
You got any
If
CGI
you started
images
on
to prove
Vancouver
that
Island in a vehicle and took a trip all the way to the East Coast, you might not videotape the whole thing, but you're going to tell me you're not going to take snapshots along the way, the whole way? Hell yeah.
Yeah, for me, it was seeing the high altitude balloon footage and then realizing just the
Is Discord
incessant.
being stupid?
I don't know.
Discord is being stupid.
But yeah, when I first seen the high altitude balloon footage with a completely level horizon, and then realizing just how fucking in your face the deception was with every other piece of footage that showed curvature, I was like, ah. And then from there, yeah, just snowballed.
Mic check.
Mic check. You good.
I hear you.
Jesus fucking Christ.
There you go.
Yeah, what was that all about?
Well, this
Like, the next day, China's on the moon, but no photos on the way there or anything.
Discord reset its server. That's what happened, I think. We're still here, right?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah, no, we are. It's solid. It's
Are
solid.
we?
It's green.
Super green.
Shady Lady listening pass. What? Nobody wants to talk. Did my swearing scare off all the Glovers? Oh my god. I thought it would bring
Maybe.
them in. No, they usually come in when the swearing starts. They love it. They're masochists. They love the punishment. It's true, I'm telling you. When you guys have that boring talk, they don't like it. They get bored, they run away. But when you beat them down with fuck you, you're an idiot, they just sit there and take it and love it.
Oof.
I know.
That's pretty toxic.
They're gross. Um,
After they cry for a while, they'll come back. But NASA.
Gravity.
Watched the old Transformers clip and they were talking about he's defying the laws of gravity. That's where they get you as a child. It was flying through the air. He's defying the laws of gravity. Or buoyancy and density.
I always have to laugh about, they come in and they talk about the law of gravity, but gravity doesn't have a law. Gravitation has a law.
No. And I don't even think it's a law because it's named Newton's Newton's law of gravitation. It's never just law of gravitational. It has to say Newton's on there. It's like almost patented where it has that first little part. We gotta be just because it's named something that has the word law in it doesn't necessarily mean it's a law either.
Well, the gravitational law works out with magnets and electromagnetic fields. So,
yeah,
in that regard, they put it into law. But the Globers immediately use gravitational as being gravity.
Well, when you oppress them for that gravitational law, you'll find out it's just Cavendish is where they're getting this nonsense from. And that shit's pseudoscience, parlor tricks. The little force you're seeing is nothing more than a buildup of static electricity on those spheres, on the spheres that they keep using. They have to use a sphere in Cavendish. They have to use balls because if you used a square, it would actually stop the airflow. It would interrupt the airflow, and the airflow is what you need to constantly build a contact layer on the sphere. That contact layer rubs with the dust in the atmosphere, builds a static electric charge. That's the force they're seeing. Easily explained. You'll notice all the Cavendish experiments are never done. They're always done in a dusty ass classroom or a barn from the blue marble experiment, whatever that goober is.
Oh, let me stop you here real quick. You know what the Magnus effect is?
The Magnus. Go for it. Tell me.
Do you know what it is? Have you ever seen it happen?
Yes.
Right. Don't you think that's what could be happening there instead of your whole dusty little static electricity theory, but it could be just that magnet. It's not spinning, but that effect is still there. Whether it's spinning out, there's still motion, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it could be just the Magnus effect happening at a very, very smaller scale. You know what I mean?
Could be, but doesn't that require motion?
Well, it's swinging, guy.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
said that.
the Cavendish is not swinging. It's just
Oh,
stationary. And it's showing a
no.
force,
Oh, you're talking about
and
the torsion
it's
bar one.
making the globe people
I
think that they're
mistaken
seeing
for the
gravity.
other one.
Yeah,
I was thinking about the what's that swinging ball?
you're thinking about the pendulum one, right?
Yeah, what's that fucking name of that one?
I forget the name of it. I call it a plumb bob just to discredit it.
Oh no, I always get these twisted. What's the Cavendish is the one with the two balls on
The
opposite
four
ends with
balls,
the
it has,
torsion
yeah, exactly.
torsion
Yes,
bar,
that's
right?
Cavendish.
That's
That's
Cavendish.
Cavendish,
And the
and then they
swinging
have the
one is
pendulum
the
where they take a big pendulum and they do it, and it
what's
actually
the name of that
moves
one?
underneath the earth moves underneath the
Right, what's the
pendulum.
name of that one? Foucault's
I have no.
pendulum. That's a
That's the one.
Foucault.
That's the
That's
one.
the one. Yeah, I keep fucking forgetting that. Anyways, I'm high. I'm gonna continue getting high.
There you go.
Continue.
Wait.
For the Cavendish, if you they redone that in several universities, and if you look up how they did it, they never fully isolate EM fields.
You're 100% correct. It's always in a classroom with a industrial size air conditioner pumping in thousands of CFM per minute of dusty student air around, and that dusty student air actually hits those spheres, and what happens is a hydrodynamic flow, much like a airplane wing. When one side has to catch up because of the low pressure, whenever it hits that ball at any kind of any speed, it'll actually increase speed. And what that does is all that little dust from that fast moving layer of air creates a contact layer, which is just a layer of dust, basically.
The Magnus
And
effect, guy. This is the same thing you're describing, guy. You're just describing airflow over a surface, and you're creating a low pressure, and then there's a high pressure.
actually, in that experiment, there actually could be that issue as well. I'm not
That's
sure.
exactly what you're doing. And here's the thing. And yeah, if you have stuff motion, you're also creating static electricity. Yes, I agree with you there. And then you're creating a
There you go.
positive and a negative charge, and then yes,
Yeah.
something will move eventually. And these
Yep,
cocksuckers are calling it something else. And I
you'll see it
understand
as
that.
force. You'll see it as force, and that's what they think is gravity. They think they're seeing gravity when they're just seeing a little static electricity.
Yes.
That's what's fucking these people up. That's what's fucking professors up. Professors like, I see the gravity. No, you don't.
Well, no. Well, then you tell them, okay, do you have just a balloon? You give them you take a rubberized balloon, right? You bring up to a running tap of water and you fucking show them that, and you tell them, what the fuck are you seeing here, asshole? You know what I mean? And then it's the same thing. It's the same thing because the water's gonna pull towards the balloon. And if you got shit like water being electrically like what do you call
manipulated.
it? Yeah, but like electromagnetically pulled, right? It gets pulled. If water, a fucking thing that isn't it doesn't conduct electricity as long as there's no salt in it.
Fresh water.
Yeah, if you have the pure distilled water, it does not conduct electricity. So anyways,
the balloon with the water top, it pushes the water away from the balloon. It curves it away.
Yes.
Doesn't pull it towards the balloon.
Well, depending on the charge, yeah. You can do it both ways. I'm pretty sure. If you had
I've
like
only seen the one where it bends it away from it.
Yeah, I know it. But I'm saying
Water, guys. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you can do it both ways if you had let's say if you can manipulate the current, like if you built a device where you can change the polarity, right, you would be able to manipulate it both ways.
Yes. Yeah.
There you go. And I'm pretty sure you could do that. Guaranteed, hands down.
How you guys doing?
All right, how you doing, Roger?
What's up, Roger?
I feel okay. I'm rolling up another spliff.
Hey, Roger, how was that party you went to the other day? How'd that go, bro?
The what?
I said, how was that party the other day? You went, didn't she go?
Yeah,
it was lit. Wait, did you go to a real party? Did you really go to a real party?
Yeah, you went to a club.
Good for you.
No,
good for you guys.
I went to an illegal rave.
Fuck yeah, even better, dude. Good job. Nice. Get out and live.
It was outdoors.
Hell yeah, dude. I for a second I thought you guys were like, did you go to the Discord party? I was like, oh. Go to a real party, man. How was it? Was it lit or what?
Yeah, it was nice. It was a couple of people, like 10, 15, maybe 20 people. So yeah, it was cool.
Nice.
Yeah, you have to do something now because they opened up the clubs in my country, but you need your test certificate or that other thing to enter. So
Nothing,
yeah.
nothing fun, nothing funner than a night on the town when you bring your papers with you.
Right. your note case of papers. Here you go. Yeah.
Don't accidentally lose your papers at the club, and the police checkpoint later will have words with you.
Wait, Roger, they vaccinated you, bro? Don't tell me that.
No,
Oh man.
no.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
No, but they opened up clubs last week. They opened up the clubs, but the main rule, the 6-foot rule, is still enforced. So every establishment.
Oh my God.
So every establishment that cannot maintain the rule, you can have people in, but you need to have your test certificate or the jab certificate. So. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I would make a killing standing out in the parking lot selling certificates.
Right?
So
Dr. COVID.
Two people need 3-foot arms to cheers, I guess.
Can you imagine trying to? Hey, would you like to dance? Go out in the fucking dance club, and there's like 6 feet in between you guys. Hey.
Listen. Everybody needs to boycott any establishment that asks you to get fucking jabbed and fucking literally. And this, you spread the fucking message. Boycott and literally don't fucking shop at any fucking establishment and make them go out of fucking business if they force you to do a fucking jab or anything like that. Straight up, and then spread that throughout the normies because this is fucking ridiculous.
But at the same time, seek out the people that do not make you or force you to wear masks or get vaccines, and do business with those people.
That's it. At the same time, you're doing business. Obviously, that's inherently. Obviously, when you're going, you're gonna boycott those cocksuckers that are forcing you to do masks and vaccines.
But there's so many more of them, bro. There's so many more of them. We're gonna
listen. You will find those that are not, because even in Toronto, there's guys, there's stores that are open that say we don't fucking require you to wear a mask. We don't.
But check this, dude. You understand that we can't travel no more?
What do you mean you can't? Yeah, you can.
Like how? What are you talking about?
Get into a car and drive.
You need a passport, bro.
Oh no! When you're going across country, well, I know. Well, fuck.
No, you need a vax passport. This new shit, like we're literally like prisoners right now.
No. You just have to actually do some footwork. You can actually get you a medical exemption or something like that. Any of these things. There's a bunch of options. You just have to do a little exercise.
Yeah, I know. Peggy Hall has it on her website. All the legal stuff.
Yeah, and you can just like flash your paper, just like bam, get out of my fucking face.
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, really? It's like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can. You go up there and just give it a try. They can't fucking arrest you if you try it. And talk to the manager if you go somewhere. And be like, hey, talk to the manager and be caring about it.
Yeah.
Do I find this out first, or do I just get a ticket to my country and then show up to the airport? And then what the fuck?
But careful with your country, because your country might be stupid.
They are. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like it's insane.
Why would you want to go there then? Think about it. Right now, it's not a good time to travel anyway, so I wouldn't be traveling. I would be focusing on fucking survival right now. Right now, I'd be like, I got to pack up a whole bunch of fucking dried cans, goods, and all kinds of shit in a cellar somewhere where I can fucking survive for multiple years in case fucking China lands in fucking California, because chances are it will. And China will land in fucking California, because guess who? Governor Newsom fucking is letting it happen. Man, shit's going to go down that you guys don't even know. Crazy shit's going down.
This is Red Dawn. This is Red Dawn, and nobody's realizing it.
Yeah.
So Redwood, let me add something, right? So they opened up the clubs, and last week there were lines and lines and lines at the test facilities for young adults, right? They wanted to get their certificate, and they got their tests, but this is all registered in an app. So when you have your negative test, you get a QR code. But the whole deal was last weekend, that whole system failed. So people were standing at the door and couldn't get in because their QR code didn't scan. So
It was even worse. I don't know if you heard this, but there was this guy who tested negative,
okay.
and he got his QR code. He went to the club, and then when he came back the next morning, he got a call. Sorry, you're positive.
The next day at the door, it says, "Sorry, you can't get in. You have AIDS." Real loud. Oh, what the hell? Everybody in line. Sorry, you have AIDS.
He went to the club while being positive for corona.
Oh, nice.
And his app said he was negative.
This
is all.
Go ahead,
This is all
Ryan.
planned, bros. This is all planned because now you get these things like, yeah, I'm not going to stand 2 hours, 3 hours in line and have the risk that my app doesn't work. I'm just gonna get the thing and we'd be done with it, right? So this is all
It's the biggest sales plot ever, man. It's the biggest sales pitch ever. It's the fear tactic sales pitch.
Your socialism, like you where's the Netherlands, right? This is one of the more socialistic countries, quote unquote. It's pure communism now, right?
It's technically it's a pretty fascist state.
So that's communism, like fascism, communism, same thing. It's just you fucking labeling it like it's a opposite sides of the same coin. You know what I mean?
I don't even think it's on the opposite sides, really.
Well, they're on the same note because it all comes full circle in the end. They're all fucking fascists are communists. It's just that they're being
Yeah, but
manipulated.
it's pretty much on the same.
No, they're the
side of the
same.
coin.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But I mean, you get what I'm saying. It's the same coin. It's irrelevant. It's the same shit. They're both evil
Yeah, so
fucking
check-
people that they're working with each other. You know what I mean?
So check this, dude. I'm walking my dog yesterday, and I talked to my Republican neighbor, and he's telling like we're talking about all this shit. It's fucking fake. He's telling me about how evil Fauci is, and then he tells me he had a vaccine, dude. Man, his wife got a vaccine. And I'm just like,
what a fucking goon.
dude, I went speechless. I went speechless, bro. I'm just fucking
what a
looking at him with
Republican.
right?
What a fucking moron. Wow.
I just,
What a person
I
that
didn't
needs
fucking
government.
talk to him after that, bro. I'm just fucking looking at him like,
That's
what?
crazy. That's
I kind of
crazy.
put my hand on the forehead and like, oh my man, and I shook his hand and I'm like, I can't talk no more, bro. You know?
Yeah, do him like the Catholics did when the Black Plague said, "Bless you."
Yeah.
Oh, you got the vaccine? Bless you.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
Fascists
Find
are
out
the
you got to
real
back up away from them.
Yeah.
Listen,
No
listen. Let me tell you one thing right now.
vaccines. No vaccinated people
Hold on.
welcome in the business, please.
Hold
Thank
on, hold on. Listen, what you did there, I think, Vlad, you should have never said, "I can't talk to you no more." Well, you should have said, "Okay, blah blah blah." You should have acted
Yeah.
cool. You should
No,
have
I
acted
actually didn't say that. I just
Okay.
walked away in a manner
Yeah, there
that
you
like,
go. Don't make them not suspect anything. Just know you're cutting them out of your life because those are the people you can't. But they'll turn on you if you do anything like that's the one thing you don't want those people to do. Because if you say something like that, I can't talk to you anymore because of that shit, they'll turn on you, right?
he's a cool guy, dude. Like he's a
It
cool
doesn't
guy.
matter.
He just,
No, I know.
I don't think that would happen, but yeah, I know what you
There
mean,
you
bro.
go.
Like,
They're snitches. Snitches are bitches. They'll act nice in your face, but when the shit goes down for real, like, and then you're not vaccinated, he knows you're not vaccinated, and he's vaccinated, right? He's gonna turn on you. This is what they want.
in which way you think he can turn on me? Like,
Meaning, like, okay, so when the cops are coming down the street and somebody
if you
points somebody out, he's gonna.
if you know anybody that has not been vaccinated, please call this number.
Yes. Stuff like
yeah,
that.
but are we at that? Like, I don't. Is that happening?
It's getting.
Yeah,
to
man, it's getting
bro.
it's getting fucking scary, my guy. People are so fucking stupid and zombied out that they just they'll put on that brown shirt and a
I
fucking
mean, I'm
heart.
ready for that, bro. The shots will be fired before any of that shit happens, bro.
Well, that's
Like,
what
I'm
I'm
ready
saying.
for that. If it comes down to that, there's nothing we can do, bro. The shots will be fired, and that's my
Well,
end.
now they're gonna call you crazy and belligerent because you're just refusing known scientific health, medical, and now they're just going to hold you down and stick you.
If you're in the Netherlands and you have a COVID test or you have the vaccine and you have the app on your phone, you will be updated. And the app will communicate with every other phone that has the app.
Ooh, yucky.
Yeah, they trace contacts that way. And those who don't have the app are immediately suspect.
Yeah.
Well, why
So
wouldn't you have the app?
you don't
then
have
if
to
you're
you don't have to
not
talk to
100%?
someone because they keep a database and they keep running that and they
Facts.
have been running it for a year now.
Yep, that's how customer service is improved.
And I don't
Constantly.
want to
I just don't think we're at the stage where this can be forced at us yet.
I
Know what
don't
I
want to
mean?
bullshit you, but if you look in your Google or iPhone, it is put in there automatically. It will only activate and update your status if you install the front on the App Store or Google Play. But it
No,
runs.
yeah, Google actually installed it for you, and you have to disable it
Yeah.
Listen,
on
this is
some
how it's gonna
devices.
go
You
down.
mean it's on
Listen,
my phone right now?
like,
Yes.
this is how it's gonna go down. See how you're saying shit? And remember what I told you? Oh, get ready. They're landing in California, the Chinese, and they're gonna use the Chinese because the American people are armed, all of them to the teeth, right? They're not gonna stand for this shit. This is going to
Except for
make
in
them
California.
exactly. Yeah, you got your fucking the one landing spot for that shit, and that's what they're gonna do. And they need because the American people are not gonna just be subjected to this. Everybody's gonna say, "Yo, take the fucking needle and shove it up your ass." Most people in America will, you know. And then the
Yeah,
whole
but everybody's
tracing and
most
track and
people in
trace,
America is like
they
fuck California already.
right. But that's the thing. But those fucking globalists are gonna need to take over this place. They have to, because if they don't, it's not gonna work. Their plan is their
Everybody's
end
going to
goal will not.
cheer for what the Chinese do to California.
And
Everybody's going to cheer.
here's what's gonna happen. They're gonna use Donald Trump as the savior. Because he's still in their pocket. And Donald Trump is gonna come in as the fucking savior, right? Because it's happening. I see, what's happening. He's coming back into he's starting to do his fucking rallies again. Have you heard? I watched his first rally, an hour and 30 minutes. I couldn't believe my ears what I was hearing. I'm like, oh my God, this is all it's gonna explode hard. You know what I mean? Anyways, and if the track and trace is gonna happen, they're gonna use the Chinese to come in. But they're gonna use Donald Trump to like say no, 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 he's the hero, and then they're gonna fight against that, and then Donald Trump's gonna become the victorious person and back again. And guess who still has power of all this? Well, the Jews, Israel. Israel controls everything.
Oh, I'm down.
There you go.
I'm down with that, bro.
And that's how it is.
That's
Isn't that fucked up?
that sounds exactly what happened. The forest fires were just clearing land that the Chinese own.
Yep,
Now that's all they were doing. Nothing illegal about burning your own property, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's just
Nothing strange about the fires that melt houses and metal down to the liquid.
It is happening. And Canada's not making it easy. Canada's not making it easy for you guys. You know why? Because our cocksucking Trudeau cocksucker up here, right? This cocksucker, look what
Goddamn.
he's doing. This motherfucker literally was it 50,000 Asian troops came into Canada to train. Did you hear that? And
To train train by taking your house. We are training to take houses today.
Winter warfare. They came in here
Because
to
China
do
don't have
winter.
cold areas, huh?
No, not like that. No. And then they were
Shit.
training and then they were training them how to fly Canadian jets on top of that.
Just in case, right? Just in case.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's all crazy. It's all crazy theater show, man. It's all a fucking crazy theater show. And what makes it real, what comes to life, is the security guards for this theater show. The police and the military. I don't know about the military. I don't think it's military that'll turn on its own people. I think the military can be convinced to turn on foreigners, but I don't think they really can get a mass people to turn on their own people.
The UN comes in because there's a pandemic and we need to come and help you guys. And then you got a whole bunch of hats. And
fucking blue hats.
Oh, the blue and white. Make sure if you see the white hats, you got to run from those guys too.
Yeah, you got a blue white hats, and you got the small hats. You got to be careful with all those. Fucking hat wearing motherfuckers. Huh?
I don't wear a hat. I'll never wear a hat.
Take the fucking hats off, man.
Bro.
Come on, dude. The Pope wears a yarmulke. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, we know that.
The Pope wears a fish hat. Let's not forget
Catholics,
about
man.
that.
Those are Catholics, man. Those
Yeah.
are
Took a really
Every
bad
every
phone call.
religion is just another descendant of Canaanites.
I just
That's
got a
all it
real
is.
bad phone call, guys.
What
What
happened,
happened
buddy?
with that?
My uncle is got 3 to 4 months left. He's got full blown liver cancer.
Ooh.
And he was too afraid to go and get things looked at because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So now it's too late.
You load him up with cannabis oil, bro.
It's never too late. Tell him to change his diet.
RSO.
They're saying it's so far gone.
They always tell people that shit, and then they change their
Yeah,
fucking
who's
entire
they?
lifestyle, and including their diet. Yeah, fuck them, dude. They're the ones that told him to eat like that. That's why he's dying from shit like this. And then they're going to try to make as much money as he's fucking dying off the dude. Fuck them, dude. They're the third leading cause of death to humans due to malpractice and misdiagnosis. Fuck them.
It's a little worse than that because unfortunately he got both of the Fauci ouchies on top of it.
Just
Oh,
encourage,
God.
just encourage him to eat
Fauci
healthy
ouchies.
and
Oh my goodness.
start
Bless him.
and
Just bless him, bro.
yeah, and
Yeah,
start
God bless you.
with CBD and cannabis. Just if he,
Yeah, change the whole lifestyle, man.
even if it is for 3 months.
He has a license to grow legally. We know all about the oils and everything.
Yeah, high alkaline diet, no acidic.
The worst.
acidic.
High alkaline diet means zero animal product, man. Animal product makes
Yeah.
your body produce
Yo,
high
but with
aggressive
2
acid.
shots, with 2 shots, just bless him, bro.
Some people, yeah, some people can survive this shit. Some people can survive the poison that they've eaten all their lives by changing when when they've been told that they're going to die. Some people can be like, okay, I stopped eating the poison, and they'll fucking stop dying. But some people just say, I'm baking and just keep on trucking, man. Just fucking.
Yeah.
They do that until their wheels fall off.
Yeah,
Lots of
at least
turmeric,
7 people in my family have
curcumin,
died from cancer. Not one of them
ginger.
have changed their diet.
Well, I'll keep you all posted, but in 3 or 4 months, maybe less, I'll probably be cracking out one of my black suits.
Oh yeah. Well,
It sucks, man,
learn from
because
it, my guy. Learn from it.
I was expecting him to stick around at least another 20 years, and he's been out longer than he ever has. He's done a lot of time inside, and he's been out longer than he ever has for about maybe going on 10 years now. We've been really happy and proud of him because he's been doing smart shit, instead of dumb stuff, and now this happens. Fuck.
Tell him to go full on, bro. Full on plant based. Just fucking do it. What can hurt? What can he lose, bro?
Yeah.
They literally told him he's already done. So fucking change the entire lifestyle. What could hurt? Can only help, I imagine.
Does he drink alcohol?
He's got these really cute dogs too.
Yo, Flatman Ken. Yo, Flatman
Buddy
Ken.
and
Listen? Does he drink alcohol?
No,
He eats animal products, though, doesn't he?
I don't
Yeah,
believe
he eats.
so.
I
It's not
believe
just
this guy eats animal products.
No, you could be just eating carbs. You could be just eating like fucking McDonald's burgers and all the bread that's in there and all the fucking poison in the bread. It's not just it's not just animal products. You're talking about there's a whole bunch of fucking poisonous carbohydrates. There's a whole bunch of fucking poison. You even fucking non-organic vegetables you're eating. You're fucking poisoning yourself with the shit.
That's true. That's true.
Guys,
But
can I just kindly ask, let's not go this direction again, yeah?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sorry
Well, I mean,
guys.
the guy's
That was
dude's
just
dying,
that was the call I got. That was the call I got.
Yeah. We have I don't know, Shady Lady. It's a listening pass. Do you guys try to talk to
Kind of. Well, I mean, I looked at it and I saw listening pass and I was like, I guess the person doesn't want to talk. So I just let it go. But if you want to try, go ahead, Roger.
Can ask Shady Lady. Would you want to talk to us?
Oh, it's gonna be a nice hot summer day today. I love summer. Makes me happy. My dog's gonna go for a walk with me. It'll be amazing.
Please make me
Yeah,
feel
listen to this. My dog is so amazing. Like everybody loves my dog. I take her down the street, and I live downtown Toronto, right? And I'm talking about all the girls that are sitting on the patios because it's patio season. Everybody's on the fucking patios. And although we're not allowed to go in the restaurants, but everybody's on the patio. It's amazing. Stupid though. But everybody's looking at my doggy. I'm talking about all the girls are just tripping balls. Girls are just trying to stop me and fucking say, "Can I talk to you, dog?" And any bitch that wears a mask, I tell her straight up, no. Straight up.
Because you look sick. Why would you wear a
Like,
mask unless you
why
were
are you
sick?
wearing a
Get
fucking
back.
like any girl that wears a mask? And I'm like, and they're like dressed up nice and shit. They're like hot and sexy and shit. But you look a mask from a nurse's mask, and it looks fucking ridiculous. And I'm like, bitch, nobody around us is wearing a fucking mask now. Every normal person in Toronto is maskless. They understand it's all bullshit. There's protests, been fucking for a year. Protests, bitch, you're still wearing a fucking mask. I hope you fucking
You're
get
part of the
quiet the fuck.
problem. Part of the problem. Stop
Exactly.
it.
You're part of the fucking problem. Oh my God.
Stop it.
Please stop it.
It's like
And
that's
that's
the
it.
army. That's the zombie
That is,
apocalypse right there.
yes, you get where I'm coming from. Exactly.
Oh yeah,
I
I
can't
get it.
look
I
at
see it,
this.
man.
I can't.
We moved to a little city in Mexico here that fought the pandemic scare bullshit, and we remained the uh, tourist the season never really took a hit or anything like that. So and you see a lot of people here do not wear masks, and a lot of stores here do not. They don't even give a shit about it. So that's why we moved here. It's like when you see people with masks, it's like, you're sick? You're sick, right? You have a mask on because you're sick, right? So fuck off to the house, man. What the fuck are you doing roaming around outside if
Exactly.
you're sick?
Exactly.
If you're scared about it, fuck off to the house, man, or to church or something. I don't know if you're so scared, you know.
Exactly. Please.
I don't know. Let us normal conspiracy
no,
theorist
but
people live.
I don't want to do it, but at some points I just want to walk up to these people and yell at them and like you see how I can yell, like, but that's because I'm a pretty big dude in real life, right? And I've been yelling at people like this all my life, and I've been but I'm talking about I work in the kitchen too, and I run kitchens, and when I'm talking about when it's busy time, yeah, no, you don't understand when you're running shit, you got to make fucking people do things, and when people are lazy, yeah, it's just and I've learned one thing though. I've learned one thing. When I'm silent and I don't talk to people and people think I'm fucking pissed off and I'm quiet, they work better around me. They're like, "Oh shit." And everybody just is quiet.
Yo, Vlad, you know that
Funny.
girl I just posted in a live stream, Amazing Polly?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you know her?
No, not really.
You should just check her out on YouTube, yo. Like they took her down so many times. I just checked her out. She's back. I think
Does she
she's
go on
Canadian.
does she go on BitChute?
Yeah, she's all over the place. Yeah, but they
Yeah,
took her off
I've probably
YouTube
seen
many
her on
times.
BitChute. Like I've seen
Yeah.
all the good ones on BitChute. I do BitChute, I do worldtruthvideos.org. Like I get those other sites, right? So
Right. Yeah.
yeah, I go there. I don't use YouTube for anything anymore unless I want to watch some mindless gaming shit that I know it's just
Yeah,
pure
shit in the
gaming.
background.
Yeah, that's the only thing that'll go to YouTube
I
for.
put machining made in Poland. That's what I put on. Made in
Yeah.
Poland on YouTube. Look it up.
Yeah.
Made in Poland. This dude just
Well,
makes shit all the.
yeah, I watch some of those guys. Like I like watching the guy that goes out into the forest. It's also a Polish dude too. He goes, or is it Ukrainian? Goes straight out into the
Fucking
forest
Polish.
by himself, and he starts building a cabin, just cutting down trees, and starts building a whole fucking cabin, making his own fire. Yeah, dude, he just does it his whole summer and records it. I'm like, wow, this guy's a champ. But he does it all pretty much with one axe. Like I'm like, the one guy does it with a lot of instrumentation. He comes in with a whole bunch of shit. But this other guy, he does it with like one thing, like one axe. And the way he uses the axe is amazing. Like you can do so much things with an axe. Like
Are you
I
talking
love
about
watching this
beer?
shit.
Are you talking about that Bull Hansen guy?
I don't know their names.
There's a ton
But
of them.
there's a ton of them, man. Yeah. I just watch like the one that I remember because I watched Les Strauss a lot. You guys know who Les Strauss is? Survivor
Les
Man, the Survivor Man series. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
Survivor.
he's good.
He's really good. He teaches you shit. He doesn't just fuck around. He literally tells you. I pretty much know how to start a fire in a lot of different ways now because of that guy. And it's just watching. I've never actually done it, tried it, but I understand it takes physical force, and I'm a strong dude, and just doing it.
and that's it, you know. And I'll do it. It's
There's a
harder
lot
than it
of
looks,
there's a
but
lot
I'll
of good
do it.
survival videos out there that are like pointed at like surviving off of modern day trash that you'll find, for instance.
Yeah, man. Bro,
I
I'll
love
make a
those type of things.
bojo right away. First thing I do is make a bojo. You definitely have shoes on. If you're outside, you definitely having shoes on, and always have laces on my shoes, right? So that's your string that you need for your bojo. Find a nice sturdy stick to make a bow, right? And then just that's your fire. First thing you do is start a fire in the survivor situation. You have to, because when night comes around, it's harder to start a fire at night than in the daytime.
Cold as a motherfucker.
And you'll be cold during the night, and it's gonna
And the
hypothermia will
animals
kick
can smell
in.
you.
Oh yeah. So the fire is safe and everything. Oh, are we getting bombed again? Holy shit! There we
Oh
are.
shit! Oh shit! They're coming.
Just copy their names. Copy ID. I got the
Something
first
bit
one.
something.
I got the
Bit
first one.
something.
Don't even need to tell him. Control V. Yeah. Got one ban.
Yeah, they say once you think you have enough firewood for the night, triple it.
Yes. Because that shit goes like firewood does go. Oh, there they go again.
But what are they
Thank you.
doing? Are they, because it isn't
They're
allowed to,
spamming.
share your screen, right? I just saw two people share their screen.
No, it's a hack. It's a bot. Just right click one of them and copy their ID. Just all you have to do is right click them. As soon as you got the right click, even if they fall off the screen, you can still copy their ID.
Yeah.
Okay? I got one. I got another one. Okay, got another one. S ban. Yeah, memorable.
Wait, what?
Oh, got another one.
Who's I am Jack?
Wow, this is,
I can't ban this user. Oh, I got the wrong one. Shit. Oh, I think
so
I
this
accidentally
is
clicked
what
the live stream.
blowers need to do now, right? Pathetic.
Absolutely.
They need to go into the live chat and then try and troll. Pathetic. And fail hard.
Oh, they're going faster now. They're now speeding it up. Oh, I think I got it. I ain't got it. I ain't got it.
They're changing their names now.
Oh yeah. That's it. Shit, if I accidentally, you guys gotta watch me. If I accidentally ban somebody that is not them, okay, I got one. Another one. Oh shit, missed that one.
Sounds like you're playing whack-a-mole, lad.
No, that's exactly what I'm doing. It's actually pretty fun. But this is
Whack-a-troll.
for a reason
Whack-a-troll,
though.
yeah.
This is for a reason though.
Akbar.
You have to do it. I'll individually ban all you motherfuckers. I don't care. Oh, got another one. I think so. Control V. That's better. I think so. Yeah. Who the fuck is Golab Show? Yeah. See? I'm catching them pretty good. Got another one. Yes, ban. At least I see aggression goes away when you ban assholes.
It's a nice day out, fellas. What the fuck are you doing?
That's one guy. It's not multiple guys. It's one guy. He makes a bot, fucking spams accounts, you know. But once you ban one account, he needs to redo the same thing. So it's harder for him to do this than for me, you know. So it's harder.
I get you.
Yeah. He's gonna have to remake these accounts and shit. It's gonna go through the whole account making process, blah blah blah. Each account, you know. It's funny.
All you have to do is press a button.
Yeah. No, actually, you know what? I might be wrong. I think they could be guest ways. There's a way to do it through the guest thing, but I think you can't just spam them. There's a protection against it. I might be mistaken. We'll see.
How that they can share screens, right? That is not possible. That's turned off. I mean,
Did Reg ban him?
I think so.
Okay, cool. Finally. Finally. No, they're there. Yo, is Reg there? I mean, like, can an admin do it? Because I'm pretty sure if you see the log, you can see who's there, and you can go through the log and ban them individually off the log.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, I just have no access to the log. That's why I have to catch them. Fuck, come on.
Meanwhile, we were talking about survivalists. Have you ever checked into Dave Canterbury?
No, I don't think so. Well, like I said, I don't remember any other names, man. I just except what's his name, Survivor Man Strauss. Did I catch this guy right? That's bad. You cannot ban this user. Shit, I got the wrong one. Shit. Got one. There you go. There you go, another one. I banned him, guy.
Well done. No, Dave Canterbury, he was on that old show Dual Survival with two guys that go out. He's got a cool channel.
Shit. Be careful not to catch me accidentally. Unless you're going through the log, Emerald. Are you going through the log?
I was looking in the log, but
Okay.
I hard banned a few.
Okay, good. Oh, there you go. It's gonna solve itself. I think I got it. I think I got him. No. Copy ID. I hope I don't ban the wrong person, but let's go S ban. Over here. Lucky FE. No! No! My bad. Yo, can somebody unban Lucky FE?
banned the wrong guy.
No, because they're going in and out so fast. I'll stop. I won't, because I'm trying to click him and I accidentally clicked the wrong guy. Bro, my bad. Can somebody reinstate all his stuff? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Thank you. Oh, I can do that command too, right, Emerald Monkey?
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. He's back. Lucky if he is back.
I think you could try if you can unmute.
Yeah, he can. Gold Plus can unmute.
Yeah, okay, cool. I just never done that. I never done that command, you know me. I'm pretty final with my shit. I'm sorry. Joking. There's this one little cartoony picture thing. It keeps coming in and out. I can't catch that name.
I keep catching krill, but I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's the one, the krill one. Yeah, there she is going, that bitch. Do you guys keep getting the because I turn off the beep beeps, you know, the beep beep.
Yeah, I hear it.
I don't. Oh, there she is. Copy ID.
How you doing?
Get a life, man.
Right.
Oh, does that even happen? Is it even? Okay. What? Oh my God, I banned the wrong guy too again, accidentally.
No, you did.
No, yeah,
you banned the wrong guy.
because you banned one, and then when I banned the second one, the guy's name wasn't there, so it went at the second thing. You get what I'm saying? Oh no, did I spell it wrong? No, I spelled it right.
Okay, he got reinstated. Here, I'll unmute him. There you go. Thank you, Roger.
No problem. Yeah, man. These are the globe tactics. Insults, gaslighting, attacks, right?
I mean, it is like the 4th of July, right? And it's like everybody has a holiday right now and everybody's on a holiday weekend. Those people that don't have anybody to hang out with and like pretty much losery and don't go to parties and stuff, yeah, they stay at home and do computer stuff, you know?
Imagining having so much feelings. The flat earth hurt you.
There you
Right.
go.
Yep.
They're projecting though.
What's up, Elijah?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's up, guy?
Just been binge watching like videos I can find on Flat Earth, like just normal people talking about it. Because it's like so you begin to get used to like the people in here and like the circles that we're used to. And there actually are just normal people out there, not a part of any of the spaces that we go to. And they're just talking about it casually, and it just feels so good. Um the other day, what was it? I was watching well, it doesn't have anything to do with what I was just saying because I'm talking about Dave Weiss, who actually is, kind of a part of this social circle sense. But he did a podcast with Killer Priest, and it was just like I was floored because it was like I think it was 4,000 comments, and I just kept scrolling and scrolling, and all of the comments were like uh, geared towards saying that the one guy that was responding to all of his points was just not open-minded, indoctrinated, and I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
just like,
Wasn't one
wow.
super cogged this about everything in that one?
So then I started watching these other just kind of clear because I just want to get a hold of anything that I could find. I don't know who that guy is, but even his comments, it's like when like a lot of people have been told to ridicule flat earth, so it's cool, popular, mainstream, right? But I kind of feel like it's dying down. So now that it's dying down, the people that actually have been looking into this are it's just apparent because they aren't on the offense anymore because they're tired of it's not fashionable anymore. But we're still here.
Yeah.
You know?
You know what April 1st is, right?
Of course.
Yeah, right. But do you know where it comes from? April Fool's Day. They
No.
April 1st is the beginning of the new year. Forget the middle of winter, right after December. That's not the new year. The new year is April 1st. So what a couple of Romans wanted to do, they want to get their name on a calendar. So they introduced a new calendar with their name in it, and they said if you don't adhere to this new calendar, and you celebrate on the 1st of April, you'll be chastised and ridiculed and made fun of by the entire society. So this mentality of telling people to get them, quote unquote, go get them because they don't believe like us, has been happening for a long time. For a long time. Go get them, April Fools. Be careful what you know, on little weird celebrations we have is for a reason.
You're technically wrong on that because the beginning of the year is the beginning of Aries, and the beginning of Aries is March 21st. Okay, so here's the thing with history. You gotta understand that all of history is bullshit. So we think you know, it's not
No, the
100%
April
true.
1st is beginning of the summer, so that's
No,
depending on where you're judging it from.
April is springtime. And March 21st is the beginning of spring. It's been like this forever. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the seasons are broken up into the 3 horoscopes. I mean, there's 12 horoscopes and there's 4 seasons, and then 3 horoscopes per season. You got your 3 first spring. No, was it 4? I'm making a mistake. Hold on.
What calendar are you using?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the calendar. I'm not using any calendar. I'm talking about how it really is.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead.
During the Roman period, because Julius Caesar and August both wanted 31 days, they took the days from February. So the amount of days shifts a bit between one and the other calendars, Gregorian and Roman. So the number of the day, like,
I'm not going by that. I'm not even going by that either. That's what you guys got mistaken it. I'm going by how the path of the sun.
I get that, but if you change the length of the month, then the number of the day will change. So March 21 will be a different date in the pre-Roman or pre-Julius Caesar calendar.
It'll be around April.
Listen. That's why they have
If you
leap
did the
years.
proper
And they
equations.
have leap years for that, and they correct for certain errors. But here's the thing: I don't even go by any of those calendars because all those calendars are bullshit. Period. Right? I'm telling you, the actual path of the sun. I've sat there for a year. I'm telling you, you guys got to do this yourself. I know Eliza's been following the moon or something for a year, and you see the position of the sun oscillate between Capricorn and Cancer. You know, and when they tell you the equinoxes those are not the real equinoxes. The peaks of the summer are on the wrong days. So what you think you know is wrong, right? And that's how they want you to think, right? The beginning of spring is in that specific day where it's usually on the 21st of March, and it does change because if you're gonna look at the calendar, yeah, it changes. But the sun, but they base it off the position of the sun. You know what I mean? You gotta understand that. And they're telling you their heliocentric model and their heliocentric model is wrong because their position of the sun is wrong. Whereas our model, quote unquote, we don't really have a model, but what we can observe in reality, right? The angular position of the sun on a daily basis for 365 days. So you go through the whole cycle and you see the oscillation or you see the analemma. You know what I mean? Or you see the sinus wave with your own eyes. You see where the peaks are. You see where the highest peak and you see where your bottom peak is. You know what I mean? And then you can determine where's your summer equinox and your winter solstice are, or you see springtime and your fall time is. And that's how they used to do it.
I get what you're saying, and you're not incorrect in saying it's March 21st. But what I am trying to say is that back in history, because February had more days, the day they choose was April 1st.
Could be because March 21st, how many days is between March 21st and April 1st? There's like 10 days between each other.
Yeah, and they simplified it, or were not, I don't know exactly how it goes, but they shifted a lot of days in between just to make Julius Caesar and Augustine happy with their 31 days. And I think there was another one that wanted 31 days.
Well, right. No, the calendar we're using is a messed up calendar. It's their calendar, you know? There's reasons for it, and there's a lot of like it's like a spell cast on us. If we use that calendar, our whole life is fucked. Pretty much.
Fucks up your reproduction too.
Everything.
Your breeding
It's just
cycles and
that's
things
how they
like that.
destroyed us. Yeah, that's how they destroyed us.
Yeah, they didn't destroy us. We're still here. Whooping
No,
ass.
man, from what we could, our potential, what our potential was, and imagine the 100 years of technology that you think we have now, but if we had freedom to do what we were able to do and just, buddy, we would have been like, it would have been
Yeah,
insane
we're
compared to what it is
stifled.
now.
We're stifled, but we're not ruined.
No,
Yeah,
stifled
we
like
are.
crazy.
Imagine we stuck to the calendar and just had a race of Gemini babies. Like everything would be fixed.
Ooh,
You know
watch
what I mean?
out, watch out.
Geminis are
Yeah, full
prickly,
of
man.
Geminis.
What if you
That'll
had a
be
whole bunch of
catastrophe.
What if you had a
What are
whole
you
bunch of
talking about?
Scorpios though? What if you looked
Oh,
up and
they
had a whole
would
bunch of
find a
Scorpios?
way. They would find
The
a
whole
way
world be
to
on fire.
definitely blow up the world.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody be
Because they've been
fucking and
just talking
fighting.
about it for like 100 years, just talking about it
Fucking and
first.
fighting.
You know. Yeah.
Scorpio, those are fucking vindictive. Yeah, you get a mess.
Yeah,
I don't
I have to
I don't
admit that
remember
one.
that story. I don't remember that story in the Bible where God asked the sky to stand still so that a month of babies could all be born in Scorpio or Sagittarius or
Yeah.
Well, it's the breeding is the key aspect of it. You know, it's like when the summer comes around, you're feeling frisky, you're feeling, fruitful, you're feeling valuable, you're feeling all kinds of good about yourself. That's when you want to have children.
go
Or
forth
maybe
and
it's
multiply in June.
yeah. Maybe there's a particular time you multiply and your babies are born in the summer and it's very fruitful for them and they get, they reap the benefit of the harvest and everything like that.
If you think about that, that makes a lot of sense. Like all mammals would have their babies in spring so that there's abundant food sources and that there's warmth so they're not going to die.
Do they
It
not?
would
I
lead
think
to a
they
higher
kind of adjust. They do adjust kind of somewhat, don't they?
I
Oh, I'm
think
saying generally across most mammals, yeah, just as a trend.
I think you have to look at human behavior. When there is darkness, people tend to get
Have sex.
closer together.
Get a little colder, right?
Yeah, and comfort. People are
Yeah.
afraid
Well,
of
the
the
winter
dark.
time,
Yeah,
they
but
have
when you
babies. I got you.
Yeah, all those
what was
things.
it?
All those
The
things.
Great Blackout in New York, that was a freak baby boom.
Woo! Everybody was fucking in the
That's
hallways
true.
and shit. The lights off. Fuck it. Everybody get it. AIDS spike.
You know what I regret about that time, living through that time? Of course, I was like too young to think about it. Well, no, I wasn't too young. It's just indoctrinated to think one way. If there were a blackout right now, that is exactly like the perfect time to look up at the night sky and see, what stars are where. 'Cause, I have my sneaking suspicions about cities and where certain things are positioned. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Man, ambient light, all this light, yeah, that's why you can't see no stars at all. Okay,
Nothing.
I do see stars. I see a few, especially the
3 of
ones
them.
that travel with the moon. Well, I guess those are my bad planets, but I see stars too. I just like, what's the difference between those stars and the ones that I supposedly would see if New York wasn't lit up? I just want to know.
So I was just in Jim's server and we were talking about stars, and they were saying that one of their globe proofs is the fact that there's a linear relationship, so that if I travel X amount of kilometers on the Earth, that star drops by X amount of degrees in the sky, and that if I double the distance, it drops by double the amount of degrees. But when we look at perspective, as you start getting closer and closer towards that central point, it could be 5 meters or 10 meters in the same space as what appears like a 1 meter on the wall. If you know what I mean, it's not a linear relationship in the perspective tunnel. Like the first block that you see in a perspective is normally the big block, and then every block going away from you would get smaller and smaller with that angular resolution reduction, but not linearly. Have you guys ever heard that?
No, it sounds like a stretch that can't be verified either. So,
Right. I get
Yeah,
what
it's
you're
always
saying. And
baseless. But
it's crazy that you said that because that's exactly what Akumu virus came talking on Nathan's show. And I gotta wonder, like, what, like, are these guys like on a script? Like, what do they watch that makes that the topic for that week? You know what I
the
mean?
one barely musters a fucking independent thought, and they all latch onto that. You can see this with saying Dunning and Kruger. Dunning and Kruger. One person found out Dunning and Kruger, and then it just spread like wildfire. You know, that's
There's one thing about that perspective thing. If you have the atmosphere and light refracts in the atmosphere as it's progressively getting denser, they have to take that into account when looking at the stars. So that indiscrepancy might happen, but I never measured that.
especially if you're looking at a star that's on an angle, like towards the horizon versus straight up above you.
So they ignore their own refraction argument in that one.
So we can
yeah,
close shop now,
conveniently.
Leonard Solar? We can close shop now. Them looking at the sky again, claiming it's a ball, right?
Yeah. Well, that's how we got onto the discussion. I was telling them that that's retarded, and one of the guys was saying, no, he wants me to hear him out as to he's looking at it on both flat and ball, and then if I assume it's a ball, then this, and if I assume it's flat, then this, and therefore the one I'm choosing is the ball one. And I said to him, it's all based on these assumptions that, once again, looking up can't prove what's down. That's just retarded. But this angular reduction thing is peculiar to me because I've seen it in terms of if you're looking down the perspective. So if you're literally at center of field of view, or whether you're observing something above your head, when they put an object far away from the observer, there wasn't a massive size reduction or the normal changes that we see when we're looking down that perspective corridor when you're actually center of view.
If you take looking at stars and you use Polaris, it only, when you get closer, it's right above your head. It's not something that is on the horizon. So the perspective of it will change. And when we do perspective drawings, we normally use things that are that stand level on the ground. So an object that is always above you will have a different, a different change.
Perspective distortion. Yeah.
So that's also something that they don't take into account.
They don't take into account anything. Every time they think of these little experiments they're told to do, like the boat going over the horizon, they don't ever watch it go over the horizon. They just visualize it, and in their visualization, they're limited as fuck. They just have the water, they just have the boat, and then they have the curvature. That's all they have in their mind, and it just keeps working for them. They just keep putting it on a loop. It goes over the curve. It goes over the curve.
Yeah, the problem is that they are too visual and not analytical.
Too many cartoons.
Yeah.
Too many cartoons. Too many simple observations that can't be verified.
That's why they want a cartoon model rather than a scientific model.
Guys, it all ends when you ask them if there is objective reality, and they will tell you no, right? Then they can throw anything at you. It's all subjective to them. That's why the argument, right?
Yeah, as soon as you let them drag you into theoretical realm, you're fucked. you're super done. Because in theoretical realm, I mean, they can do anything, and they have more practice of just imagining shit than we do.
There is no objective reality in their eyes, right? So they cannot prove their globe. They cannot use the stars. It's all bunk, right?
You know what
Yeah,
is reality? You know what is reality to them? That subconscious fear that the Earth is going to end one way or another. That's what's real to them and scary.
You know, once again, I said to them, you know, we've debunked the radius. Water lies flat for 71% of the surface. So the real question should be, how does this occur on this flat surface which we're living on top of? Like, how is it that the stars can drop by an equal amount based on distance, whereas our perspective isn't generally that way? Like, that should be the real question, because we've already disproven the radius and it's already flat. And then they jumped on top of me, you flat earthers and your assumptions. I was like, those aren't assumptions. Those, but you guys are like cult, you know. They tell me that I'm like a cult repeating these 3 questions about curvature, axial rotation, and gas pressure. Like, you know, we're just reciting what our priests have told us. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, like
No,
we're in the
it's good
cult, but
questions.
look, our stuff is called flat and stationary. Their stuff is called heliocentric, where they have places like Mars and Jupiter and Mercury and Venus and all these other Greek gods. Are you sure that you guys? Sounds like a religious
Been
cult.
chatting. Have you guys been chatting with I am number 2? Yeah, there he is.
Who is
now.
it? Hey, what's up, buddy? I am number 2, like on Star Trek.
Are you guys like calling me or? Sorry, I was actually watching a video.
Austin Powers.
So
there you go. That's the one.
yeah, why did you ask flat solar? Solar.
No, well, it was interesting because I am number 2 was also in there now at Gem, and he was saying that he's not convinced that it's flat. He just knew what the 3 questions were that he needed to tell us to get us to consider him a flat earther.
Well, no,
which I thought was peculiar.
Wait, hold on. Taking it out of context, because that's not actually, that is what I said, but I went on to say that the Earth dimensions that they give us don't line up with the 1 mile squared, 8 inches of curvature. So I told them that, and I argued that case.
Yeah, so let's
true.
take off your okay. Because you're pretty sus in my book, right?
I understand that I'm sus or whatever, but basically, I was in there explaining to them that I went back and actually watched the arena debate versus Kosho versus QE, and at the beginning, Miggy actually said that there were going to be 3 objections only, and QE went on with the whole thing and objected about 50 times during the hour and 29 minutes that it lasted.
No, that's wrong, right? So when an objection is made and it's correct, then you can have unlimited, right? If an objection is made and it is incorrect, then one will be taken away. Okay?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and he went on to object 50 times. Like the debate basically ended with him leaving, and that's like I was in there trying to find out why this arena, why they don't ever come by here and challenge anybody to the arena anymore, and they went on to tell me that it was unfair. So I decided to do my own research and look back on some of the footage.
What is your purpose here, man? I mean, you're not a mod.
Yeah, so what? So what if I'm not a mod? I just would like to see.
Rucker, he's here with good intentions. He's trying to
What does he want to talk about?
Nothing, dude. I was just trying to see why, they don't come over here to debate. If they're over there so comfortable with their globe model, then they should be very comfortable coming over here and challenging any one of us to an arena debate. I don't see it.
It's very simple. They don't come here because their globe model is a geometry that hasn't been measured in real life. And when you confront them,
Zoink.
then they, they come with, strawman, red herrings, and bullshittery. And we call them out. And we call them out. And then they get, stepped on their toes and they run away.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like the funny
Breaking up, Elijah.
how many
Start again, bro.
yeah, over the course of however many years, it's never really been a debate. Like, what are they gonna come here and say? I can disprove your model, right? That's what they'll say. But none of them actually ever said, you know what? Here's my position, and this is my position because I align with the heliocentric model and NASA and all of the geometry and the numbers that they tell us, the measurements that they give us. This is what I stand by, and this is how it's proven.
Because at the
They've
end of the
never
day, it's
done
some
that.
like it's some really rickety, half-ass pseudo-science parlor trick that was shown as science. And people nowadays are just so smart; they look at it and that's ridiculous. But they have to stand behind it. Oh shit.
So if
Look,
they come
I
with
didn't catch the debate.
yeah, if they come with fallacious arguments, I am number two. Then an objection is correct. Okay.
And if it's a valid objection, and it's considered to be valid, what was your objection to QE's objections? If they were only allowed 3,
there's some good stuff.
but he got 47 accurate ones.
Buenos dias.
Jason.
Whoa, sorry. What's up? Hello?
Your
hot mic, bro.
I'm so sorry.
Buenos
I
dias.
thought I hit the mute. Buenos dias. Anyway, it's over. Back to reality. I got a question for the room though, since I hot mic'd and fucked it all up anyway.
So finishes. Let Solar finish his.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Solar, can you finish your statement?
Thanks, Raj. I am number 2. Are you still here?
Yep, I'm still here.
If QE made 47 valid objections and they were basically overruled or, basically taken in as, yes, that correction now stands, what was your objection to that?
Well, I didn't have an objection to what he was saying. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that at the beginning, Miggy stated the rules clear as day. He said that we are going to do 3 objections only so we can move on with the debate after those 3 objections are used.
That's not what that means, that you only get 3 objections. You can object 1,000 times. You get 3 to start with. You get 1 taken away if you're wrong.
It's like football when you call like for the play to be recalled and you were right, they don't take a timeout. But if you're wrong, they take a timeout.
Well, and I can agree with that. That does make sense. It's just, I don't know. I guess I was talking to the Gem Panda server and they seem to have a problem with that, I guess.
Well, they don't understand why we're objecting. And that's the crux of what Elijah was saying just now, is in terms of like QE, what he's really good at is seeing the root of where you're going. And he attacks the root cause. And sometimes to someone who's not really following closely or paying attention, it can seem almost unrelated. But the point that he's doing is he's taking the argument off at the knees. He's not trying to spar with the person standing upright. He's just taking the person down to the mat off the first point, because if you're going, and the only way that the globe model has ever stood is through lie after lie or assumption after assumption.
Theory,
and one has to be based on another. So when you allow a baller to spout his bullshit, there's probably 10 or 15 objections per sentence based on how they're describing what they think is occurring. So on a topic like this, when it comes to the debate, I think some of the most productive ones, if you want to see debate, go watch Rob Skiba. He debated Robert St. Genis. It's about a 2-hour debate. And they both got told the subject matter. They both did their preparation, and they both bring really great supporting evidence to both their sides. And I think anyone who listened to that grew from it. And I think that that's what a debate should be, is that both sides are bringing really good, compelling evidence, not assumption on top of assumption on top of assumption. And I need 20 minutes to make so many fallacies so that it sounds like what you understand and what you're familiar with. Whereas what a flat earth is trying to do is he's trying to decode this message. So generally it requires a few revised thinkings to be able to start to understand this stuff. And their objections are always just, oh, it can't be, and it can't possibly work on a flat earth. Our objection is, where's the curvature? We're all looking for it. We're all taking observations. We're all finding that the radius is not ever what it should be, if it's a radius at all. So we are now having so much evidence that it's almost to the point where if it measures flat, all right, let's start from there. Okay, now let's prove rotation, or let's prove curvature or something, so that we can start going into space and then continuing the discussion on that side. But with these baller ideas, and these are ideas every person in this room used to believe. We used to believe we were on the ball. We believed everything we got taught at school, just like everyone else. But we had to go and find new information that could allow us to start to rethink certain things, not use the same thinking that we've always applied to get to that outcome. We have to actually start with unpacking how we thought that way, and then starting from scratch and working your way outward. And someone like QE sees where someone's going long miles before the guy's even taken the turn. Sometimes they don't even know they're going where QE already knows they're going. And when he takes them out at the knees like that, it's like arguing with a professor. If someone can go to the root of your entire discussion and completely unpick that root of your discussion, what have you got to stand on? And it takes a skilled debater to be able to find those root causes and then to pull them apart with citation from universities the way that QE does. So initially, he can be very hard to digest, but as you start to, try a stronger meat source, your body will adapt. And it's kind of like this information. When you learn to attack the root cause, you don't need to go into the clouds and do all the speculations with them.
Yeah, and I would just like to say I was in no way like discrediting QE. I was just saying, I was just trying to get down to the bottom of like what exactly happened there, with the whole hype and the
What else is
exposure to this
interesting?
channel.
You know what else is interesting with everything that we said? The only time, and it's important all the time. So you'll have someone that says something that makes total sense. Like, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Their response is going to be, you explain it then. Whether it be you explain the sky then, you explain eclipses then, you explain this takes off of them the momentary accountability for the point in that instance that they can't justify.
Sorry, you were breaking up for me there at the end, Elijah.
Was just saying it takes away the accountability in that instance. Like the reason that the point is brought up and unpacked. Like once a person says, well, you explain it, then it's not really you or them acknowledging that they've lost the point. But that's the kind of tactics that they employ to keep the conversation going on and on and on, not giving credibility at all to anything that anyone has to say. And that's like a big problem that QE runs into, because like someone will say something like, well, gravity is this and this is how this works. And it'll be predicated on gravity being what they describe it to be. And then he'll say, well, look at this citation here. It undoes everything. And they'll just want to skate past that to go, okay, so then what do you think this means then? If it's not like, instead of saying, well, you're right, damn, point taken.
Yeah, exactly.
What does that mean from my previous belief?
And that's the intellectual honesty that you need to really be able to look at this kind of a topic, is the ability to think on, at any moment, I could actually reverse my opinion. Or if I found new evidence that showed something that I had previously thought to be true is now false, I'm going to change, because I would like to be more accurate. So I encourage constructive criticism that allows that kind of growth. And when you are found to be lacking, it's a growth time. It's an awesome thing for a human to learn where they're a little bit deficient and where they need to place a little bit more attention or focus. It's what, like, the whole culture is meant to be. We're meant to hold each other accountable and actually try and drive each other towards our best version of ourselves. But like you say, there's never that intellectual honesty. If you say to a baller and you prove it to him there in the black and white, they're still going to say, yeah, but, and then go on to something else. And they won't even just stop for a second to say,
well, let's analyze why.
That's the opposite.
Let's analyze
That's the
why.
opposite of what I thought. Why would
Yeah.
that, what you've just shown me, be the opposite of what I had thought?
Why? Let's analyze why. Why do they have that response?
They have too much to lose. Way too
Exactly.
much.
Like what? Like what?
It's easy
Exactly.
easy for us to be intellectually honest, since we've already made the journey through the.
We've already
fire
lost.
pit,
Yeah,
you
we've
know?
lost everything.
Yeah, we've
believed.
shed all that bullshit. It's easy, man. We can be.
Well, I was
I
going to
don't
ask
even
another
know if it's
question.
that.
I was going to ask another question about
Wait,
it, but like,
before you
you
ask
guys
another
still-
question, before you ask
Okay.
another question, let other people get in on the previous question that you.
Oh, sorry.
So I think it's less complicated. Sorry, it might be breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up bad, Elijah.
I think it's, is this better?
Yeah, it's choppy.
About right now? No.
No.
Now a bit better. Yeah.
Better. Yeah.
Speak now.
What about now?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. So what I think it really is exactly what I experienced, and it's like we kind of like try to materialize our experiences when a lot of this is thought process, not material, right? So when I first got into this, the first thing I wanted to mention was, hey, you guys ever thought or looked into the moon landing, like for real? Because it kind of looks like something is odd there. And because the mainstream had already got the jump on, looking into this whole flat earth thing, they were already programmed to say, what do you believe in the flat earth and this and that and the third? And I got this immense social pushback. And I'm sure for most people, they'll just drop it, because that's exactly what people say. Well, yeah, I would talk about it, but what does it matter? My friends and family, it's not worth it, blah, 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 where I work, this, that, and the third. These are the real objections that people have. They don't give a fuck about like all of the other stuff. It's really, well, I don't want to be an outcast, this, that, and the third. So I think it's that initial look into this. Whether you were like, oh my God, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and then you were too prideful to say, you know what, I was wrong. Or you've never really you've just taken the side of mainstream. Like these are the people that have come to just like whereas I said, fuck my friends. I don't think that they were capable or able to do that.
Here's the
And
thing.
I think that's why
Some people aren't.
I don't. I doubt any one of us here right now. I doubt flat Earth was your first rodeo when it came to anything that was opposing the mainstream narrative. You know,
Fact.
you have like we all have that context of just how pervasive deception can be in the world and is. Globers don't have that. We were speaking about it just earlier today. How they toe the line on every single subject. You know, they always hold the mainstream perspective and they believe in it. So for them to like admit to something that's obvious in a debate with you, like right there on the second, that's like asking them to internalize all the I forget the word now. Damn. The implications, the massive implications of such a thing right there on the spot, you know? It's just it's an impossibility. You know,
It's
it's
hard to
impossible.
digest, and when you do digest it, you got to realize that all your little Star Wars and all your Marvel comic books and everything on TV,
That's just the
that
fantasy part, you know. We're talking
yeah, the
like
fantasy. That's what they live in. They live in a fan.
you know, they have to internalize that there's genuine evil running this world, you know. It's not a
you know what's
happy-go-lucky
crazy?
world, you know. It's dark forces at work.
Another
Some shit
thing
going
that's
on.
crazy is we say like their fantasies are gone. Actually, a lot of my favorite books, you know, a lot of my favorite animes, a lot of your favorite folklore, like comes from ancient texts, like scripture, and just think about what's that show that everyone Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
You know, with the ice wall. Like if you look into like the maps in the land, like there's nothing there's nothing about a solar system or anything like that. It's just this stretched out piece of land, you know, and it's mapped out. And there's nothing about a ball. There might be levels. There might be a center, like say where the tree of life in some depictions, like the tree of life is something that you can see from every part of that realm. Like these stories are people's favorites, but they never put two and two together.
Yeah, I think what you're mentioning there is pretty deep for the kind of layman passerby.
Yeah, well, I mean, Game of Thrones is just a different version of the New Day Bible. You know, everybody's got their own little Bible. Iron Man is, Incredible Hulk is, Spider Man is. Star Trek, Star Wars.
Sorry, Jason, when you go.
No, just saying. Everybody has their own little version of the religion right now. What he was saying is like, yeah, what I'm saying too is everybody has to give that up and start a new religion if they realize the Earth is flat and stationary.
It's not only that they have to start a new religion; they have to take personal action. They have to take responsibility for the state of the world. You know, they can't just. It's such a cop out, man. Oh, the world's in a shitty state, so I'm just gonna wait around, sit on my ass, and wait for the smarter people to sort it out.
Yep, I've come up with
There
symptoms
are no
for this
smarter
actually.
people. You know, it's silly. There's
So
smarter
with
people
that
in some areas.
logic,
There's stupider people in other areas. You know. But,
yeah, you just said exactly what I was kind of getting at. It's not. I wasn't really referring to like the fact that you guys don't debate anymore in the arena. I was more referring to the fact that they're over there, you know, comfortable slanging their globe beliefs, and there's no more challenge here. There's no more want to to
Let them,
actually bring
right?
them in here.
Let them. If nobody goes there, dies out, it's done, right? Let them boil in their own heat, in their own water, right? I mean,
I get what you're saying. Like,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you're saying, they're comfortable. It's as if like if you were only over there and no one else, they'd leave you to believe that we're the ones that aren't up for the conversation. We're the ones that aren't up for the debate. We're the ones that don't really want to look into information deeply and carefully. That's the impression that being over there will leave you.
Oh, and remember that there was a period that we all banned them, and they were begging in direct messages to be unbanned because they want to be here.
Yeah, so why does that happen though?
So yeah, it's
Because
attention
they
seeking
are
behavior.
intellectually dishonest, and when it gets to a point that you have a conversation and the next day they start the same conversation all over again with the same talking points and the same arguments, but never with the actual argument they need for the geometry of Earth. They never
They
come
got
with.
they make their own little stalemate, and it's just in their world.
So also something that I've noticed with this whole topic is that I don't know if it's IQ related, but certain people will just never get it. And certain people who have the ability to, and I would like to include you as well, I am number 2, because if you've seen that the measurements don't correlate with what we're told that they should, then you have the IQ to see that something's not matching. And with the rest of them, you show them a picture that is hundreds of miles. The long distance photography is 270 miles of a mountain that should have been a couple of miles below the curvature, and you can see virtually the entire mountain. And then there's like hundreds of other examples. The point is that when you see this evidence and you can see that something doesn't match, you're already in the very few of people. And what we're trying to do here, I would say, is capture more of those people who have the ability to understand this, not to go to retarded places where guys have spent 5 years, 8 hours a day, 5 years on a topic which they think is stupid. They spend every night there trying to figure out a way to argue with the point rather than just listen to what's being said.
Yeah, I would say it's more about courage than IQ, because we know that some of the best evidence
Oh no!
supporting flat Earth is very obvious in its nature. It doesn't require a high IQ to realize it. It requires courage to acknowledge it. To really get into depths with topics like gravity and such shit, and really break down the details and come up with alternative ideas surrounding that takes high IQ, you know. But the average flat earther is leaps and bounds ahead in thinking, like, ability than the average glober. Yeah.
Well, I have 2 things to bring up. Nothing there is stuff that I always talk about. Obviously, the sun. So number 1, I just thought it was really weird and interesting that I could look at the sun as it's a little past midday. It's 1:05 p.m. where I'm at in New York City, and I'm holding the camera as still as I possibly can, and you can see the sun moving, and it's moving fairly quickly. Like from the sensor, like if I try to hold the shot in the sensor, like the sun is moving. It's not my arms getting tired. I'm like, huh. I didn't know. Obviously, it moves, but I didn't realize like how fast, but that you could really see it. Like, you know how you see stars move when you have a tripod and you're looking through a telescope? Like, you can see them moving. So anyway, that's just something that if you wanted to see, you can see it. Just take out your camera. Another thing is, like, I've been talking about the sky lately and how, like, we'll say, okay, a clear sky is blue and a rainy, dreary sky is all gray and cloudy. And I just started to question how come the sky are different shades of blue. Like, it's a very clear day, barely any clouds, but it's powder blue versus other times when it looks a little more. Is royal blue too dark? I don't know, but it looks a lot bluer. I don't know if that means anything to anybody else. It's just
Along like vertically or horizontally?
no, just looking at the sky, just looking up vertically, like straight up. Like,
Yeah.
you look up on a clear day and you're like, damn, there's hardly any clouds. Like, why are clear days different hues of blue? Is what
Are
I'm
you
saying.
talking about how like more
Different humidity in the air.
You talk about how like towards the
Okay,
horizon,
yeah, well, fair enough.
it's like a lighter blue, and then it becomes a
No,
darker
I'm
blue
just
straight
talking
above.
about looking straight up. That's all. Just the clear blue
Oh,
skies.
that happens over here where I'm at. There's mountains where I'm at, and there's like certain mountains that are farther and further away, but you can see them, they're higher. But some days you can't see them, some days you can see them. Some days they're completely blue sky and there's no mountain there, and then some days there's a mountain there. It's all dependent on how much moisture is in the air.
But this is the kind of attention to detail that's required when you start to actually investigate this type of topic. Is that you start to trust yourself again and go out there and actually make observations and do it repeatedly. And then you start to see just as much changes and variation in atmospheric conditions. And you start to realize, wow, like, there is so much to this.
Yeah,
It's
that
not
affects
just
so
simple.
much.
Yeah.
Like, what? They just leave that completely out the entire time. Whoa, there's all kinds of stuff. That's how I got to be a flat earther. There's like just so many red flags and just kindergarten level quote unquote science.
So you know
just
what's a
could be
black?
easily debunked.
So you know what a white swan would be? White
Is
swan.
that the opposite of the black swan?
Well, white swan is something not unusual in the paradigm, I could say. Right. So, so when it comes to clouds, I guess I would say it's a white swan to see the sun in the distance and it look like it's coming from beneath the clouds because obviously it's setting and we're spinning away from it. So that would be a white swan, right? So for me, I've been looking at the clouds I'm always looking at the clouds, but I always notice that the clouds are always lit from the top. I've never seen, from my perspective, standing on the earth, the clouds lit from the bottom. Just like a rainy day, you can see the darker clouds underneath the much whiter film that's probably somewhere higher up in the sky. But just when you're looking at clouds, you can see the bottom portion more shaded than the top, and you're like, well, the top is, or the outer edges, it's what's getting the light. So the problem is me looking at the clouds right now, midday. I don't. There's no difference in the effect in how the light affects the clouds when it's 8, 9 o'clock at night. So when the sun is still hitting the clouds and you can see the bottom portion darker than the top portion, it begs the question. It's like, okay, well, I'm in New York City. It's 9 o'clock at night. But, obviously the sun just set like, 40 minutes ago, thereabouts, and it's still light outside. And I know somewhere beyond the equator to the south, They have a, they're just like 8, 9 o'clock at that same time for them. And I'm trying to figure out how geometrically the sun's rays would be hitting the top of the clouds that I'm looking at from my position. That would be a black swan.
So there is footage of the sunlight hitting the underside of clouds, especially that picture of Mount Rainier, where that mountain peers into the cloud level and actually causes that shadowing. Now,
I
later
just
on, we
posted.
found out that there's shadowing on the top of the clouds, can also be visible like shadowing on the bottom. But what they did is that they did a couple of reflection experiments, or what I've seen is that as that angle gets more obtuse, so as the sun gets closer to the horizon, there'll be light bouncing off the earth upward and off bodies of water upward. So there can be illumination on the underside, especially as you take that light source further away. You can
Look in
demonstrate
live
this on a
stream
piece
voice
of
link
paper.
text.
David Weiss, I think, also did an experiment where he held the light source above the piece of paper, and then he took the light source further and further away, and then eventually the light was reflecting off the surface up and causing light on the underside. So I think that there's all kinds of scattering, and obviously the sun, it's an optical phenomenon that it's approaching the horizon. It's never getting low. It's always at the same height, or I don't want to scratch that. It's, let's say it would be consistently, even that I can't say. We would assume that it would be roughly the same distance throughout the day off of the surface. So any visual thing where it appears to be going lower is only optical.
And that's why I say it's a flat top. When you look up Rakia and it's like, material spread thin, I can't help but think something level.
Yeah, I've also
But
thought about that.
Dave, either way, Dave,
Especially the analogy of the tent. When it's spread out like a tent, that a tent would normally have two high points on the edges, and then like it would dip in the middle almost because of the weight of the material. Unless it's a domed tent, and then it's got structural integrity causing the dome shape. But most tents, if you put them up, they're like square-like or flat-topped.
Yeah, Dave Weiss has I don't know which interviews he shows this particular slide, but the one where he has the I think that's what you were talking about, that level piece of string, and he puts that light source on it, and he like takes it all the way across the string, but to the perspective of the camera on the table, it looks like it's quote unquote setting. And he explains that the deck of cloud that the sun would have to be seen through. Like there's always a deck of clouds when you're looking far off into the distance. And I was like, man, that makes so much sense. That's why you get the sun setting over like
that
obstruction
deck of clouds,
that doesn't seem to be there.
That deck of clouds can be there or cannot be there. It just depends on obviously time of season or whatever. But the atmospheric refraction is always there. So there's always something in the distance that's causing even a blurring out. There's so many factors. But Dave also did like a back projection where he was suggesting that maybe I think it was the lunar eclipse or the solar eclipse could be the moon passing behind the sun, and therefore it could be obstructing the light source of the sun. And that's what we see as a solar eclipse. So he also did a demonstration of that. And then he was stuck on the question of how can you see light under the clouds? Because there are occasions where you'll see the scattered light under the cloud, like the pinks and the reds and all those pretty colors. And he started, I think it was Dave, he did a demonstration that showed how that light could be hitting the underside of an object, even if the light source remained above the object the entire way. And I think he still used that same string, but he used a piece of paper or a board, a cardboard, as like a lower deck of clouds near a table. And as he took that light source away, it was reflecting off the table back up onto the page.
Yeah, I think his views about what the luminaries are like very similar to mine.
Well, this is new. I don't know if you guys have seen this in the chat right now. There's Godzilla, Colin Dresser, Kim was in there, a few others just helping us trying to get just a claim from the Glober in the chat and YouTube. I know that most people don't pay attention to it, but apparently Globers are admitting that the footage of the ISS shows the globe model. Thanks.
Yeah, so at that point, like, where is the want to bring those people in here and actually educate them more and further? And actually, you know, if they're actually intellectually, like, somewhat, you know, actually up there, you can actually, you know, debate them in a formal debate in the arena at that point.
Oh, really? I'd love for them to, yeah, go ahead, Elijah. Yeah, I've tried for, go ahead.
No, I was just saying you can't force people to do anything. They have to do it of their own accord.
Yeah,
I didn't say force.
I've tried for years to just force atheists into conversations. For some reason, I'm banned from over 10,000 different atheist chats, so it's not working for me. But maybe somebody else can. I'll leave the hangout if need be. But what I'm telling you is I'm trying to get you to understand how crazy this is. Every time I ask them about a model, there's some sort of issue here, right? Psychologically. Every time I ask them about a model, they say the ISS. So they're admitting in their deep psychology that they're watching the cartoon model of their religion when they're watching the ISS. That's what I'm pointing out here. They're not saying that's Earth. They're saying that's their model. And it's happened thousands of times in the last few months. Every time I ask them, just show me how high I have to go above your model to see curvature. They say, well, the ISS. So they're admitting in their mind that they think that's a cartoon model when they're watching the ISS. That's what I'm pointing.
Yeah, just ask more questions. It gets fun after a while.
And you can't get an answer. That's the point.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's fun to do. And maybe some of them their craniums might start ticking over.
This is just one of my lessons.
So how did you come to this conclusion? And they're like, hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
My teacher told me.
I can't get them to admit that. My point is that, remember, anytime, and I'm not going to tell anybody what to do, but there are some very simple things, questions that you can just have waiting because they're going to say certain things and they're absolutely devastating. One of them is once they bring up the word model because they love their cartoon model, all you have to do, and this is a 1000% win-win every time, and it's so embarrassing, and I feel bad for these people because there isn't even a challenge. And just ask Godzilla and Colin Dresser in the chat, what happens? All you got to do is every time they mention their model, don't hesitate. Go, not a problem, sir. Thanks for mentioning that you have a model. So how high above the model, Remember, the model, that's the key word here. How high do you have to go above the model to see the curvature of the model? And you can't get an answer. And I'm asking the most basic.
I have the answer.
Question.
You can't
I
get
can't
small and you can't get small enough to get next to the model.
That's perfect. I can't wait for them to tell me that I can't ever not see the curvature. That would be a great answer, but they refuse to do that because they know that just destroys their point. Because obviously the model would have to show a flat Earth when we're close to it, and they can't tell us when we see the Earth go from flat to curve. Not in just reality. Forget reality. They're scared to death of reality. They're scared to death of their own model. That's the point here. You're dealing with people that are saying the word model like a parrot robot, possessed by at least a few beings, and they just parrot this model, and then you go, great, just show me anything about the model, and they turtle up and run away or claim ISS on TV. So they're admitting that they're claiming the ISS on TV is showing a model. That's the Freudian slip. That's the spiritual Freudian slip I'm trying to point out here. They're admitting they're seeing a cartoon model on TV now. They're literally admitting it. Good luck with that, atheist. Oh my gosh, it's just unbelievable. I just would like a challenge. It would be fun if we could have a challenge.
They can never let go of, but my pictures from space.
Hey, if you want a challenge, just look at yourself in the mirror. There you go.
Gosh, is that why I'm so scary? Yeah, I can't look at myself. No wonder I'm so scary to these people. I'm just hideous. But again, I will leave the hangout. I want these people to be comfortable. I want these people to be able to have this conversation.
You're capable of challenging yourself, right?
I understand that, but that's the point here is I'm trying to demonstrate these actual events so that other people can see this, because we always let them take us into the weeds and we let them run away from every concept of their own, let alone reality. All I have to do is say, show me how high I have to go to see the Earth curvature over the model, and it's done. It's over. The conversation is now them running from the conversation. So it just proves they're scared to death of every single claim they make. They will then run from their own claim every time because of, again, most of these people are atheists, and that's why it's just way too easy. I wish we could get some Muslim Globers or some Christian Globers in here, because then at least we would have a conversation.
They show us, like when we say, show us how high you would have to go to see the curve, where you see the curve. And their response is, show us a model of the flat Earth. Show us going all the way up and seeing the entirety of the flat Earth. Like that's a very different thing. It's like, oh, show us the entire Earth. Well, we're saying you can't see the entire Earth. That's our claim. Like no one's measured it. No one knows the dimensions of it. They're like, well, you show us the dimensions of it. That's like why would you come asking us this? If we're saying that they don't know what the dimensions are, why would you come to us asking for an entire picture of what we're saying can't be evidence?
How come they haven't released the 3D version yet?
Something that blew my mind was when you watch your first high altitude balloon footage. So go watch a weather balloon launch, and when that thing spins around, in your mind, you've only ever been presented this little crescent Earth in front, and it's almost as though the object is looking at it from next to the Earth. So like, if you're orbiting the Earth or you're from the ISS or whatever, you're next to the Earth and you're seeing this little curve of the Earth next to you. But when they send these balloons up to 120,000, 130,000 feet, it just spans out away from you in all directions. There's no getting next to the Earth and then showing that little curved thing that we always saw from a GoPro lens. It's when you go up, the higher you go, the further you can see in all directions, and you're just there in the middle. And when they launch from Antarctica, apparently it's also just white in all directions. So it's an amazing thing that you can't get to this outside to be next to the Earth, to start being in an orbit with the Earth. Like the whole thing is fallacious.
Celtic supremacy.
But when you go up high, how it just spans out in all directions. As that camera spins, you realize, holy shit, What I've seen is like a picture of the Earth. It's the same at 90 degrees to the right, at 180 degrees from where I started, at 270 degrees to the left. It's the same photo in all directions, and it's all level. Holy shit, you know, it's level. Like, that camera spins, and that ground doesn't curve away from you by the dimensions that it should if it was a ball with a radius of 3959.
Oh, I thought my video was lost. I found the perfect video that goes with exactly what we're talking about here. So let me get that. Damn, I wish we could watch videos here in the live. I wonder if we could change that and like maybe give certain people permissions to like play videos.
I hate to make this analogy, but it's kind of like fighting an enemy with your weapons or fighting them with a psychological force. I hate to use that word, but you know, it's like, you know, you see these stupid Star Wars movies, which they like, and you got these idiots with lightsabers bouncing laser beams off their lightsabers. Well, that's the difficult way. Why don't you just take your hand and make them all, you know, shit themselves? And that's literally what happens when you ask these Globers these questions. Forget answering stupid questions. Ask them, just show me the curve on the model, and it's over. It's done. There's not even a claim. They literally hide from their own religion. They say model, then they hide from it immediately. Who does that? No religious group in history does that. I mean, somebody who brings up the Quran is going to open the Quran and start trying to justify the belief system. You name it. But when it comes to these atheists, it's just, you don't even, there's no challenge. It's, they run from them, their own shadow. There's not even a challenge to this conversation. They're in the chat all day saying the same thing. You guys don't have a model. And every time I see it, great, just show me the model where I can see the curve, and it's over. They immediately run away and say the ISS. So they're admitting, because of the Freudian slip of their spiritual ineptity, that they believe the cartoon is on TV is still a model. They believe they live in a model. That's how deranged their psychosis has become. Yep, go back to chat. Would you look at that? Yeah, still no answer. I mean, I do this like 5 times a day just for a few minutes. Just show me the curve on the model. Can't get an answer. And then you got these psychopaths still talking about abstraction. I mean, Brenda did this the other day. I was on Brandon's, the same thing. I go, okay, Brenda, just tell me how high I have to go to see the curvature of the model. Well, you can see the obstruction of certain objects via picture. So immediately running away from the model. So no chance of even getting them to discuss the model ever. It's just,
Yeah, that's
just
not
a win-win.
That's not an addressal of the model. That's like, I see this and I'm going to attach my belief to it. No. The model states that, or I don't even know if you could call it a model, but the math dictates that the horizon or the obstruction is at a specified distance away based on your elevation above sea level. That's what the model dictates, except we don't see any evidence of this obstruction anywhere ever. So yeah, show us the curvature in your model. There it is right there. Show it to us in reality. Well, it's not there.
They don't have it on the model either, Elijah. That's the point. They can't tell you on the model when you can see the curvature. I said, when can we see this curve? When we can experience it? You can't. You can just see effects of it, maybe at best, because of a presupposition. And then I said, well, that's funny, because every time we zoom in on objects, when we can't see them, more of the object becomes visible. And you know what this person said? No, they don't. That's never happened. So okay, thanks. Zooming lenses don't work, guys. They're just witchcraft. They're actually, magical wands, I guess, or serpent sticks. They're not reality, because as soon as you show somebody that binoculars exist in reality, now we have a big problem, that we can use binoculars to look at things farther away on the horizon, straight out and flat. They don't even believe in that. They believe if you zoom in on something, you can't see it better. They'll say it doesn't happen.
But they're pictures of space and they're pictures of the ball, you know?
Yeah, then I'd go to there. Not a problem. Great. Let's just see one rocket launch in history where it shows the Earth going from flat to curve, and just give me an altitude indicator. Tell me when I should start to see the curve.
Yes.
Let's see if it matches with the video. For some reason, there's not one video in history. We've had thousands of rocket launches, and not one shows us when the curve starts. It either starts immediately from 3 feet off the ground, right? Or it doesn't. That's the thing. The lenses don't lie. The lenses tell you right away what kind of lenses you're using, and there's never even a consistent answer. One video, and they'll take a still. They'll never show you a video. They'll take a particular still when the lens is bent just perfect for their claim, and they'll just show you that. They won't show you the rocket launch from beginning to end. They don't even have a claim to when we can begin. The keyword begin to see the curvature of the Earth does not exist. That's how easy this is.
And I've watched them often conflate two separate topics here just to try and skirt that issue even further. So the question is, at what height can you see this curvature? And then they'll say, maybe it's 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers by the ISS. You can start to see the curve. And then they start to conflate the issue of, you have to be more than so many tens of thousands of miles to get a picture of the whole Earth. And you say to them, I'm not asking about the whole Earth. I'm saying just at what height do you need to see curvature? And then they start talking about, no, you need to be 10,000 miles to see the whole ball and its glory. and they, once again, they don't want to say a number that's 100 kilometers or 30 kilometers or what should that number be? They just want to dance around these two issues.
Correct.
And then when you pull them back from their stupid trying to get the whole ball in one shot argument back to where's that curvature, then just a little bit higher than you were. So if you were at 120, then 150, then you'll see curve. Oh, were we at 170? Okay, no, it's 210. Well, were you at 210? Well, it's probably just at 300. Then you'll start to see the magnificence, So
right. But here's a big problem. Well, but watch that. Here's the big problem. As soon as they've done that, they've just debunked every single Glober claim on the internet showing that we should be able to see curve from these altitudes that we can reach, which is only 60,000 feet, a few miles up, 70,000 feet. Now they've just admitted all
from
of
the
those
beach,
are not accurate.
From the beach.
All of the, right. I know that's how stupid they are. Right.
A boat's supposed to disappear in fucking 3 miles. When we go down to a 1 foot observer, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. It's like, the curve should be ground level, not 10,000 feet or 50,000 or 100,000. It's like the curve starts here. You should see it right here. And then as you get higher, you just see more and more of it.
Right. So they debunked that for us. And it's just too easy. That they're literally the only cult that each individual has their own magical belief system. None of them agree with each other, and they'll wait for somebody else to give an answer. Then they'll pretend to agree. And with that agreement, they've admitted that all the other answers are wrong. And that's how pathetic it is. They literally destroy themselves with every breath.
And when you expose that to them, then they'll deny. And you like Rumpus cut out where he said it previously and where now he's agreeing with you. And those are completely opposite beliefs. No, I never said that. No, I never said that. Round and round the merry-go-round we go.
Right. Every day it's Groundhog Day in the chats and in the servers where we talk to these people, and it's just really embarrassing. And then they'll claim that, well, you guys don't have a model. And that's the point where I'm not trying to show you a cartoon. The model was the problem in the first place. But since you brought it up, can you tell me one thing about your model? Nope. They immediately run away from the model claim that they just made. And that was easy. So we move on to the next guy. And then it just goes in a circle over and over again. It's just Groundhog Day every day. And again, they don't even have a consensus. Every single internet globetard video has a different claim to when you can see curvature. And like you said, sometimes it's at the beach magically, but then you go higher, then the curve disappears for about 10 miles, and then you can start to see it again. Like, how, you can't be that stupid. You're just scared to death of reality. Again, this is the atheistic paradigm where you can't even have an absolute. Remember, they don't believe in absolutes anyway. They forgot to tell you that when they walked in. They'll eventually admit it once you ask them. So they admit their own claims don't even exist. And then they just go back to saying model and parrot refraction and magical excuses to hide from reality. And again, it's just going to keep going in a circle. We're still watching the chat right now. There's still 0 answers for when we can start to see curvature on the model. It's only a question I've been proposing for several years now. It's not a big deal.
I love a fresh mind. Someone who's new to this, someone who doesn't have the what would I say? The need to disregard all information just so that they can maintain their little structured belief. Like the people that are on the globe side that have spent 5 years doing this 8 hours a day on a topic that they think is stupid, I'll never fathom that. That to me, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. On our side, we have sort of found mismatches. Like that little game that you played as a child where you look at the two pictures and one has buttons and the other doesn't have buttons. And then you circle where you saw there should be buttons and there's no more buttons on that shirt. It's that simple game of life of, wait, you said this, but it's actually that. Circle where there's an inconsistency. And I think someone said at the beginning, we all had to have known some kind of conspiracy. I'd only known about 9/11, and I kind of knew that the monetary system was a bit off. But when someone presented this evidence to me, it's just so logical. You can't be intellectually honest and disregard what's being shown when you see too far. So to then catch up on all these other conspiracies, which was, that was quite a rabbit hole. But when you understand that they can lie about anything, you kind of approach all the other topics like, okay, well, let's see what evidence you have. And it's the same way on this. If you approach this saying, what evidence do you have? And then you look at the evidence and you go, wow, that's interesting. Then you generally become a flat earther. But if you come into this with a preconceived idea that you're right and you're going to educate everyone else and you're going to just recite what we already knew.
Right, that's the casino effect.
Strange.
That's the gambler effect when they've donated or they've bet all of their intellect and they're going to go all in on this conversation. I got $150,000 worth of my intellect. I'm 29 years old, whatever it is. I'm going to put all my money in on this. Watch me make fun of these flat earthers, and immediately I'm going to gain $129,000 worth of my intellect back. Watch me make this bet. And then they lose it right off the bat. And then they're being informed of what they're supposed to believe in. And now they're very nervous and this is upsetting them. And now they got to find out, how are they going to get their money back? I can't believe this has happened. I went to these flat earthers to make fun of them. I bet all of my earnings and now I'm completely broke psychologically and I don't know what to do. So there's two options. I can admit that I was wrong, or I can now maybe sell my soul and see what money I can get for that. Thanks.
In a nutshell.
Rest in peace. And the only consensus is this group. That's the reason I'm here. It's the only, even though, of course, we're all very different people, this is the only group that understands one thing. That when I go up, I don't see curve at no matter what altitude. That's the point. I can ask any flat earther, which I don't like the term. I can ask any flat earther, when does the flat go away? That's the point. It doesn't. It's the only consensus belief system that exists right now. And in fact, it's the only international consensus, amazing fact when you realize that, right? So I go to these Glovers come here, and not one of them can agree with each other. Not one of them even knows what they're supposed to believe, and they're just looking for excuses to why they can't give you a claim. It's honestly the most amazing psychological, extrapolation you could ever witness. And that's what this is. This is a psychological and spiritual battle here where people will go crazy right in front of you that have families and jobs and supposedly make money and act like they're intelligent. But then when they come here, all of a sudden there's magical forces that bend, which make everything look flat. As far as you can see, there's this new magical religion, guys, that was invented about 4 or 5 years ago, where there's these I guess effects, these optical effects that bend everything, that make everything look flat. This is an internet cult religion, mostly an atheist religion, of about 10,000 people, roughly. There's about 10,000 people now that live on the internet that, of course, hate, the Bible and, of course, flat earth, and that they go around trying to make themselves feel better by assaulting these belief systems. And they don't even have a consensus. They don't even know what they're supposed to believe. So they came up with this magical refraction, which is literally one of the smallest cults. There's more flat earthers than there all are refractionists. I mean, nobody believes that until they come here and start looking for people, other globers to say, wait a minute, why does it look flat? And then they meet someone like Zanuck or one of these, Riri's in chat that says, oh, that's refraction. Refraction bends light, and that's what. And then all of a sudden they've joined this refraction cult, and now we have 10,001 members of atheists that think there's this magical refraction optical thing that nobody knew about throughout all of history. 99.99999% of all of history, nobody knew about this magical refraction factor, and now all of a sudden there's about 10,000 atheists on the internet, part of this refraction Shoemaker Levy 9 suicide cult, that are going to tell you it just looks flat all the time. And we didn't notice that throughout all of history until now. And we forgot to tell you why it looks flat. And everybody just treated it as flat. But actually, that's not correct. And, battleships really weren't shooting each other in World War II because they really weren't there anyway. And actually, we've never had engagements in warfare. And warfare obviously really didn't work that way because there's this thing called refraction. So that means the objects really aren't there. That ship really isn't on that horizon. Those oil tankers, those oil rigs really aren't there. And this is a new religion, guy. This is a new atheist religion. And it is the most psychopathic, sycophant, disgusting, perverted belief system I've ever encountered. It's literally just shows that they're done.
And it's like you say, but there's even a second tier or a second layer to it. So the initial thing is that there's zero curve, and that's how we know it's curved. Because if you just get so close to a curved surface, it always looks flat. So therefore, we know level is curved. And then secondly, where's this axial rotation? So once again, we're absolutely stationary. There's no conservation of momentum. If I leave the surface, I don't suddenly find myself traveling at 1,000 miles per hour or anything that I could show that I've conserved this momentum, but suddenly let's just calculate it like zero. Let's just assume that we've added the 1,000 and minus the 1,000 on both sides of the equation, so it balances out, becomes zero again. And for the sake of the equation, we can continue going forward. You could put any number there, 1,500. As long as you minus it from both sides, it's irrelevant, it's back to zero. So once again, they're not only believing that this perfectly flat level surface that they're living on is obviously naturally curved, but the stationary surface is obviously spinning faster than the speed of sound.
So are you
Just
telling me there's a ball that shows no curve?
And spins at faster than the speed of sound
And
without any evidence? Has to be, because my pictures of space.
Never shown to be spinning, but spinning nonetheless? Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's just like that intellectual honesty or the courage, like someone said earlier, the courage to acknowledge what they've just seen. for me, it's so peculiar if you go into like Gem Server. No matter what you show there, they'll start asking you, oh, it's photoshopped or it's manipulated or it's... So they've got this eye for scrutiny only when it's a flat earther presenting it. But as soon as it's someone else presenting it, it's 100% believable without needing any scrutiny. Couldn't be Photoshop. They would never lie. Why would they lie? Like, but if you go in there, you're obviously lying. Before you've even opened your mouth, you're obviously, of course you're lying. Why? Because you're a flat earther, you're lying. And it's like, but
it's just like the globe. It's just like the globe. They treat everything like they do the globe. They're like, it's a globe. We don't need any proof. We got everybody agrees with us. You guys are stupid. Like flat earthers are stupid, but we don't need a proof because we are just right without proof. It's amazing. It's almost like it seems like hopeless for that crew, you know? I'm like, if they can't overcome their own confirmation bias, what's the point, right? But anyway.
Yeah, anyway, Sonny, since we don't have a claim yet, let's explain what their previous claims were that they've already hidden from, which is, things like you got to go to 130,000 feet, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson's right. If you go a little bit higher, you can see the curve. And then when Wolfie's 69, this distorted picture showing curve at half the altitude, they all say that's correct, and there's the Earth curve. So
then they go with that too. Yeah.
All they do is contradict themselves. You don't even have one Glober that has a claim to stick to it. No, that's why you literally go in the chat, ask them for a claim, and they just curl up like a little slug or a snail. There's nothing there. It's the most empty group of atheistic, pioneers of cartoons that you could ever imagine, bro. There's no claim. I can't even find a consistency with any of these people now for 7 years. And then again, we're back down to, well, we can see the boats disappear at 3 miles out, so we can see effects of curve. Then I go higher and the curve disappears. That's amazing. And then I have to go a little bit higher, and now the curve comes back, Sonny. So you can see the curve right when you're next to the ball. Then you have to go about 20 miles up. Then it starts to show itself again. That's basically their claim. And then whatever in between, if there's any atheists that show videos of curvature in between that, then we'll just agree with that.
Or even between frames. Even between frames, they'll say, look, there, that frame, there's obvious curvature. Then the next frame goes flat and level. Oh, no, but now you
that doesn't count.
Just
no,
don't look. Keep going forward, go forward. There's another frame coming up now. There's the frame that shows the curvature.
Right,
okay,
there
now
we
it's
go.
level
That's the
again.
right one.
Ignore it.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, that one's just tilted at the right angle. It's just perfect.
Wow.
What's astonishing too is the willingness to throw one expert under the bus, then accept somebody else that has no data,
no expertise,
and then throw that one away and go with another one, but then discount another one of their own priest. It's